you doing? I've been waiting for you guys. It's play-ins before playoffs. We're not going yet.
They're just packing.
No, not yet. Not yet. But what are you bringing, though?
I mean, you know, old habits die hard, I guess.
I brought simple stuff, you know, creatine, protein bars, workout clothes,
Okay.
vitamins.
Good stuff to have, yeah.
What about you?
Me? Well, you know, just
What's
the
the stuff?
essentials. The good stuff.
What a heartbreaker!
They just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart. And that'll be it. That's one. That's two with the blade and make it three.
It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Just give it to him, bro. One, two, three.
Get three on the ground.
That's so devastating.
What a rampage from Smurf. I mean, what a series that they play.
Hello and welcome, one and all. This is Watchpoint Play-ins edition, and here to bear witness to all the action that is going down in the next 2 weeks are, of course, my trusted analysts. Way too hyped.
Excited.
It's Danny, it's Dave, and it's Johnny. We're gonna match this energy here, I think.
Guys, what are you doing? Come on, turn it out. Come on.
I'm
Play
so
it.
excited!
You know?
Whoa!
One team's gonna get eliminated today.
Oh, is that what gets you?
Danny's just bloodthirsty. He wants to see teams go down.
Yeah, I mean,
Play for your lives, everybody. If you want to stay in the game, you gotta win.
that's right. We're going full gladiator pit here. Why not? Why not? And let's take a look at how we got here in the West, glancing at our standings. Of course, Atlanta, Houston, and Florida all locked in already for the playoffs, so we won't see them play in the play-ins. We also won't see Vegas Eternal, LA Valiant, and the LA Gladiators, because they are out. Their season is already over. No chance to make it to Toronto. We also know that the Hangzhou Spark in the Eastern region have already punched their tickets to Toronto. But here are Seth and Avril to catch us up on the rest of the action over in the East.
Hello, Achilles and Avril here once again to break down the action in case you missed it from the side of APAC, and boy, did you miss quite a day. Starting things off, we got to see Pokerface going up against the Dallas Fuel, a third-time attempt for Pokerface to take them down, but unfortunately they fell shy of the mark. Only were able to get a single win, a very strong one there on Flashpoint, but otherwise couldn't really hold a candle to the side of the Dallas Fuel, who now earn themselves a rematch versus the Hangzhou Spark in their bracket final. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to get the better of them this time around. Then we got into the Gigabanger, the Soul Bowl, the Bibimbap Brawl between the Dynasty and the Infernal, and it went all the way to 5 maps. But Dynasty, in the end, able to clinch things with a monstrous win on Dorado, just not allowing for the Infernal to really find any foothold whatsoever.
And to figure out how everything is going to break down tomorrow, we only have 2 games left, the Grand Finals Group A and the Grand Finals of Group B. Hangzhou Spark, as you can see, have already clinched their spot, so they are going to playoffs. You'll see them in Toronto guaranteed, but the other 3 teams still have pathways through. Going to start with Dallas. If they win against Hangzhou Spark tomorrow in their rematch, they are through. They clinch. They get to go to Toronto. If Dallas lose and O2 Blast can beat the Seoul Dynasty, O2 Blast are going to end up clinching. You're going to see a contenders team, the best of contenders teams of all time, O2 Blast head to Toronto. But if they lose and Dallas lose, and we have Dynasty win and Hangzhou Spark winning, then Seoul Infernal are going to go to Toronto. They will clinch despite having lost today versus the Seoul Dynasty. I hope you got all of that. It's 3 teams left that can still make it through, and 3 different ways for them to get there.
And if you didn't, you can always just go ahead and use the rewind feature there on YouTube, so you can go ahead and really absorb it into your brain and figure out what all the paths are. But that's going to do it from us. Obviously, a must-watch day of APAC coming up. Both matches mattering oh so much as they look for that playoff spot and look to avoid the play-ins. We'll see who's going to be able to get it when we come back tomorrow.
Thank you, Kevin and Seth. Man, like, it's coming down to the wire for some of those teams. Tomorrow we'll have all the answers, or at least some of the answers for the knockouts, and then they're heading into the play-ins. We here in the West are already in the play-ins, but before we're chatting about the brackets and everything you need to know about the teams, I do want to quickly just recap or look at the meta, because there has been more shifting, and I feel like in the play-in specifically, it's going to be very exciting because a lot of those matchups lend themselves to compositional chess.
Yeah, obviously we had the Season 6 patch drop during the summer stage, and so we've been playing on that patch. And at first we thought, well, lots of Illari, right? But recently, Junker Queen in the mix. Atlanta Reign and San Francisco Shock went head-to-head in our last regular season match, and we saw the Junker Queen compositions comes out. Obviously, Bastion got a bit of a buff as well, so we've been seeing a lot more Bastion in the Overwatch League. I mean, that's pretty much like the first time ever. Like, usually Bastion, a bit more of a niche troll pick, but now actually consistently in the meta. So, interesting to see what's going to happen with the meta. We've been seeing a lot more Junker Queen, and there are some sort of predictions that Junker Queen meta will be the path moving forward. But Jake, there is some alternative compositions if you'd like to play a bit slower.
Yeah, I think Toronto has been the clearest example of a team that has committed to playing the Illari, and I think there's real questions in my mind about how those matchups really are going to go against the teams who want to play a faster style, you know, these Queen Lucio comps. A lot of Genji we've been seeing theoretically should be good against Illari, but Toronto's been looking great. They've been winning their matches dominantly, and so you have to wonder, is that slow style going to stay dominant? And then we've got teams like the London Spitfire just playing their own game, not really bowing to anybody else. And in my opinion, the Rhine comp is very much viable in this patch. So still, I think a lot to be decided in the meta. I don't think we can say right now what's the strongest. I think that's for the teams to find out. And ultimately, if you've got the right read, you could be punching your ticket to Toronto.
And that's going to make predictions so hard for us because, again, some teams didn't even show their hands, right? Like just the last 2 weeks. So we don't really know what to expect from all of them. Let's take a look at the filled out bracket, I guess, just to see where we're starting things off, because although technically the planes are a double elimination bracket, the first match is not. Washington Justice and New York Excelsiors are playing for elimination here. They are ending, or one of those teams is going to end their season today. So that's going to be incredibly exciting. Now, of course, there's a lot of fields here which are blank, so we took the liberty to fill them out for you guys. Here is the combined bracket for our desk. We put our heads together, and that's 4 heads. There's a lot of heads, a lot of brains, a lot of opinions,
I like
right?
that.
But we had to come to a consensus here because we
Compromise
decided
is hard.
Compromise is hard, but it's what makes a good relationship, Jake. And that's why we work here. So we managed to fill out a combined bracket for the desk. And we also asked our casters to do the same, which we get to in just a little bit. But this is the Owl Desk prediction bracket.
The good one.
This is the good one, the real one, the probably mostly correct.
This is probably
one.
the most accurate one that you'll see.
Because it's 4 brains.
Yeah.
How wrong can we be?
Yeah, 4
I feel
heads,
like
actual 4 heads. 1, 2,
Actual
3,
4
4.
heads.
Yeah.
From my perspective, too, the most important thing to think about in terms of bracket preds is who you think's actually going to make it in the end. Because yes, there can be this different dance of, you know, who's actually winning these games in the intermediate stage, but we've got Boston and Toronto qualifying.
Toronto to Toronto!
Toronto, exactly. And
A lot of hope.
I think they're the favorites. I think that's fair to say, but I really feel that upsets are very possible.
Now, just for fun, to make it a little more embarrassing for us to actually be wrong, we also had our favorite pushbot, TS1, predict the bracket per coin toss.
Yeah,
So this is the bot bracket. Some choices here. Some actual choices.
Hey, even TS1 has
smart.
Toronto in Toronto. I respect that. I respect that.
The bot scratch bracket.
The home team fans are excited to see TS1 still in their corner.
I
Luckily,
low-key want the bots to be correct just because.
Washington sending Boston away.
Why not?
I mean, London, Toronto, it would be pretty sick to see London in the playoffs.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's kind of what we all want to see. It's hard to do predictions with your brain and the heart and everything combined. Now, of course, as I mentioned just before, we showed those 2 brackets. Our casters making brackets as well as their caster pairs. So I want to bring in the casters for this first match so we can chat a little bit about their bracket. It's going to be Lemon Kiwi and Nekra looking fantastic. You guys also filled out a bracket together with Vicky Kitty as well, since you guys are rotating. But before we get to your bracket, here's something even more important. I know there's things more important than Overwatch. It was Nekra's birthday yesterday.
Yay!
So happy birthday!
Oh, thank you guys.
The did you get to
What a
celebrate?
throwback that we get a chance to look at play-ins, which is going to be happening in Toronto. And we were in Toronto last year on my birthday for the mid-season. And honestly, like, what a great way to be able to celebrate with all of you, as well as also just do some more Overwatch today. Let's go.
I know, and I get to spend your post-birthday with you. You know, we're matching with the
excited for
bangs.
that.
I had to almost get the same hair as you. I'm just so glad to be here. And we had to sync up somehow on this bracket, which adding a third person was even more complicated.
So
I don't know how they did that with 4.
Was
How did you
there
guys
a
get that
lot of
done?
disagreement? Were there some tiny hands being thrown or nothing?
The Canadian bias was so strong to me. I had to fight 2 Americans for this, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Toronto. Sorry.
Hey, I actually, surprisingly enough, Desk, we got the exact same bracket as you. Just the scores are different.
Ah.
Wow.
So you also went with a correct bracket. I guess so. 7 brains, 7 heads.
Yeah. So it's actually 7 heads that are getting this.
Yeah.
So right now it's just us against the push bot. Great. If that bot gets anything right that we didn't, we all gonna look pretty bad. Well, I do love that.
The only big disparity was what the 3-0, 3-2 for Boston, Toronto. That was the one where Vicky, Necro, and I, we all had to fist fight about it, but I lost 2v1 on that one. It was more like what the scoreline was gonna be like. I thought it was closer. Well, we don't know how close that's gonna be, honestly.
Exactly.
That was a toss-up. I was like, it's either gonna be close or it's gonna be a stomp for Boston. That's all.
Wonderful. Well, we'll find out soon enough who's going to be right and if Lemon can pull the I told you so card or not. Either way, I'm excited to see how it all plays out. Once again, happy belated birthday. And we're going to see you ladies in just a little bit for that first match. Thank you so much for joining. Off with the hats, as much as
I'm gonna keep it on.
You can keep it on.
Yeah,
I don't want a bad hair day. You guys can do whatever you want.
Jake and I immediately
Me and Zoe
concerned
have
about the hair. I was
priorities,
like,
all right?
listen.
The hair
The
comes
party hat
first.
ever upset you? It's just happy vibes.
Yeah, well,
Good vibes.
I know.
if you've got flow, you'd be more worried, Johnny. So, you know, that's okay. You do you.
I can feel like the looks of the makeup artist glaring from the sides. Like, did they just all put hats on the hair I did? I don't know. Anyway, hats or no, we will all be going to Toronto to celebrate Overwatch with all of you, hopefully. You can still get some tickets. There are still a few left. So grab them while they're hot over on overwatchleague.com. And we'd love to see you there for the conclusion of the 6th season of the Overwatch League. Now, we've got our first elimination match to kick off this section of the format. And boys, this is a last breath moment for New York and Washington. So let's hear it, why each of those teams should have a chance. What can they do? Hype them up. I don't know what you want to do with your last breath, but I want to show you how it's done first. Danny, you get one singular breath to give us some hype. That's right.
What am I hyping about?
Teach us.
Whatever. Just show them how it's done.
Whatever?
Whatever you feel like. Whatever
I feel like?
strikes your fancy.
What speaks to your heart, Danny?
And whatever doesn't get you fired. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and have at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Korean, so I'm gonna tell you guys on a Korean dish called bulgogi. Bulgogi is made out of beef with soy sauce and some sweet. It's very sweet and it's very good as well, and it's a protein. It's beef, so it goes very well with white rice and also kimchi as well, another signature Korean dish. So you put all those 3 together, great meal. You can also put it in a soup and make it bulgogi soup.
Right? I mean, didn't like bulgogi before this.
It's a strong start. I'll be having bulgogi tonight.
Exactly. Well, you sold me on bulgogi, and now it's time to sell me on a team.
Or something. I don't know why.
Because bulgogi is great.
You did good, Danny.
You did good. You did well. You've done it. Let's kick things off here, of course, with Washington. John, you're going to give that one to you. No, you have to sell me. I know that's a tougher sell. It's a tougher sell. You get one breath to sell us on Washington in 3, 2, 1, and go.
Washington Justice has this in the bag. They have LPE in their lineup, and that's going to just be an amazing combination to this team. Of course, you have Mirror as well. It's going to be a great off-tank for this team. You can play the Jungle Queen compositions, and Jungle Queen is the way moving forward. You don't have to play the slower stuff. Don't even bother stopping in Benbest. I don't care about him. Now I just want the Washington Justice
That was a breath.
to be
That was a breath.
excel.
No, that was a breath. That was a breath.
All right, my turn.
Tiny little fishy gasp.
I felt so bad, Washington. I'm sorry.
Honestly, if I were you, all I would have said is just alpha yee.
Johnny, you never had a chance. Don't worry.
That's my bread.
You never had a chance.
All right,
you ready?
New York, let's
Mr.
3,
Debate.
2, 1, go.
New York, the first strongest piece they've got is Fitz. They can put him on support. They can also keep him on DPS on the maps. He's going to have more impact. They can also play Lucio comps, bring OG in, play a faster rush style, so they have the flexibility to hit multiple styles in this meta. I think that adaptation is going to provide them a lot of value here in the map pick format. They're going to pick maps that focus their specialty and be able to put justice on their weakness.
Damn, Johnny, you got destroyed.
Yeah, I kind of got
I gotta take debate class.
Well, now we know. Either way, some last breath arguments for either of those teams as well as Bulgogi. You, of course, can get involved too. Try to sell us on something, your opinion, give us your expression on social. See what I did there? So smart. You can end up on the big screen. Here are some of the thoughts and streams of conscience from all of you from last night. We're now going to head into a very quick break, and when we come back, that's right, we got a match to break down, the first one of today and the last one for one of those two teams. So you don't want to miss it, and all of that is going to happen after a break.
Well, Checkmate's got Shatter, and he's probably going to go in. That's all I'm saying. Oh, there it is. Oh, what a shatter from Chad, mate.
And Shu is...
He's waiting for someone to drop.
Yeah, I think
He can hear them.
Oh,
They're dropping.
It's
Oh,
huge.
the nade is huge. Shu still ends up going down, but the damage just raining from above. Pelican with a Doom-Man sticky nade kill. Who's anchoring the point right now? It's Ben Best. He was just in that corner that whole time. They couldn't get the cart around the point, around the corner. Nice capture stun. It's 4, I believe, too. Nice push out. That spear was huge from Kaluge. Just removes everybody from the defense mage, or from the lamp, sorry, and they just all detonate on top of each other. Surmichelle with a massive ultimate. They're going to open this one up. There's the pin from Checkmate. Sound barrier comes in, but Live's already dead to someone. There's the blade. No nano needed. A CJ Nos. Oh, they're all going to fall to someone's Genji. The best the world's ever seen.
Oh, okay, let's go.
Give him more. Give him more. Exactly. Well, Checkmate's got Shatter, and he's probably going to go in, is all I'm saying. Oh, there it is. Oh, what a shatter from Chad, mate. Oh, I mean, Valiant, you should have saw it coming. Rootball with the biggest grin I've ever seen in his face.
Where was the follow-up?
What else can they follow up with?
There's no healing now here for the London Spitfire, and the Houston Outlaws are just juggling perfectly.
Pelly with the blade? Okay, he did find Sparker, eventually earned himself a blade. Pelican with 4 kills in the fight, maybe 5. There you go. All right, the fight's always winnable when you got Pelican. 85% in a miracle fight for the Houston Outlaws to keep him in it.
Welcome, everyone. We're getting ready for the first match of the day. Washington Justice and New York Excelsior. One of those teams will be going home, much to their dismay, much to his, I don't know. Why are you so happy about it? Yeah, to your delight. How can anyone be so evil and so likable all at once? It's very strange, very strange. Now, these are the gentlemen fighting for it all. Washington Justice, lots of talent, of course, on that roster. We've seen it time and time again, but how will they come together when everything is on the line? They will be facing off against the New York Excelsior squad, which, again, also having some absolute standout players who had a bit of a walking, talking highlight reel here for some of those in the last 2 weeks, really making a good case for themselves to be the top dog in this very game. But let's talk individuals. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Starting with Washington here, Johnny. I mean, the one player we all gonna have our eyes on here has to be Alpha Yi and him on that Genji.
Yeah, I mean, moving into this meta, if we're going to see more Junker Queen, it comes down a lot to the skilled players on both of the teams. We saw a lot of Genjis excel, for example, last week. So for the Washington Justice, you have two really solid damage pairs going into this elimination match. So Alfie on the Genji here in the Summit qualifiers, you take a look at his stats, and the hero damage isn't quite there, but the Dragon Blade kills definitely are there. Being able to get value, the efficiency with that ultimate is going to be massive here. Alfie on that Genji, I think is going to really help the Washington Justice to bring the pace and bring the momentum in Washington Justice's favor against the New York Excelsior here. So I think Alfie is a player that you can definitely rely on in this elimination match against New York.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they'll need him because it's Alpha Yi who's the one who's going to shut down potentially the threats from the New York Excelsior, right? That's kind of the role of Genji in a lot of these comps, is to take that speed boost, whether it's Junker Queen, take the shout, and get in on top of those Excelsior players. And we know Alpha Yi can do it. I'm just worried because I think you just can't do it alone on Genji. Not that he will be, but the team play is going to be so important in this meta.
That's exactly it, right? Because Alpha Yi has shown that he can do everything and then some, and the team can still lose despite his best efforts. So they all have to come together. Now, on the other side, New York Excelsior, one of the standout players here, also looking at the DPS player, has to be Fitz.
Yeah, I think this team in New York, they've realized that Fitz is like a key strength for them. Whether it's on a map where they wanted to play DPS, he's been lights out on that role. But also, when he's brought at the Iliari, I think he's been probably the best of the DPS players pulling out the Iliari. It really suits Fitz. Like, it definitely is his strength. And, they were able to upset the Titans there. I mean, I think that's already like a great start for New York, looking like a team that is peaking at the right moment for playoffs. Whereas Justice, I feel like they've been a little bit struggling as of late, not winning their final match. I think the opponent's different strengths, so I don't know if we can't really use the transitive property of Overwatch here. I don't believe in it, but I do think New York has the flexibility to play different styles in the meta and in a map pick format. It's going to make them harder to pick against. Where Justice feels like they want to play rush, they want to play fast comps. New York's going to be able to bring out like the Circuit Royales, maybe the Coliseum is like a weaker of the rush map, or a new Queen Street. Just they have better options to put Washington in a place they don't want to be. Whereas for New York, I don't think they care. They're going to play rush with OG on certain maps. They're going to bring out Fitz and play double flex support if they want to play slow on others.
Which team do you feel like has more depth in terms of the composition they can be playing here, Johnny?
I feel like New York has more because of what Jake talked about, because of Fitz, right? I think that Washington Justice, honestly, I kind of just want to see them one trick the Junker Queen composition and play lots more Lucio, right? It's a pretty beneficial on game modes like Flashpoint, for example. Whereas New York Excelsior, I mean, they could happily, with Loser's Pick, especially here now in an elimination match, you could go to, Circuit Royale in map 5 or something like that to slow things down, and I think they'd be pretty comfortable on that.
Right on. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I just feel like, due to the fact that we have losers pick, the matches hopefully will be played very close, because you can play to your strength that way, especially if you know that the different teams, they all might be rocking up with a lot of different compositions to do just that. So I still went with the New York Excelsior for this one. I do, however, believe that it's going to be a very closely fought match.
I also want New York Excelsior. I think Johnny and Jake, what Jake said, but they said it the best. Them being able to flex out to different compositions depending on the map, I think that gives them the huge advantage against Washington Justice.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think there's an advantage here for New York. However, I do feel that if Justice is like the dominant team on this rush style and they're able to like win those maps decisively, they do have a way back in this series. I think New York is going to be able to take that head to head and just at least go even on it. And then, like I said, bringing out those specialist map picks rather, I think that'll give New York the edge.
One back.
Oh, wow!
than your first one. That was better than your first one.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
could have just done that. I don't know. I mean, Alfie, it's so hard to count against him because he's shown, especially now that he gets to play heroes like Genji, where you can make a lot of work for your team. Like you can have those massive moments and just like turn a fight around on your own with a good blade. But
bring the aggression.
Still just Alfie though. It's still
play Lucio, speed boost, shout, dash in, just go in.
You make
go
it sound
in,
so simple.
And you can make it happen.
I mean,
Okay.
I think this first
Well
map,
then.
this first map's going to be a bellwether because they're going to be playing likely a Rushmere. We saw OG in the lineup, and so I think, Justice. I think they need to win confidently on this first map to feel like they have like a hope to do what you're hoping they will in this.
I'm hoping. Please.
I don't think it's a crazy prediction. I mean, this absolutely can go either way, especially in a map pick format. You slip up on one of your map picks, the series can fall away from you.
Yeah, and we still don't know if both teams have shown us all their cards or if there was something specifically they, like maybe didn't show just yet. Something we showed a little earlier and we'd love to show again. All right, casters for this one. Necro and Lemon Kiwi coming in. And how confident are you guys about your prediction for this match? You also think it's going to be a close one?
I don't know, Necro, man. We predicted New York, right, in our bracket, but it's Justice that won last time, and it's playing, so the stakes are so high, and the teams get a humongous buff from this. I don't know. What do you think?
I'm still gonna go New York's way. I just feel like they're coming into this one with a little bit more practice and prep in terms of just how much they've been able to show us in these last 2 weeks, and I guess it's a little bit of recency bias when you just take a look at how well put together their compositions feel right now.
Yes, this is like, it's only been a couple matches, right, during this meta, and there's going to be a whole different one for playoffs, and play-ins are so much hype. This first match, y'all, Justice versus the Excelsior, the loser is out. The end of the season, the end of the road. We actually have to take an extra minute just to get everyone seated because Get Amazed with the Justice had to have a huddle. This is a team with so much passion.
It really is. Every single loss, every single win, there's always so much that this team dissects to take away from that learning experience. And Washington Justice, they are coming into the rest of this patch with 2 losses under their belt already. They had some really tough opponents, though. They went up against the Atlanta Reign, and they went up against the Toronto Defiant in this patch, and both of those teams look incredibly good. So I wonder if Zoe's right. Maybe there is a little bit of something that Washington Justice just haven't got a chance to quite show us yet.
You're like, yeah, both these teams look good. Mira's like, I'm gonna make sure I look good. He's like checking his bags. He's perfectly.
He's got the phone out to do the selfie,
I'm so dead. Okay, well, see how dead they are in our first map. This is picked by the Excelsior. We're going to Antarctic Peninsula.
Right, we got Antarctic Peninsula. New York are the upper seed, so they get a chance to pick this map first, and then it's going to go to a loser's pick. And this map is really interesting because neither of these teams really have too much experience on it. Washington Justice have played this twice, and both of them were losses versus the Toronto Defiant as well as the Atlanta Reign. And New York, they're also not the strongest on this map just based on how many times that they played it and what their record has been. But maybe that's the secret. Play something that isn't so familiar and maybe you trip up your opponent.
I gotta inject drama into this. Not that, the match for
Hit me with the
season.
tea.
The drama. Flores going up against his former team, the one that put him in the league, and he could be the one that knocks him out for good for the season. But he has to go up against Fitz on, well, usually a Sojourn pick. We'll see if Flores swaps, usually for the TP out, but that's a tough matchup for him.
That is going to be so tough, especially with the pop-offs that we ended up seeing from Fitz just in these past 2 weeks. This Sojourn, just such a critical pick to go on those flanks and make sure that you can get those overclocks and those railgun shots, because sometimes that is just a big difference maker if you can snipe somebody out already. And we're going to end up seeing the Orisa coming out from Kellen and Mir on the Junker Queen. This is another matchup that I've had my eyes on between both of these tanks.
And missed Maywall from Psycho. Justice able to squeeze out of that. Points about to unlock though, and Justice are in a position first, but this is the low ground. New York can kind of just juggle both sides, see if they can sneak up behind. I think Psycho is trying to do that, slowing Alpha Yi on his entry, reinforces hyping this guy up, and Alpha Yi's dealing some of the highest in this match. So far, it is Justice capping first as they went for the fight. New York went for a back cap. Both teams playing this ring around the rosy where how has Alpha Yi just lived this long? He got an important shout there for Mirror to live through that. Excelsior got desperate for that kill and they ended up tripping over their shoelaces.
Well, that's Donghoon right there. You talk about Alpha Yi staying alive, and that's just the pocket that Donghoon has been able to prepare for Alpha Yi. Whether it's going to be the speed or whether it's the healing boost, Alpha Yi knows that he is covered, especially with such a great player. I mean, Lemon Kiwi, you had a chance to cast Donghoon before, and he really is a standout support.
You don't get to say that about a lot of main supports, especially Brig players. Donghoon was so aggressive on the Lucio, but especially known for his Brigida on Dreamers, and one of the very few players that got picked up from contenders recently. Let's see how this Photon Barrier does. Protects Justice well. Alfie's just gonna dash past it, right in the line of fire of an Amp Matrix placed there by OG. New York didn't even really get to use it. They hid away. The Justice poke is too strong. Captain Sun from Creative cuts down Flora. Alpha Yi with the blade, still getting kills at the HP that he has. Immortality from Teru kept him up too.
This is starting to look really rough for New York. You've got Fitz on the Sojourn. The Overclock did absolutely nothing into the team. They didn't even need to invest the sound barrier into that fight. They didn't even have it online. So the fact that Washington Justice were able to just strike first and strike harder, this Alpha Yi Genji, what an ace in the hole for Washington Justice, and something that New York are struggling to work around. That was a huge blade and such a big difference maker. And now Mirror's gonna have the Rampage too.
Oh, Mirror just went behind. Rampage 2, Creative and Fitz are dead, and this was the last fight for the point. Well, of course, his Blizzard's gonna come out. Does he get the trade? Psycho gets one, but that's all the work that Excelsior have gotten done on this first round, and 100-0 is quite the statement to make. Huddle buff? We'll see on round 2.
Kind of feels like a huddle buff. Whatever Get Amazed said to them, it feels like it is just such a confidence booster. And confidence is so king when it comes down to playing in these high-stakes matches. Because if you're confident, that can affect the way that you play. Maybe you play a bit more aggressively. You play with a bit more wind in your sails. And Mirror going over the Junker Queen, so confident right now. That is a huge pocket pick for him too.
Go to sub-level, where the rush can be very important on that high ground. You had the Orisa, you had the Junker Queen, a Mirror, the creativity that he brings to ignore that tank and go for the back line. Excelsior have to be careful for this. This decides map number 1, and this was New York's pick.
This was New York's pick, but it feels like it's going to be coming up Justice if they can keep this up. Flora's going to be switching over to the Sojourn for this as well. Sub-level has so much high ground that you can play around and so many flank routes that the Sojourn can be really effective on. And so now we get a chance to see the Flora and Fitz duel with the Sojourn, as well as whether or not like this Psycho May can actually slow down this Alpha Yi Genji. And it can't right now.
New York have struggled. Oh, well, now they're going to talk about that. Alpha Yi has had so much freedom, but he has really great mobility on the Genji, double jumping, dashing in, going behind, trying to split up that focus of New York. It's worked out. Of course, Mirror places the shout pretty strategically to help Alpha Yi get that extra cushion to escape those situations. Even at 20 HP, Alpha Yi is finding value on the blades. The desk were absolutely right that Alpha Yi was going to be a factor for Justice.
Really and truly though, because even when you look at just the last 2 matches that Washington Justice played, like even the Toronto Defiant loss for them was actually quite close. And a huge difference maker was Alpha Yi. Those blades are just such strong fight winners for this team. He doesn't even need the nano boost to pull that off, and I think that's really special in a meta like this. If you can go in with a vanilla blade and constantly get 2 to 3 player picks, that's just perfect. You can't expect any more else from a Genji like that.
Not sure what the pause is about, but we're about to go back in. Justice all smile. I would be too. Winning 100-0 the first round. Looks like the first fight is going their way. Teru, good immortality too. Alpha, he's killed too, so they can just keep going.
They keep going, and they're just gonna continue to get bodies. Like New York Excelsior at this point, they really need to start picking up the pace, whether it's going to be an opening pick from Fitz's Sojourn, or even just making sure that they can play more together as a unit. Something that I think is really interesting about New York right now is that they're playing OG and Creative on Baptiste and Olari respectively. Usually when we've seen the Baptiste and Olari backline, it's been Fitz moving over to the support lineup instead of OG to play the Olari, and so Creative can continue to play that Baptiste. So I wonder if this is kind of New York, again, like as you said, kind of tripping over those shoelaces, getting a little bit dizzy in terms of how they want to actually play this comp, and I feel like the lack of Lucio is hurting them a little bit just with their mobility.
When Alpha is farming them, though, how can you have a thought? New York sometimes prioritize the objective. They don't know when they want to go for the fight. How do you get this monkey off of your back? Of this damn Genji sliced up your backline. It's gotta be up to the straight mechanics of OG and Creative. These are heroes that should be able to duel, especially if you can catch Alpha E without that deflect.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something else that Fitz is having a hard time playing around, is that deflect is just so powerful to be able to send a charged railgun shot right back at you. And even still, like, Flora is also checking him so beautifully. Alfie has a play!
3 for 1 slice? Are you serious? Especially with the immortality, like, there's only so much you can do. Your immortality only buys you a few seconds. You need to kill him. The slows of the Mei are not enough. Justice could go 200-0 flawless if New York don't have a solution.
I mean, Flora has the overclock. Just set him up on a high ground. That is such a strong way to shut down New York as they start to come back in to recontest this point. And Mir's behind them with the rampage.
Oh, here it comes. But Creative Sun from New York, the Blizzard, the Ant Matrix, Excelsior throwing everything at this. But the anti-heal, the rampage is too much. New York don't even have supports. And Psycho is just being trapped. He's like, I'm gonna put myself in a cage. 99 to 100. Make that 200-0 for Justice on their first map.
Justice came at this with a game plan. That huddle worked. Whatever it was that was said to them, they looked like they were all smiles and all confidence heading into this first map. New York, though, they are a scrappy team. This is not a team that I would count out by any stretch of the means, especially when they get a chance to pick again moving forward into the next map. But what do you do? What do you do against this team?
I don't know. I just know that the Mei wasn't it. You're just not finding the valuable Mei walls. Even on this first round, they just weren't perfect. If you leave just an inch and they can get away, you lose all of that Mei wall value. The Blizzard, I mean, Justice are just such a mobile team. I think the Mei needed to come out for something, another answer to the Genji, a Genji of their own even. I don't know, but New York just didn't fight fire with fire.
It just looks so rough around the edges. But, you know, that's something about Control that has always been so unique, right? Is these are so scrappy, you end up looking at momentum, and hey, Jen, we got our next map pick. We're going to Midtown.
Quick pick by New York, and this is a best of 5, so not a lot of time. Maybe New York need one of those huddles and figure out how do you deal with the Genji. He's on your screen, he is the threat. Alpha Yi, the ceiling is high. We'll see what happens on the other side of the break. Justice doubters, where are you at? Because 200-0 on Control is something else, and we got the man for the job for map number 2. Ben Best is in.
Ben Best versus Mirror. This was a question that was on everybody's minds heading into this match, is who's going to actually play these maps? There looked like there would be a game plan heading into that final match for Washington just last week versus Toronto, where Mirror and Ben Best, they kind of just traded spots. And Mirror coming back in though, now that's a new one. To see him in the support lineup, we haven't seen this yet, outside of that one time that he subbed in for Donghoon.
Yeah, I was talking to the Justice about why not have Teru on the Delare, since they don't have that second double flex. They prefer they prefer Teru in on the BAP, with another Illari choice being Mirror. You know, that former DPS skill, it's still in him. It's still there. But OG being in tells me, okay, we're probably going to see more Lucio, and pretty important to just be able to momentum push your way through this under subway side.
Yeah, so Ben Best coming into the roster, I would expect to see some Orisa here. That was the main tank that he ended up playing in that last patch match. And then for Mirror, I would love to see the Illari come out here. He has such high mechanical skill. And this is not the first time we've seen a DPS actually slot into that support role to play the Illari specifically. I mean, take a look at Fitzy on the other side, right? Going over to actually take the Illari instead of creative. So I'd love to see if this is going to be something that pays off for the Justice. Having the Ashe as well on the high ground is so nice to also just have that dot damage too from the Dynamites when New York Excelsior come in, because they're coming in as a unit.
I like that OG's on the BAP. I forgot that even back in the day, he was like known as this Lucio god, but then started picking up the Zen. And we thought, man, just not that many main supports that have been able to start flexing into that flex support role. And now for the BAP, gotta show those mechanics, try to poke your way through, get the kills you need to get through this side. This is just such a tough choke to get through.
Really, it's because, like, where do you go, right? You can go down main, but then you run the risk of potentially getting speared or even just getting headshot. Flora has the ability to just take out, like, Squishy Hero in, like, a 2-3 tap, plus the Dynamite. And you also can go behind these chokes, I guess, but that's also really tough because you have the Torbjorn turret that's going to be set up. That's something you got to take out right away, but Alpha Yi still has the ability to go set that up somewhere else once that's down.
Yeah, good awareness from Flora. Keep your focus on the main choke, but also throw those dynamites to try and zone off that back alleyway flank that you pointed out. New York have maybe crept their way through, but Psycho getting that first pick and winning against Alpha E was trying to protect Flora there at the time. Justice, the angles around them are being taken and getting shredded. New York can, with good patience, move their way towards the point.
That was really fantastic patience too, because I feel like there are a lot of opportunities for New York Excelsior to actually overextend. Like, you get the turret down, fantastic, like, go. But there were still so many other obstacles in the way that New York were able to get down. Just take care of the flankers, Alpha E and Flora. Make sure you limit the amount of damage you're going to end up taking, because, you know, Baptiste does do a lot of burst healing, but also when you take a look at Creative being able to set up that pylon, you want to make sure that that's going to be in a stationary enough place that your team can actually get some use out of it. And look at this too, Alpha is just out on his own.
Captain Sun and just a tiny room like that. W goes to Creative. And New York have gotten first bloods quite a few times in these fights, so they just get to keep on pushing. Benfest can do all he can to slow it down, but he's not holding that bridge.
So tough too once you are already down a member or so. You're just gonna get run over by the New York Excelsior, especially when Kellen is playing this Orisa. This is a hero he's really started to shine on, and he's able to take those mirrors toe-to-toe with so many other Orisas in the league so far. Definitely leading the charge when it comes to that damage output on the Orisa versus everybody else in the West, and you're seeing it here. That's Terra Surge online, and you do not want to be stuck in a small room against that.
Justice trying to retake that bridge. The Matrix from OG assures that this payload will go past that bridge, and I got the overclock of Fitz, and he's staring right at that Matrix from Teru with no fear in his eyes. New York are running this. This was their map choice, although, you know, Antarctic was their map choice too, but this is New York looking so much better and honestly unstoppable.
We're gonna forget about AP real fast because I feel like New York Excelsior coming into this just have such a better game plan. That's one of the reasons why Control has always been so difficult to actually use as a litmus test in terms of moving forward in the match outside of, it could be really close. Let's look at like a 99 to 100% on all of these rounds. But when you have a team like Washington Justice that are so momentum-based and they're just able to capture the point first or even just like stop the onslaught, right, on a defense, it's just not happening this time. The shoe's on the other foot. New York Excelsior, they've already got the turret down. That's a big source of damage now gone here for the Justice, and you can have someone like Fitz go on a flank. Where are they go? What are Mir and Alpha you doing?
Try to go on this high ground, I guess, to get another angle on New York. Again, just ignoring the Orisa is just so important with how much armor she has. It's, we got a Torbok, Alpha Yi wins. And high ground for him, and that gives him a great angle on the back line. And even with the arc that Torbjorn's primary fire has, like, Alpha Yi shows that he truly can play anything.
Well, I mean, he is a Genji player, so I would assume his knowledge of geometry is actually quite good. Or at least the physics in this game, right? something science. Alpha Yi is a goat. I think that's all she wrote right there. But Washington Justice are making a bit of an adjustment. You've got Flora on the Widowmaker now. So even more pick potential when it comes down to the scope shots that Flora can take. And even just be able to snipe down something like the turret. But we've got Fitz still just kind of working up to an overclock. Maybe that's going to be the way that New York Excelsior can break into this. And Kellen has yet to use this Orisa ult. What are you going to do here with the Terra Surge?
Run at them. Donk walk. I don't know what it's going to take, but Justice at least getting a stop to New York when they hadn't lost the fight up until this point. Good for the defense. That time make, though, still intimidating. Benbest is very low. That could be an opening for New York. Flora is on the Widow. He needs as much space as possible. He needs to depend on Benbest. He's going for that Terra Surge. And there's a lot of objects broken up, but Fitz is dead. So I think Justice have done enough to slow down Excelsior with those 2 kills.
They have, for sure. I mean, the Amplification Matrix to kick things off. You just open up so many possibilities to scatter the New York Excelsior into a small room, but that's not going to stop them right now. We're going to see Captive Sons on both sides, but this time it's Mirror.
Shining bright like a diamond. Don't DMCA them. A Mirror caught them all in this tiny room. Makes them glow like a Christmas tree. Justice with back-to-back stops, and you're seeing Benbest being more confident to run in with that Terra Surge and continue to push New York back. We'll see how long Justice can hold.
New York have almost a full slate of ultimates, though. So you're really looking at them try to push the pressure just a little bit more. That card doesn't have too much more to go. If you use something like the Molten Core as well as the Terra Surge to be able to kind of just push it over the line. But right now, you're looking at Fitz's Overclock to really open things up. Amplification Matrix as well can help to zone the Washington Justice back and make sure that they're able to just make that progress forward. They are at the 2-minute mark. Starting to tick down a little bit, but that's plenty of time to actually get these ults off.
Goodbye, Flora. You almost over-channeled that. It's almost to a BM state there, Kellen. Good opening there for New York, and I don't think anyone's going to stop this Warhorse, and I don't think it's going to be you, Teru. Kellen just single-handedly winning that fight gets New York one fight away from the end.
And that's so nice as well, because Fitz can just stay back, use this overclock, push around this corner, hold this defensive position as that cart continues to inch closer to its final destination. And Flora going down, that's a huge opening here for New York to just completely close out the map here.
God, does Flora swap off of this? You're at the end of the road. I got in for a sec, though I can't swap. So I understand. Amp Matrix. Is Flora going to want to use that? At least you got the Molten Core to kind of push New York off of the cart. Overclock, I could see Fitz jumping in, and maybe not. Now that Justice have stabilized, they got that pick, and New York will have to reset.
Another reset here for New York, and now this is where you start to run out of time. You get the Captive Sun online, Kellen is going to be able to also work up to another Terra Surge, as long as he's able to do enough damage, but Fitz has yet to use this Overclock. New York have been holding onto ultimates here. I would like to see them actually use it before they get caught by this Captive Sun.
Oh, the immortality is barely keeping them up, but Kellen, there's no running from this. Fitz Does he get enough traits with the overclock? He's gotten one on the Alpha E. You've taken care of the carry. There's only a Widow of Flora to worry about, but with Justice having respawn advantage, this is the end of the road for New York on this attack. Captive Sun from Creative was the last hurrah. And with like, what, 4 or 5 minutes that New York had on C, for them not to finish is quite surprising.
It's surprising, but this third point is still one of the toughest to assail when it comes down to Midtown. You just don't have too many ways that you can surprise your opponents. And so, well, it is easy to sit here and say, oh yeah, just use the overclock. I can understand why New York Excelsior didn't see too many openings to actually get that ult off. And so when you take a look at that, like, hats off to the Washington Justice too, right? On the other side of things, that was a 5-minute timing that they had to whittle down. And they were able to use those strong defensive positions around the corners to really get that done. And also, super smart ultimate usage.
New York's, approaches on the point I was a big fan of not just funneling all into 1 point of damage. You're really testing the Justice focus there of how they're keeping their eyes on the alleyway. Where is their damage? Can you catch Flora reloading? Whatever the case is. New York really snowballed it, avalanche through most of this map. They have just good win conditions too. They took bridge control and made sure that Justice couldn't retake off the Amp Matrix of OG. And you thought that avalanche was just going to continue on the point C, but then Justice had one fight win and one that allowed them to just breathe. And then the Justice were able to go with their normal game plan of cycling their ults and doing so well, like you said.
It was really stellar how much value they were able to get out of each individual ultimate as well. You know, just going for like one Terra Surge or even just being able to combo that with just one other ultimate. Washington Justice always had something in the bank to be able to contend with what New York were going to throw at them. Especially when that point is a bit defensively favored. You know, hey, you still have to be able to get the job done. So let's take a look at what's going to happen on the defense for New York. They're going to come out with the same old that they used on the attack here, but the biggest difference maker for Washington is it's going to be Flora on the Hanzo on their attack push.
The 3-2 split is nice. Flora can get those first picks and have consistent damage. Sojourn has to build up to that charge, and Fitz is having no problem with that. And as Justice come out like rats, Fitz is trying to cut them down, but so far it's Justice winning the pick battle. New York, though, are weak. They gotta be careful on this defense. They're trying to take shelter, but that space given over to the Justice to move over, and Flora with 2 blows open this point for the Justice.
I caught the healing pylon placement there too from Mirror. Like, even though Mirror got taken out, that healing pylon is still active. Like, it doesn't go away when the Illari goes down. And so Flora was able to just sit by this doorway, have the healing pylon completely pump that healing into him. And so even though he got really low, he got insta-healed. That was so fast and effective, and now Flora just off to such a blazing start, and Washington Justice, they're really pumping up the gas. Like, look at this. Flora's gonna have the Dragon Strike online, Tyros and the Amp Matrix. It's gonna be the first ultimates online here. New York are struggling to keep up. They've got to start getting this defense nailed, and that's an Alpha Yi Psycho like Torbjorn.
Yeah, Psycho just didn't get enough support holding that corner. It's all the way at the bridge. It was up to Psycho and Kellen to just communicate when the disengage was going to happen. Psycho takes the L. New York give up all of this space and control, especially of this bridge. With Justice having Amp Matrix, this could be another snowball situation, but this time for the Justice, look at the Captive Sun. This was sneaking up on the card. Burst down the Alpha Yi, control back to the defense, but how's the high ground going? Justice throw down the Dragon Strike to push New York back. To get into kills though, it's all Fitz starting to tip, and that's against Kellen could be the final decider of bridge control, and Justice are still pushing.
Oh, that cart just keeps moving forward ever so slightly. If New York aren't careful, that could just be a back cap, but it's going to be a get out of dodge situation. Washington Justice are able to regroup so quickly. And they're going to be going back in before New York Excelsior have time to breathe. Look at Kellen trying to make this rotation away from this high ground because of how quickly Washington Justice have moved on this. And Fitz able to fire back with a Dragon Strike now.
Oh yeah, that Dragon Strike splits up the Justice, who fire back with the Amp Matrix. Ben Best sits at the door. New York are not getting this bridge back. But Justice also don't have someone able to push the cart. Flora maybe can't be left on his own. You got a captive Sun. Benbest does not want the smoke. So New York will win back the bridge thanks to that. And of course, that pick on the Alfie early helped a lot. So see how long New York are stabilized for.
And New York know that Alfie is a problem. You do have to focus him down, otherwise he could get out of hand, especially with the turret placement and just being able to get that nice crossfire with someone like Flora on the Hanzo. New York are able to set this up too, but knowing that they've been able to stabilize this defense, they have a much easier time now trying to stop this cart. That cart is slowly inching back under the car wash right now as well. And here comes the molten core, but New York Excelsior are able to scatter away from this.
Don't worry, Alfie. Nobody's going there. Good multi-core, though. You got New York stressing. They're going to fire back with their own. A multi-core from Psycho sort of placed on that high ground to try to dissuade Justice from being there, but not a problem. Eru pulls to the Ant Matrix, but unfortunately not having it as New York are jumping up there. Kellen is in their face. Oh, she places it right in front of Kellen. The Ant Matrix trying to, well, shred the Justice, who is Mirror's captive son, just wins them the fight. That is insane.
That was so gross. Like, look at how much damage Illari can do, and this is one of the reasons why teams are swapping those DPS players over to play this hero. But New York Excelsior are able to come back with a team of 5, and that's Creative's time to shine.
Oh. Redbetson channeled the Terror Surge long enough to kill Psycho, and that was the only one caught in it. Justice only have one healer, too, of Terror, who's sitting comfortably on the top bridge. New York trying to see if they can get around Benbest, who's protecting his DPS as best as he can, but New York with the space, with Fitz, the headshot onto Flora. The defense can take this back, and Justice are running out of time to get the job done. It trades back and forth. Benbest is low. Mirror back, but for how long? New York, just matchup, it's just better.
It's been so good too. This is just night and day from what happened on that third point on their attack as well. Instead of just being able to throw things at the wall and just seeing what sticks, things are actually sticking. And so New York, they've got the ultimate advantage going into this final minute. And you're right, Jen, they're running out of time. If Washington Justice don't get this card over the line and buy themselves some extra time, that is going to be New York tying up the series. But New York have so much to throw at this. If they throw everything, they still have like the Torb ult to be able to cycle through for the next time, and I don't think New York have to throw everything at this. As long as they don't get caught by Flora's Dragon Strike, which is really just a zoning tool at this point, they're gonna be okay. Creative got the captive son.
Kellen should maybe go contest the card, but he's prioritizing the bridge. Wow, the Terror Surge into the Dragon Strike. New York cooking up the perfect combo. Benbest thought he could just sneak the card, but he's not invisible. Justice wipe at the 30-second mark. This could be New York tying the series.
If Arissa Crouch is low enough, then she can't be seen through the card, but sadly she's too tall. So yeah, that was just a great attempt at being able to push the fight a little bit closer to the payload, which would have played into Justice's game plan. But now you've got 9 seconds left, they gotta race back to the cart, and you've got the amplification matrix to start to zone them off.
Hey, Dragon Strike from Flora gets some bridge control, but someone has to stay on the card. So far, it's Alpha E. Benbest, you need to W. Where is Benbest going? Taking the longest route around Alpha E's head. Justice are able to touch. Benbest has emerged, and he has to be the anchor. That is why you're substituted in. But your damage output is simply too strong. And the captive son, the Terror Ant Matrix, didn't make enough of a difference. And the Justice fall New York to tie things up.
Really strong showing from New York on their home territory as well. Maybe they just have been able to use Union Station just a little bit longer than Washington Justice have, looking at the public transit options. But even still, just like how far they were able to push the payload, Washington Justice on their attack push already had their backs against a wall. That is so much time to have to make up. And sadly, like once New York Excelsior got firm control of that high ground, there was just no getting through that. It was such great crossfire coming through from Fitz and Psycho on the Hanzo and the Torb, and then Kellen as well, just showing why he is one of the best Orisa in the West right now. So much confidence behind his plays.
And Justice, they were good at taking bridge control, but not holding it. New York's plans, immaculate. Whether it's the Terror Surge, Dragon Strike, the Captive Sun value, this was a good matchup, but New York's plans just a little bit better, and hence why they thrived. This was their map pick. and they came in with a firm strategy. Kellen, I think, I would give him the tank matchup there too. The DPS picks were in favor of New York. Justice, I think, had a valiant push through the point, especially off the floor. The double headshot was insane, but it just wasn't enough for Justice to really snowball past point B.
You could see how much Kellen was able to get done with the Orisa as well. Just looking at how much he was able to convert over those Terra Surges too. Whether it was kind of getting down the Immortality field or the Summon or just making sure you were getting 2 players. Really nice stuff coming out from them, but now it's Washington Justice's turn to pick the next map.
Oh, but it was 200-0 on Control. We get to go to Control Junior. It's Flashpoint, it's Suravasa, it's Justice's map pick. Who will take a lead in the series, go to match point, get 1 step closer to playoffs? We'll find out on the other side of the break. banger of a video for a banger of a match. The New York growth story. It's amazing to see how much these players have improved, but especially a guy like Kellen. This is a guy you build a team around. He is so confident. His coach Chunggoon said that he is confident no matter what meta is in. He has, in his eyes, hasn't struggled, and well, stats speak for themselves.
They really do, though. I mean, Kellen, even just coming into this week, when you take a look at his Orisa stats from this patch alone, is really just like leading the charge when it comes down to damage output, ultimate conversion, as well as survivability. Like, he doesn't die very often, and you can see why. Not only from the healing that OG and Creative can pump in, but he also knows how to use those cooldowns in such a way that he just isn't always at risk of dying. And so I think that's something that's really special about a player like Kellen, where you talk about growth, but how many different heroes have we really seen him on this season? It's the Winston, like he shows like the Junker Queen, the Ramatra. He's really shown us everything, and he has been improving over and over again.
And speaking of flexible things, guess who's back? It's Mirror. Who had to check his hair. He's all smiles. Donghoon, happy to be back too. Main support. We're going to Flashpoint Suravasa in case you missed that before the break. This is for Match Point, who is going to lead the series where, well, it did look better with Mirror in the lineup. I think just the aggression that came out of Kellen is what made a huge difference. He wasn't afraid, like you said, to go and Terra Surge the DPS. And he was good at identifying the windows where the opposing Orisa is out of armor. And that is the moment you need to strike down that Orisa, because she's just, you know, unkillable otherwise.
Oh, for sure, though. Like, just how much shield she really has is so difficult to chew through. So once you are more vulnerable, absolutely strike first and just take them out of the equation. One of the reasons, though, why Mirror's coming back in, though, yeah, we get to see more Junker Queen, and we also get a chance to see Alpha Yi on that difference maker Genji. And when you go back to the tried and true, that really can just be just a way to be able to get to that match point. We saw how effective this was even on the first map of today on Antarctic Peninsula.
No, Lucio from New York is interesting. I feel like a lot of
that
teams...
is weird.
Yeah, not very fast without him. And then you have the Junker Queen, which adds just another layer of speed and engage that Justice can use to take the fight when they want to, on their terms. Alfie on the top, doing some scouting. The point is unlocked. It's up to the Aristas to be that anchor. Alfie puts pressure on the back line. He's made his way through. He's got Fist already half health. But Kellen is so low. Alfie decides to redirect that attention towards the tank. Great skills out of OG and Creative to make sure that tank is alive. But because Kellen disengaged, the point is given up to the Justice, the Cats first. It's going to be very hard to retake without a recontest, as Alfie will be up to him to break open New York, who just don't seem to care about him at all.
Oh, but Terra's immortality field is now down, so this might be the time for New York to strike the Ant Matrix.
Look at that
Alfie
boy.
doesn't care.
Dash through 3 people back and forth. 3 kills for Alfie. It was just a matter of time. And I like that New York are just not going to panic and let Alfie ruin their structure, but Alfie was a problem on Control before.
And he's going to continue to be a problem. Ooh, I mean, like, I understand New York's strategy here. Washington Justice are playing such an aggressive composition. You have the Lucio speed. You called out as well that Mirror has a way to be able to get them into things faster with the commanding shout too on the Junker Queen. And New York at this point say, okay, well, you guys probably beat us at the speed game, but what if we bulk down this composition enough that we just can withstand some of that damage and that pressure and just play together as a unit? Look, they're not really dying to...
They're dying a lot. Cora says this ends now at 90+%. Yeah, he gets blown up. Look at this point. 100-0 for the Justice. A bit of deja vu of how AP went on map 1. So that's the first point for you. Wow.
That was explosive. I mean, when you take a look at that too, you just wait for that immortality field to go down, and then that overclock is at its prime. But as we take a look at where we're going next on this Flashpoint map, let's take a look at Palace. This is going to be really interesting to see how both of these teams play around this, because you do have those high ground nests that you can play through at each of the corners of this flashpoint. So Fitz and Flora both can get set up for success here. But it was Washington Justice that beat them to the point first, and that's where the speed is so important.
And the central fountain acts as a good point of cover. Mirror gets stuck up with 100 HP, but he gets healed back up. That is Justice have the Stone Bear, the Dragon Blade, a big investment. Because Justice know how important it is to cap the point first. And like I said, with that fountain in the middle, you can avoid a lot of the poke war. New York are gonna have to engage in to retake this.
I mean, that was an expensive fight coming through from the Justice, but as you talk about investment, they're really hoping that the stocks of being able to actually take control of this point first are going to go to the moon. Because now that you have invested all of that, it's the onus on New York Excelsior to get back into this. You can even see how far forward Washington Justice were playing. And, oh, they're walking right in.
Sarah hid inside of a room and rampage from behind New York. They don't give up though. They popped their Ant Matrix, might have gotten one pick, but this May that New York are having issues executing around. You can't slow down the Justice if they're already behind you.
I thought we were playing Overwatch 2, not Peekaboo, but I guess Mirror's on a different page when it comes to what game we're playing, and they still have control of the point right now. New York Excelsior have to start pivoting back, but there's still that dynamic duo of Donghoon and Flora on the point, and Mirror's already back because he switched over to the Doomfist.
Justice overextended out of this point to get those stagger kills, and Kellen, the Orisa, can 1v5, and that is the 2 kills that New York were able to get to retake this point. The emergency Doomfist comes out, which is not incredibly strong against Orisa with the fortified, the javelins. It's supposed to recontest, maybe off the walls. If New York can find an angle past Kellen, this will be good for Justice.
Well, this is where New York Excelsior's comp is going to shine as well. May is always going to be in a better spot when you are playing from a defensive position. So the fact that New York Excelsior get a chance to play around this fountain too, that is called a lot of cover, and oh boy.
Oh, Creative was so smart around how he threw that doorway when Flora popped the overclock. Did not want to lose value on the captive stun, but then also didn't transmit enough damage. New York fall, and Justice, if they win back this point, well, that'll be Palace taken in their hands, and that'll put them on map point on Suravasa.
It's going by so quickly, and by the time that this point is captured, and we get a chance to see where we're going next, but maybe Washington Justice are just going to stick to the Doomfist here. It's more important that they end up getting a chance to capture this first. As New York Excelsior come out of their spawn, we get a chance to see where we're going next, but they're going to get caught by the Justice from behind as New York tries to come out of spawn.
Boy, trying to cut down OG. Escape through all the shadows and the colors. Mortality bought him time too. Alfie also not wanting to be too desperate for kills, and Int especially. Going now into this next point of Ruins. Got the opening pick onto OG, executing finally onto one of the most important supports there of Excelsior. And now without that healing pylon, it's going to be even less resources for New York. As Fitz still dealing with all the objects to cut down. You got the Terra Surge, but it didn't even happen. Alfie killed everybody.
Oh my god, Mirror actually just punched them into the wall and Alfie cut them down. This is such a strong position for Justice to be in, just knowing that they're able to enable this Genji to set up Alfie for success. I thought we would maybe see like another a double collat at some point coming through from the Sojourn. I did not think we would ever see the day again where Genji would just get 3 picks and 1 slice. But now that they've got control of Ruins, look how quickly this point is ticking up. Flashpoint can go by in the blink of an eye. And so we see the amplification matrix come through, but New York, they've got to start investing ults here.
And Justice, I can already tell, have learned their lessons from overextending past Palace. That is like the only fight they really lost. They lost to themselves. The sound barrier. Great timing from Donghoon as New York engaged, and even the Ant Matrix there from OG, plus the tactical visor of Fitz. It's not really getting any kills for New York. Like you said, this is picking up so fast. 80% plus. New York have zoned, well, Justice enough to flip the point, but haven't really killed them. Justice can re-engage just as quickly.
And I don't know if Washington Justice care that much about giving up the point either, because they're working up to ultimates at this point. Alfie is so close, Flora as well. You get 2 of those ultimates online, and that just could be a shutdown here for New York, unless Creative can have any about it.
Well, yeah, the Captain Sun did hit Donghoon, and Excelsior caught them all grouped up, found an execute. A good fight win for New York. With, well, a Molten Core and a Terror Surge to defend. They're going to try and extend out of this to get stagger kills. This is such an important point for New York to be flawless on, because 81 for Justice is a lot.
You also need to make sure that you're in line of sight for OG as well. The Baptiste healing is so imperative to be able to win this next fight, especially when you're looking at something like Alpha Yi's Blade. If you get caught out by that and there's no immortality field there, that could just seal the deal. This is going to be Washington Justice coming back into this. The good news for New York is they did get Flora's Overclock out, and they didn't find any value. So New York now at this point get a chance to work up to the Molten Core as well as the Terror Surge, and now just start to play by point. You can't get caught by this Blade, and that would be disastrous.
Oh,
Amir,
overtime? Overtime? Okay. Oh, no touchers? So nobody? Donghun was escorting Alpha Yi around to find this incredible angle, but we forgot about the objective. We forgot about it. So New York take a point. We go to the fourth one. We'll find out what that is, but hey, New York really had him distracted with the Terror Surge.
Yeah, that was really nice too, because take a look at where this next point is going to be. New York get a chance to get there first. We're going to Temple, and now you get a chance to play this once again from a defensive position. So Washington Justice have to try to open this up with something, but it looks like we've got a pause coming through. Maybe just a little bit of a technical difficulty. As yeah, Washington Justice do look off their game a little bit in this map now that New York have found control.
And Justice had to change that look, right? With the Doom Fist, you thought that was going to be a better engaged hold with Alpha Yi, but it's such a difficult matchup. And you see that Alpha Yi and Donghun are finding creative ways to get past Kellen, to get around him, to access Psycho, to deal with that turret, go after the healing pylon. There's just so many little objectives that Justice have to deal with. The first point now capped there by New York, and see if they can force point 5.
It's really good as well when you take a look at just how nicely that combo worked out on Midtown. Like, you've got the turret as well as just Ilari's healing pylon, which is definitely a way to be able to get through things. But hey, Mirror heard you. So did Flora. It's going to be 2 huge picks here for Justice to get back in.
Yeah, Psycho puts the Molten Core all over the point, but that's not where the fight was taking place. Justice, again, angles, engage around Kellen, ignore the point. Well, sometimes not too much. And that's what won Justice the fight, and they're back in control.
Oh, and now they get a chance to play with the Blade, too, just a little bit more forward. New York might want to take an eco push here. If they fall to the Blade now, maybe they try to get a way to get the Overclock back out, or even Mirror's ultimate, then you get a chance to go back in with so much time left in the bank, too. Like, you already captured 43%. You're just looking at maybe losing a fight here, or even if you win this fight, then you might get the point, too.
There's just non-stop stuns coming out of Mirror, who already got bit not once but twice. The Meteor Strike to re-engage, forcing all the tools out of New York. But then it's Alpha Yi, the Blades to rule them all, even some deflex into Psycho. You don't get to see that too often. Justice have more kills, and they have the point. This will be up to New York's last chance to recontest.
We're going to see that Sombra pick coming out from Fitz, so New York Excelsior really feel like their backs are against the wall. And this isn't even to get the EMP online. This is really just to try to get a hack. Alpha Yi, Mirror, either of those targets are great to be able to catch off guard, because then you are able to negate their mobility tools, and maybe you're able to take them out more easily, just like that.
Oh, Psycho and Fitz are already low. Kellen starts the overtime push. Is it Justice taking Suravasa and going to that point? It's up to 4. Let's get Matrix! And it gets Kellen at the ankles. He can't recontest. Look creative with the captain's stun. You don't want your sport to be the one that jumps in, but he has to. And he's shot down by Flora like a fly. And Justice takes Suravasa.
Their map pick, showing us why. Genji OP. Please nerf Alpha Yi. He is actually just too strong in this matchup right now, and he was one of the keys to success we were looking at to be able to take this match away from New York Excelsior. Otherwise, things kind of come up New York in this one. Like, Kellen, I think, is such a strong Orisa. You take a look at how Fitz's Sojourn has been able to pop off these last few rounds, and even just taking a look at the last 2 matches, but Genji. He's back. Alpha Yi is him.
He is him. And I mean, even this first fight was all Alpha Yi. Thought, okay, they're gonna ignore him so that they can kill everyone else but Alpha Yi, but that didn't happen either. Dong and Teru are so good at just managing the team when it comes to healing. Justice doesn't really get too low, and then you have Flora who just kills everybody. New York also have to be careful where they will just take fights in these tiny rooms against a Flora Overclock, a Miron Junker Queen, a Miron Doomfist. New York just kept putting themselves in these tiny rooms and then had no route of escape. Justice had some points where they overextended when they had full control of the point, and they couldn't kill Kellen, and that's how New York had some retake potential. New York then also had like a C9 thing happen where Justice just didn't even recontest, and New York got a free point. But then New York just kind of put themselves in the middle of the point against Justice, who surrounded them. And I like that Justice are able to just adapt their strategy based on what tank they're playing.
They really do, and I think that they're able to play a lot with those flanks, just knowing how like Alpha Yi can really go off on his own accord. Flora is also very self-sustainable. We're heading to Coliseum next. I certainly wouldn't pick Esperanza, you know, as a classic dive map. I think you're even more enabled to be able to play the Genji. Coliseum makes a lot of sense. Try to set up fits, try to go for the kill, and we'll see if New York can get back into this one after this break.
New York, their tournament lives, their season lives are on the line. It's match point for the Justice after a 3-1 victory for the Justice on Suravasa. But the man, the myth, the legend, the threat on your screen, at least the hero, Genji, the Alpha Yi God, is making a difference for the Justice.
It's just such a big difference, too. I mean, Alfie, he already had a deadlift coming through from Antarctic Peninsula, just not giving New York Excelsior a chance to breathe. And he's able to have, you know, pretty close repeat success over here, too. Just taking a look at how much damage he was able to get down on the team. Like, if you're not looking behind you, Alfie's back there. So you might want to have eyes in the back of your head, too.
The zigzag there on the highlight. I'm glad we got it. He's also such a measured player. Like when he has Dragon Blade, like here he knows he's gonna get everyone half health. He's gonna get the dash resets. He's got the backup of his team. Even at times where he wasn't sure if he got kind of the initial start on his blade, he wouldn't int in and hope he gets a kill. He's someone that is happy getting no kills and keeping his life. And even speaking to his coach, Get Amazed, Alpha, I was wondering like how does the lack of MVP nomination affect Alfie? Was he gonna come into this like needing to prove himself? Because I would be petty as hell, like trying to be like, I should have been on that list all along. Alfie only cares about winning his matches and how he performs on the scrims. His performance is what matters to him the most, not the accolades. And his hard work shows.
I think it's a great mentality to have. When you look at every single individual match, you just get a chance to look at it compartmentalized. And yeah, I think for a lot of players, like you do look to try to get that MVP, you try to get that role star. But these two teams, you know, they've had a lot of hardships throughout the season. And when you know that their tournament life is on the line, you just have to keep looking at it one match at a time. Get through this, then figure it out from there. And Alpha Yi really has been just such a huge difference maker for the team that it's really not a wonder why New York Excelsior are going to try to find ways to stop him. Like, get him out of the server. Get him off the Genji. Because that worked for New York on Midtown.
And when I asked Jungkook from New York, like, who is the one player that improved the most? Like, we're hyping up so much Alpha Yi, but New York have done so much growth of their own. And Jungkook actually shouted out Creative, who came into the season with so much demand and, you know, in terms of the nature of dive compositions and with their team not being at the top of the line, the lack of experience in mixed teams for Creative, it put so much burden on him, but he led with, quote, example, believes he's a role model for aspiring support players and both in and out of the game. That's what his coach thinks about him. And Creative has been performing really well, but can he pull through? Can all of New York pull through on potentially their final map here on Push Coliseum?
You talk about Creative too, like just showing off so many different versatilities when it comes down to the supports that he can play. You've got the Ana, the Zenyatta, the Baptiste has been really strong, but now getting a chance to see him awaken on the Alari has been really fun to watch too. Midtown was just such a breakout performance for him on that hero. But I would really like to see New York lean into this Lucio. If this is what we get, this is very different from the other maps that we've seen so far, where I would have expected to see the Lucio on Control, on Flashpoint, and most certainly on Push here to try to keep up with Mirror.
And OG has brought so much to New York, and it's always been challenging for both these teams to integrate that new main support, but OG actually communicates a lot, and more than the team expected. The personality vibes with the team, and this has really been a boon for New York. That speed's going to be important to get Kellen in and out of trouble on the Reinhardt of all things. Such a ranged map too, where Reinhardt's weakness is how long he can maintain that shield for, because once he's exposed, that Rein is a sitting duck. But playing that corner very well. Alpha Yi ready to also climb over this wall if he needs to, with the Genji just assassinated Creative in 0.5 seconds. This Bastion Cycle cannot turn around fast enough. Alpha Yi truly is wearing an invisibility cloak.
Hey, where is he? I don't know. You're dead is essentially how that has been going, for sure. Like, Alpha Yi too, like, if he's... I really thought that this map in particular would force him off of the Genji. You are looking at having to wall climb a lot. You're looking at keeping yourself in a bit more vulnerable of a position, because you don't necessarily have the easiest pathways to be able to get these dash resets and try to take somebody out. But New York, they've got to keep up the pressure. This Bastion can prove devastating if you're able to land it onto the right target. And Alpha can't deflect everything. then the Reinhardt build can really help out with that too.
Oh, this amp matrix from Terror right into Kellen's shield, and somehow New York just holds strong. Justice just played this dance, but it's still Justice that come out on top, and it is so hard to shut down Alpha Yi too because you have this Lucio Donghun escorting him around. Fitz swapped to the Sombra to try and hack him, but he's just not fast enough.
This is going to be so rough as well. Like, you know, the Sombra here, you're really looking at it converting value over with the EMP. If you're able to get the hack, that's great. But at this point, who are you hacking that's going to actually just tear apart this composition?
Ooh, sound barrier plus the blade and the EMP to try and stop Alpha Yi. But what else can New York produce? Well, they just beat down Mirror, who just didn't have any more support, and this will only be a 46-meter start for Justice.
New York now get a chance to start matching that progress, but where things get really tricky is going through this underpass, especially when Washington Justice, they get a chance to set up on this high ground, and that is free sightlines and free reign over New York. Flora loves this position. Teru as well can stay so out of dodge to be able to deliver this Baptiste healing, and who's gonna touch him at this point? I guess Vids, but...
Well, peekaboo, surprise Mirror, and he's already half health, but it's Kellen that committed so much to that kill, and Kellen is the one that's down bad. With Flora on the other side, I'd be worried too. Overclocked from above, down in the faces of New York, who are trying to split away and make it as, well, take as long as possible to die. And it's New York that tried to bait the fight to be inside of this long hallway, but then just sneaking up to Mirror is what, well, thought was going to be a good start for New York, but Justice fought harder.
And Justice were able to throw down that immortality field as well, which really stopped Kellen from being able to follow up on that pick. And that's why, like, that Teru positioning is so valuable. But Psycho's time to shine. Let's see if we're going to get anything with these mortar strikes.
You're just catching them on the jump. This is like a mini game of its own. But you're not really going to get a kill until you can layer more of those Bastion shots on top of each other. But hey, the space, the panic that you produce is a lot. Kellen trying to have bot control, but it is hard. You'll have to remove Mirror by force with the Amp Matrix. Quick speed, disengage. Good call from OG. New York don't want to take that fight, especially with the shield health that Kellen had. They can maybe depend on the Fitz EMP, but Justice are fine with not pushing further than that. They are the ones in the lead. The weight is on the shoulders of New York.
Not for long. We're starting to run out of time too. 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Starting to whittle down this time bank. And New York, they've got to get this EMP online. The good news is that Fitz is keeping up with Alpha Yi. It is limiting the potential of that Dragon Blade, especially if Fitz can land that on top. And he's hacked right now, but it's still not stopping Flora. The threat is Flora right now. You've got to do something about this Sojourn.
Fitz tried to be more involved in this fight to build up to that EMP, the big win condition for New York. We're forced to take this 4v5 fight with no Rise Shield, and Alpha in the back with a Dragon Blade. He's got everyone low. I can't even see anymore. I'm throwing up. But Justice are back on the bot with a lead that could even get more out of this, but sometimes they don't like to leave this pillar side.
I don't think they have to do anything more here except to try to keep playing defensively. If they're able to get this first checkpoint, they're in such a good position, especially knowing that we are starting to reach that halfway point here of Coliseum. Fitz has the EMP though.
EMP is close to the Justice. Sound barrier gone. Amp Matrix towards Excelsior. So many ults came out, and Kellen was late to this. Justice raced behind Kellen to get to the back line. And as the dust settles, it's 3v1 with only Kellen defending this bot, and that will be forward spawn for the Justice.
Justice are going to get this point capture, and there's nothing New York can do to stop this. I would love to see them switch, though. This Bastion isn't working. You might have the Mortar Strike online right now, but it's just not doing enough at this point. Even Fitz is going to give up the Sombra. It's not as effective as you would have hoped it to shut down Alpha Yi. And even when you take a look at New York just trying to play this foreground, if you're on the Sombra, you're missing a key player in every single fight. Playing these 4v5 is just not going to cut it, especially when the Sombra isn't converting over the value you would like it to see. Now in New York, though, they do pass that midway point. They do shut off those forward spawns here for Washington Justice now, but now it's about actually getting progress on this bot.
Oh, well, the Shatter has always been towards Mirror. They hate that individual in particular. Also, one of the very few they can catch. Everyone from the Justice is so mobile, which I guess could be a counterpoint to the May pick. Who are you looking to wall? Is the win condition for New York just to kill Mirror and will not allow any space for the Justice? Mortar Strike pushing Justice off that top bridge. Flora is still hanging around. New York have to make up this bot push, but don't seem really committed to get more than the 35 meters. Alpha Yi wanted that dash reset off of Fitz, and he's so close to it. Callan's trying to pin out. He's booped back in by Donghoon, and Justice are farming.
Oh man. This is just such a tough position now for New York to be in. And with so much on the line. 2 minutes and 45 seconds now, and New York are staring down the barrel of being sent home. Lemon Kiwi, they have this amp matrix and they have to be able to lay it down, but it's the Rampage first.
Goodbye. Oh, goodbye. That's a 4-man Rampage, and exactly what you don't want if you're a Rhine composition. Why hasn't the Orisa swap happened yet? When you have a Rhine, you play around the Rhine, and the Rampage is the exact kryptonite to that. And that was one ultimate Necra. There's 4 more for the Justice, and they're reaching the 100-meter mark.
They have so much left in the tank right now. They can just push the gas and sink this home. You got the amplification matrix. The wall's gonna block it, but New York Excelsior have to cower right now. There's just so much damage potential coming up from the Washington Justice, and they are looking at a full capture here to send New York home.
New York tried to sneak around the corner to maybe drop the Blizzard at their feet. Fitz didn't see the opportunity, but Flora sees some foreheads. The overclock value is huge. The sound barrier, the commits, the Justice running down New York, putting them back where they belong. 112 to 125 meters. The passion, the huddle up. Justice about to cap at the finish line to stop New York and end their season early. Here's the Fitz Blizzard. This will stop Justice from completing. Izmir was trying to touch the spawn room doors. New York have 90 seconds to get the job done.
And now they have to play on point. They have to play on point. At least it's not over yet. New York are scrappy. They'll be able to keep this up for at least a minute more. There's no ults on the board here for Washington Justice, and that's what New York are playing to right now. Kellen has an Earth Shatter. He's been able to hit Mirror both times with this ultimate, but you're looking at being able to convert this over, and Fizz has been a big difference maker for this so far with those walls and with those slows. But this work is so cut out for them. And Washington Justice are huddled around this corner and using these skills to be able to lock down New York.
There's just no shield for Kellen. He's trying to bait Mirror towards him. The Amp Matrix, though. Justice respect that. The Shatter, always targeted towards Mirror. You need to deny that Rampage value, at least not get clumped up. Mirror's so close to it. Kellen in trouble. Fitz not even there. Wasn't able to follow Kellen. The poke from the bridge from Justice is just too strong. New York playing such a weak comp. The double shatter kill, giving heart attacks to the Justice and to the fans all around. But at the end, it's only 3 Justice members remaining on the bot. They will not push it anymore. Flora, against his former team, will be cutting down their chances of making playoffs. The Justice have done it. They take the series 3-1.
What a glow up there from the Justice. They looked so shaky heading into the play-ins. Just taking a look at their last 2 matches. They looked dizzy. They looked like they had no idea what they wanted to play, but it looks like the proving grounds were enough. And all that experimentation was able to pay off. Congratulations to the Justice to be able to get that job done, especially against a formidable opponent. 7 out of the 8 of us had the New York Excelsior winning. And Johnny is gonna take this one down to the grave, I think.
It's gonna have the longest yeah boy, but Alpha Yi style on the desk. And I'm looking forward to hearing that, but also how difficult this season was for the Justice, having one coach who's managing everything and putting in so many hours. I'm trying to ask Getamaeus questions, and he's like, I'm on 2 hours of sleep. Stress. You see the passion. You see how much these players and the entire team care about this win. They pull through with the exact same scoreline that they beat New York with in the previous meta, just not even that long ago. And although we all believe that New York on paper should have won, the Rhine composition was just too difficult to execute. They couldn't get close enough. The EMP value was to only slow down Alpha Yi, and New York will have to go back to the drawing board.
What a season for them, though. Like, major credit to New York Excelsior. They have been able to show us so many different looks, and to be able to show all of that improvement as well over the course of the season has been really fun to watch. And all of those players are so bright in their roles and had so much to show us. But the one that was shining above them all, Alpha Yi, the Genji, whatever he was playing today, whatever they fed him for breakfast, like more of that. Washington Justice need it, as they are not done yet today.
And I also want to give a special shout out to Flora on Coliseum, just pulled his weight. We've just hyped up Alpha Yi so much, but Flora getting first blood so many times is what really propelled them through Coliseum. But Alpha Yi, the blade value insane, and even when he wasn't sure, he knew when to pull back. He's not hyper aggressive, but only at the right moments. Even through a Sombra chasing him around, like he wins that duel, dodges the hack perfectly, synchronizes with Donghoon for rotations, and knew how to execute, knew also the windows of opportunity to engage. And that is the most difficult part of Genji, because if you dash in without support, without that reset, you're an intern. You could be in trouble. And look at his death throws. 3, like under 3. That's how much survivability he had as such a difficult hero to play.
That's actually just so crazy to be able to see a Genji just constantly get set up like that too. Like, notice in the kill feed as well just how much support Alpha Yi was getting. It takes a village sometimes, but it also takes the governor to be able to actually execute on this. And if Alpha Yi with that support wasn't able to get it done, then gotta find a new president, I guess. But congratulations to the Justice. They put on such a performance today, and good luck to them against Toronto Defiant, heading to their third match today.
So we're already wrong in our bracket. I don't know how I feel about this, but...
Well, the desk was round 2 outside of Johnny, so there's that, I guess.
Yeah, congrats to the Justice. They stay into play-ins. Only 2 teams move on, and New York are our first ones out, but I'm excited to hear from the desk about their thoughts, so let's send it over.
올라. 라이너. 돈 푸시가. 폴리즈 시나에. 에나미.
It is.
영화 여기서 윈도. 트레이서. think about 트레이서. 아이유도 here. 터치 투. 이럴. 비하인드. 스케 지금. 나이스. 왔다잉. 이제.
Welcome back, everyone. That was the first match here in the play-ins. It was an elimination match, and unfortunately, we now officially say goodbye to one of the teams, and it is New York. Okay, listen, Johnny. I know you're celebrating right now.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about, Alpha Yi.
Let's
go, Washington.
Can we show our desk spread one more time?
Amazed.
I'm pretty sure we all agreed with New York.
We all agreed on New York, and during that conversation, which was just yesterday.
Johnny was right. I gotta say, Johnny was right.
That's what
we're talking about.
But he was also wrong.
We gotta own it. We gotta own it.
right there.
Right.
No, he was right today. He was wrong yesterday. You know, it is what it is. But you went down with the ship, unfortunately.
That's a print right there.
It doesn't matter. Your bracket is still busted.
That's the only thing that matters, Howie.
But
So
you
it's
Print is the only thing that matters.
Like, for the group one, he had New York, and then for his personal one, he has Justice. So
I think he just
either
does
way,
that.
if New York won, he'll be like, oh yeah, we all
You
won
got
together.
God.
Yeah.
You got God.
Yeah, I think.
That's it.
All right.
You got
No,
played.
I
We gotta
think
give him
like
this
a
one. We
figure.
gotta give him this one,
Sure.
guys.
Fine.
You know what?
He's just playing both fields. I don't know if I can respect that, to be honest. Someone I do respect, endlessly so, is
Who
of
is it?
course, he's the truth. He's everything. It's Alpha Jesus.
Bow down.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's pray for Alpha Jesus joining us for the post-match interview. Alpha Yi, big congratulations on getting the win. You guys looked fantastic. How did you guys get the win today against New York Excelsior? 자, 오늘 굉장히 좋은 모습으로, 강한 모습으로 경기를 끝마치고 승리를 거두셨는데요. 오늘 승리 좀 어떻게 이루시게 되셨나요?
오늘 뭔가 저희가 좀 하고 싶은 플레이들 그런 게 좀 잘 돼서 뭔가 잘 됐던 것 같아요.
I think the biggest reason is we sort of went in thinking that we wanted to play that's something that we wanted to play, and it sort of worked out while we were playing the heroes or compositions that we wanted to pull out, and it sort of just worked out that way, and that's how we got the win. Talking about things that you guys wanted to play, of course we saw you on that Genji, and you really sort of carried the game. I feel like because of that, and because a lot of people when we talk about watching Justice, we mentioned your name Alpha E a lot of times. Do you feel pressure to perform while you're in your matches? 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 방금 말씀하셨다시피 좀 하고 싶었던 걸 하셨다라고 말씀하셨는데 이제 그 중에도 오늘 좀 알파이 선수의 겐지가 굉장히 좀 잘 보였던 것 같아요. 아무래도 이제 겐지 유저로서 또 아무래도 워싱턴 얘기를 하면은 알파이 선수의 이름이 굉장히 많이 나오고 있기 때문에 좀 이런 이유들 때문에 좀 더 부담감을 좀 느끼시나요?
뭐 부담감은 느끼지 않고 그냥 부담감 별로 안 느끼고 일단 그냥 진짜 죄송한데 혹시 한 번만 더 말해주실 수 있나요?
네, 그러니까 뭐 겐지나 일단 딜러기 때문에 그리고 또 너무나도 잘하는 선수이시기 때문에 이런 상황에서 좀 이제 좀 어떻게 보면 중요한 상황에서 경기를 임할 때 뭐 긴장감이나 좀 부담감을 느끼시지 않으신지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
별 생각 없이 그냥 뭐 부담감 없이 그냥 하는 것 같아요.
There's not really much pressure that I feel. I just go in and focus on the game, and that's how I usually play with my teammates. All right, final question, Alpha E. You guys have one more match against Toronto. How confident are you guys going into that matchup? 자, 오늘 이걸로 끝이 아니죠. 우리 또 워싱턴이 이번 경기 승리했기 때문에 다음 토론토 좀 이따가 경기가 또 다시 토론토 디파이언트와 경기가 있을 텐데 좀 그거에 대한 자신감은 좀 어떠신가요?
사실 저희가 일단 맨 꼴등 시드부터 가는 거긴 한데 그래도 지금 메타가 저희한테 좀 나쁘지 않은 메타라고 생각해서 좀 저희 플레이만 잘하면 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
All right, definitely. I think going into these matches, we are definitely coming in as the sort of the last seed in the play-ins. But I mean, I do believe that it is sort of a good meta for the Watching Justice team. So if we play well, I'm pretty confident that we could get the win against Toronto Defiant. All right, I'm going to wrap it up here. Alpha, thank you so much, and good luck in your next game. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Fantastic to hear from Alpha E. What a performance by the Washington Justice. Maybe it was that huddle. Or maybe it was the huddle. Maybe it was the vote of confidence from Jonathan. Sometimes that's all it takes.
Thank you, Zoe. That's a vote of confidence, if anything. Yeah, no, but I mean, that huddle might legitimately have helped because they looked just so aggressive with the composition they had, going in aggressively with the dash, with the Jungle Queen commanding shout, with Lucio's speed boost. And they really took it early on here on Antarctic Peninsula. I mean, you're diving in and you're getting rid of the immortality fields, and then, the backline's open for Alpha E if he wants to get there. The Dragon Base is really good. And I feel like this playstyle this season has been what really suits the Washington Justice. So this is the perfect time for them in the playoffs to bring out the quick, faster-paced, dive-heavy Washington Jungle Queen composition. And I mean, it worked out for Alfie.
I honestly feel for New York. I mean, aside from Midtown here, where the poke matchup did look good for them, that was their strong suit as they played this the whole series long. I think if anything, this match just emphasizes to me how difficult it is to replicate Toronto's success. New York basically played the same style that we've seen Toronto play time and time again. And, Justice weren't able to beat Toronto in their regular season match. However, they just got a great warm-up, and they're probably feeling very, very confident, which is how they have to play. Like you said, Alfie going to the backline. I mean, not only did he do that this game, he has to do that every single fight. When you're playing this Lucio Genji Queen, you have to get on top of those backliners. You have to kill them off one by one. He's very, very aggressive, getting the speed from your Lucio, the shout from your Junker Queen. So it has to be played at high tempo. There's no other choice. And I think for me, what I'm worried about is Toronto going to be able to keep up with this tempo? We know they're the best at this slow comp, but it looks scary to play against Queen right now.
Yeah, I think another thing as well that we sometimes forget with the Washington Justice, we sometimes mention Flora, and Flora has had some decent games, but and a lot of these teams in the play-ins, they usually have two really good skill players on these different heroes. You think about like Vancouver Titans, for example, Sugar Free, really good Genji, then you have Heesang being able to play the Sojourn. So you have two skill players that really back each other up. Alfie can go aggressive on the Genji, but Flora has some really good overclocks on the Sojourner, especially on Flashpoint. I think that he stood out there. So Washington Justice, not only having Mirror on maybe his preferred tank hero, which is the Junker Queen, and being able to go aggressive, you have two really good skill players being able to play Genji and Sojourner. And I think they really showcased today that they're both able to make plays for their team and get these entry picks that really make it so much easier to fight 5 versus 4.
Absolutely. Any last words here for New York before we sending them off officially?
You know, it's a tough way. It was a Psycho who said it, not like this.
Yeah.
Tough way to go there at the end. But I do feel like Justice were just more solid in their vision right now. I think this match was decided rightly. It's how it has to be. When Justice has a vision like that, they can execute on it so well.
And also, this was mentioning that going into this season, I don't think a lot of people had high expectations of this team, but they actually got quite a few wins for New York Excelsior. That is, yeah. I think they suppressed expectations, and in the middle of the season, a lot of people thought that, hey, New York Excelsior, they're a mid-table team. Unfortunately, they go out first here in this elimination match in the play-ins, but I don't think that represents what they were able to pull off this entire season. So I think they should be pretty proud of what they put forth.
Absolutely. Nonetheless, they will be going down with the ship, so it's time to actually send them off in style, of course. So let me get this one started.
If you love it, set it free.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, New York.
Goodbye.
Thank you so much.
You made us proud.
Thanks for everything, New York. Ever upward.
Yep.
Join the others. Be
That's
free.
right. They're free now. We had to let them go. Joining the Gladiators, Valiant, and of course, also Eternal. And we'll take a short break now, but when we come back, we'll be talking about the Deutscher Hammermann going up against Proper's Genji. Tough one after this break. That's the trophy one team gets to hoist at the end of the season, but we're not quite there yet. We still have the play-ins, playoffs, so it's a long road for all of those teams. Next up, we are going to see the London Spitfire taking on the San Francisco Shock. Here is the bracket, so you know exactly where we are standing. We just had to say goodbye to the first team. New York Excelsior is out. They lost 3-1 against the Washington Justice. We showed us an absolute fantastic performance here. A lot of that, of course, due to their star player Alpha Yi popping off left and right. Now, we're looking at a team here with the London Spitfire who have been playing their own style in this meta. They have been making that Reinhardt work against all odds, even when it shouldn't have worked, but now it could have worked. So let's see what the Shock can actually do about it, because so far the teams kind of struggled to shut it down. However, if we're looking at the players in that team, of course Proper is the big standout, absolute MVP, especially when he gets to play the Genji. He played it when it wasn't meta, now it's meta. Alpha E made it look really scary, and Proper is out there doing the same thing.
Yeah, I really think you could put Proper in the same category of Genji players. There's just those few players who stand out above everyone else. Alpha E is one of them, Proper is another. And so I think going up against a Rein comp in particular, often one of the weaknesses of that comp is it can be vulnerable to a Genji getting on your backline. That Lucio and Baptiste, they can run away from Genji, but they don't fight back that effectively as heroes, right? You're not having that brig. The hero can really aggressively push into the Genji. And so a player like Proper, you know, when he gets the blade off and there's no beat to deal with him, he could just go wild on this London backline. And even a hero like Rein can often struggle to deal with the pressure Genji puts on from the flank. So I think Proper, definitely, whether he's on the Genji or whether Shock goes for, you know, these like unique comps like Sim and Bastion, he can handle all of that. So I think he's going to be the player to watch, as he's been since he's joined the San Francisco Shock, frankly. Just an incredible pop-off player, the one to watch in this match for me.
Absolutely. Now, if we're looking at the other side here, Johnny, with the resurgent London Spitfire, there's one player, Backbone, and his Mei that piqued your interest?
Yeah, I mean, this is arguably the best Mei in the league, right? The London Spitfire, they are just on a different level when it comes to their favorite compositions, which is the Reinhardt. They've been playing it next to the Bastion and the Mei, of course. And when you're shooting icicles, like Backbone, it is going to be harder to dive because he hits shots that no other Mei in the league does, right? And also, the London Spitfire, you can look at New York Excelsior in their performance against the Washington Justice, you know, look at the push map and you go like, well, Reinhardt doesn't seem like that good. But London Spitfire, I mean, they are so well-versed on this Reinhardt composition, and they know exactly when to use the Mei Ice Wall, when to utilize the Blizzard, for example, to really make space for your team and to push those divers away, right? So I think that Backbone's Mei could be critical in this matchup and really enable the London Spitfire to get away playing this Reinhardt composition, because Mei's toolkit just helps you out so much, give you so much room on the battlefield to navigate all these divers, like the Genji coming in, for example.
So if we're looking at predictions for this one, I struggled so hard. And at the beginning of the season, when you would have asked me about this one, I would have been like, obviously, Shock got it in the bag, but not so much anymore. What really worries me about my own prediction here is the fact that the loser picks the maps, because that gives the San Francisco Shock obviously a huge opportunity to really pick the maps where the Reinhardt comp is going to be really tough to make work. But London made it work regardless. Like, they don't care. So for me, it's a London Spitfire. Whoa. I went with 3-1. I thought if they're going all the way, and they're gonna make it dominant.
Same. I agree with you. I agree with what you said, Zoe. London doesn't care. They're the experts on this Rein Rush comp. Doesn't matter what map they're. We know what they're gonna play, and they'll play it perfectly. I went with London Spitfire.
Did you though?
Or Shock.
No, I think they both picked London. This is a fact. I think there's been a slight mix-up.
Let's look at Jake's. If Jake's, because I know. Let's look at Jake's.
So it is. I believe I am the one who has. Well, it's called a surprise, because I think you guys are right. I think if London is going to win this, they are going to win it in 4. I think going to the escort maps, that's where it gets dangerous for London. I think Shock, with the map pick format, they're going to be able to take this to map 5. I think the Queen comp can outbrawl the Rein comp, and they've got the flexibility to make it work. If London does win this, it is going to be on the back of like these pop-off plays from, it's going to be Backbone, it's going to be the team TP plays, it's going to be Hottie finding kills when no Rein should ever find them. But I do think Shock are going to be able to take this to the distance, go to a map 5, and close it out there. I think they've finally hit their stride. We've been waiting for a long time, but I'm a believer right now.
I hope there's not a San Francisco watch party going on, because they're not going to be happy with me. I think it's a coin flip too. between these two teams. But I just think it's more fun to root for the Reinhardt. So I went with the London Spitfire. They played the more
Johnny's
unique
old
composition.
Ryan bias comes out.
They play the more unique composition. They make it work somehow. It's fun. It's fun rooting for the London Spitfire. So I predicted them because I don't know if San Francisco Shock will be able to adapt.
I feel like a lot of, if you predict with your heart, you have to give it to the London Spitfire. You're like, seeing those guys succeed, that would be such a storyline. That's why I believe even in our combined bracket, we went with the London Spitfire. It's not necessarily the most confident vote, but wouldn't it be so fun if that were to come true?
I'm not mad if London win this game.
Exactly,
That's the thing. I'm a winner either way. Either I called Shock or I'm happy to see how far can London climb.
Oh, being happy for others.
Exactly. That's, everyone should win everything.
Try it once in a while, Johnny.
It's nice. Feels good. Feels good. Another thing that always feels good is, of course, the company of Joss and Costa, who are joining us once again here in the studio. Costa is waiting for a backhanded compliment here. No, that was just being nice. No hatred, no nothing, no grief. No, not today, maybe tomorrow.
He wants to talk what happened in the green room. Are we going to talk about that?
Yeah, I was kicked today. I want to go on the record. I was kicked by Zoe as a hello today. Yeah, it happened.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
There are no cameras in that green room.
Yeah, there are no cameras in there. No evidence at all.
No proof and no backup. We have proof of your. You probably did, honestly. If someone were to kick him, which I did not, but he must have deserved it.
I probably did.
Exactly. So we already struggled with our bracket here. Obviously, the first one didn't quite go like we predicted. How about you guys? You made a combined bracket as well.
Washington win.
We have the perfect bracket.
Oh.
It has never been more perfect, as you can see. We predicted the first one very correct.
Of course, that's a good start. And then in this one just here, we have London Spitfire, San Francisco Shock. We have London taking it.
Yeah.
The power of friendship and the Reinhardt. But if you go further down, because our bracket is going to be perfect, we have the salty run back. So San Francisco Shock fans, don't get too mad at us. You get the last laugh.
Yeah, the run back, a 3-2 run back.
Yeah.
And then they get beaten by Toronto.
No.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about that.
I mean, honestly, look, I think this is pretty, the top end of the board is going to be pretty tough. Did we really give London a map against Boston?
Yeah, we did. Well, here's the thing. Because I want this to go on the record as well. That this is Boston Uprising. This is all Jaws. We all know. All know that's not me. But I had to concede something.
You don't think anybody else voted Boston in the top end of the bracket?
I think Boston is definitely the favorite to make it through. But you had some pretty convincing and dominant wins throughout this bracket. Yeah, I had to give them a map. So we'll give them that.
I mean, then Toronto lose and then face Shock, and then Shock to Toronto to the playoffs. That game, if that does happen, the Shock-Toronto match for a playoff spot would be crazy. But yeah, there's our bracket. You can vote how well it was. Well, I don't think you can vote on that, thankfully, because it would be, I think a lot of Shock fans would be rather unhappy with us, yes. Well, let's get into the game at hand, though. Scott, Shock versus the London Spitfire. And I like what the desk was saying. Jake using his brain, the rest of the desk using their heart. I like that one. And, I think it will come down to map selection here, because we know what London's going to play. They're going to play something crazy, like the Rhine, right? Yep. They're going to play Rhine with the May, with the Rush. And the San Francisco Shock, they kind of know what they're going up against. But going to 4 maps, I think, is rather likely. Whether that's our bracket correct in 3-1 London, or Jake's prediction in 3-1 the San Francisco Shock.
And I think everybody knows what London is going to play. Throughout the last half of this season, everyone knew that they were going to play Reinhardt, but it's not just as simple as knowing what you're going up against. It's about how do you deal with it, because the London Spitfire play it better than anybody else. They have these world-class May players like Backbone that the desk highlighted. They have Chatty on the Reinhardt. But the question, as I'm getting a death stare from Zoe on the way out, the question that I'm asking is, are the San Francisco Shock prepared? Is what they're going to practice going to come to reality? Because the San Francisco Shock, from what we saw from them last weekend as well, they pretty much one-tricked the Junker Queen. So they are also not as flexible as some of these other teams.
I mean, honestly, if you're having Proper on something like a Genji, a hard carry hero, that is you're in a perfect meta, ideally, right? You don't want him on. You don't want him force him. Oh, Proper, you have to play the May, you have to play the Sim, like something silly. You want him on a hard carry hero. So in general, I think pretty good meta for the Shock. We are going to see the rollouts coming in, of course, on the Spitfire. Not playing the May though. They are playing Sim, Bastion. So no walls to help the Bastion isolate kills. We'll see what Shock want to do going up against it, because Hardy, no shield, only swing.
And you can see the damage from both of the Bastions. It's got to be out putting out that pressure. Lamps down for both teams.
Spark already dead though. Clean through. That Carnage hitting. And that's going to be a big problem now. All the damage is gone, pretty much from London Spitfire's comp. The one person you want to keep alive is Sparker, as Backbone also falls. I will say I like Backbone's positioning up in that little window. Little TP, getting a few right clicks down, but you lose your Bastion, and that's pretty much over. Unlike on the San Francisco Shock side, where if Proper's alive and Probe is dead, or Probe is dead, it doesn't really matter that much, because Genji can still output a lot of damage, get some resets in with the help of Max. Another push in for Sparker, taking a whole heap of damages. Hardy's shield already goes down. There's a deflect, deflecting a lot of damage back, and Hardy pulled in with that knife. Another big Carnage swing coming in from Max, peeks over the edge. But no, London Spitfire playing a little bit safely here. Scott, Carnage going swing and a miss as Max gets teleported upon right round the back. Window opened up and landed, and there goes the tank.
And that's the major differences between both of these teams. The San Francisco Shock, they go aggressive with the Junker Queen shout. That's their window to get into the fight and get the advantage. They weren't able to find picks, so then London Spitfire used their trap cards, teleport the Symmetra behind the Shock. They have no answers.
I mean, this is the one big thing about the London Spitfire, man. Their teleport usage is insane.
Impeccable.
They are all on the same wavelength. They know exactly where to TPs, when to fake and when not to. I think they're the cleanest team right now in the Overwatch League with Symmetra teleports.
Yeah, and now ultimates are starting to come up. Hardy has the Earth Shatter. There are no blockers for the San Francisco Shock, so they need to mitigate the damage rather than block it.
Well, they can use that ult to get out of the door, or at least you'd hope. Renko going super low. In fact, that shout's going to keep him alive, but Backbone across the map. Hits a big right click on Renko. Lucio down. Shock want to reset.
And the Renko Lucio was actually a big topic for discussion last weekend because he's not known as a Lucio player, but he played great against the Atlanta Reign. Is he going to be able to keep up that high-level Lucio play, or are we going to see some weaknesses of inexperience on that role?
He was stepping up to Chio, of all people, which was insane. Teleport for London.
Proby
Sparker
down.
straight away, with the help of Backbone, takes down Proby. Another reset, and this is the big thing too with the Shock's comp. They have to go for these big resets. They cannot take a 4-on-5, just not possible. The individual pick potential is really just not there.
And San Francisco Shock just haven't even been able to utilize any of their ultimates at all. And either the London Spitfire haven't had to use
Just
their
shatter.
own.
That's
So
it.
lots of ultimates on both sides. The Shock is trying to go
Bacon. Oh my!
Another one.
That damage is crazy. And Grenade as well. Does take care of the lamp. Wall comes in for London Spitfire. Renko with a two-man beat. Doesn't even hit Proper, so Proper can't really go in with a blade here as Finn does end up falling. Shock using two huge ultimates in that fight. Now we're in final fight territory, Scott. They're going up against a beat and that meteor strike, or sorry, mortar strike from the Bastion.
The sound barrier for Admiral is going to be huge. It's going to give them so much extra life in this team fight that how do you fight into it if you're the San Francisco Shock?
Blade for Proper. Rampage available from Max. Can line him up and knock him down if he so chooses, but it'll be a big ult investment if he uses both the ultimate and the blade on top of it. Proper's still pretty low. Max just, yeah, he's kind of keeping London distracted right now as they do get a cap for free.
Yeah, so now all of a sudden the onus goes on the Spitfire. They need to be the aggressors,
TP.
but they're so afraid of this Rampage from Max.
TP to point, everybody's across. Backbone, no, it's a fakie. Proby's in trouble potentially. No shout comes in, no cap for London Spitfire yet though. Proper still with the blade, holding it, waiting for an opening, but might not even need to use it, Scott, to be fair, because they can do control the point. There's the Rampage, only hits one, and the beat comes through anyway from Admiral to sustain through the oncoming fight. Blade pull, Sparker dead, lamp goes down, nice boot from Admiral, but a deflect straight into the lamp helps take it out. Hardy ends up falling, as San Francisco Shock now in full control.
That was a terrible team fight for London Spitfire, uncharacteristic for them playing this composition. They were just flat-footed, unable to find the window to use their advantages, and on top of that, they gave the point to the San Francisco Shock so early that the Shock, they only need to win one more team fight. And they have the Kitsune Rush up.
Kitsune Rush. Here it comes, artillery strike.
Oh,
Finn!
Too early on the Suzu, just
Way
falls.
too early. Finn dead, only one healer now. Shock have to go, and they need to do damage right here, right now. Otherwise it could just be over. A pin from downtown takes care of the carry. There's the shatter, hit the crit too, straight on top of Max's head. Hardy just going in, triple kill for the Reinhardt. And the Shock, they just lay waste to. You cannot die that early if you're Finn. Kitsune Rush comes onto the point, but Renko's already dead. You got increased firepower there from Finn, but no one is there to join him. And the Spitfire are going to take round one.
Huge mistake by Finn. Even Hardy saying C9 Finn, but that was just a mistiming on the Bastion ult. Finn thinks he drops the Suzu at the right time. He falls. It's not only just him falling, his ultimate, the Kitsune Rush, was the thing that was going to give Shock the round. So now London Spitfire, they find themselves a lifeline.
Here you go. Here's how it happened then. How early is the Suzu then? Because I saw it come.
Way too early.
Way too early. Those shells take a fair while to actually connect with the floor, right on the edge, and then Finn falls, and that's the round.
Yeah. It's just impossible if you're the Shock to get back into that fight. They're in desperation mode in overtime, but it's just not enough. All right, now we go on to the next round. Same compositions from the London Spitfire, but the San Francisco, actually same compositions from both teams actually, liking what they saw from the last round.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about it. Holding that Mega Health Room is going to be really nice. For London, at least. Like I said, they're so good with the teleports anyway, that it feels like sometimes you don't need the Lucio because the TPs are just too good at covering ground, right?
It's about like catching other people off guard and then being able to switch sides so quickly, right? London Spitfire just wait for the point to unlock and then teleport to it to give themselves the first capture.
Oh dear. Wow, Max just fell into a devious little trap there with three sim turrets, and then Sparker just mowing him down with the left click. I mean, the big issue here as well for the Shock, well, there's a big benefit for London Spitfire. Because they only need to use the TP, Admiral's also safe to use AMP when Shock use AMP too.
Good point, yeah. And he can use it for healing, which can be a lot of healing, right? If you want healing, instead of having to use the AMP speed to get into fights, all of a sudden, that's a huge swing of health that you can provide to your team. And with Hardy, that just enables him even more. And now he's playing the bodyguard, gatekeeper, not allowing Shock to sort of waterfall out of this window. They're going to take a different direction then.
Yeah, they're going to go main. There was a teleport on the high ground there, so London could have done something cheeky. Wheels smoke, TP on the high ground. There it is, back to back.
Oh, so good.
He's so good at the teleports. My God, how do you even deal with that as well? Because Shock are just funneling through a choke, right? That teleport's on the high ground, you're teleporting behind the only cover that Shock have coming out of the choke.
And that's what makes London Spitfire so strong with the Symmetra is they're dynamic with it. They're not just like, oh, we're going to do the same thing every time with our Symmetra teleporter. Sometimes they go aggressively, sometimes they sort of move further away. So you have to always be wondering where they're going to end up.
This is not a nice place to be with that ultimate coming in through from the Bastion. Spark's been found there, but triple turrets are protecting him. Look at the peel from London Spitfire right now. Shadow hits Max. Max pretty low. Hardy kills Rob with the Shadow just straight up. He's just going to continue swinging in. London Spitfire, they can keep Hardy up. They unfortunately can't. They might be able to get this to OT. With Pro B down, a beat comes out. That's a 4-man from the London Spitfire, sustaining through this fight. Max has got a rampage coming up now, Scott, but London is still stalling it out.
Only one.
There's a 1-man rampage again, only hits Sparker, but it might be good enough for 1 kill. It is, but how long is this fight really going to go on? Hardy is now back, the wall comes through from backbone to Shock cannot press the issue. Play for Proper coming in right now as Hardy goes in for the miracle pin. He does manage to land successfully, but that's about it. OT for the London Spitfires, they just stall that fight out for so long.
Yeah, they get up to 99%, which is strong, but Hardy goes in for the miracle pin, unfortunately finds the one target that will not fall, and then from there he trades his life. But they have so much time to work with here. They can just wait for their ultimates to come back up. You can see how effective Hardy's Shatter is. Landon when he gets the amplification matrix. Finn with the Kitsune Rush. I'm going to say it once again, Jack. It needs to be better than it was last round.
Do not die to Bastion. He hasn't got it, so you're good for the time being, Finn.
For now.
For now. 3 ults though for the Shock. They got that wall and that blade too. Hardy stepping up. There's a Kitsune Rush. Pretty decent coverage too as Max just takes the front line. There's the wall. Are they going to be able to use it? I don't think so. It's more just trying to focus down Hardy right now. Through the shield goes the knife as Max takes him out. Renko does end up falling to a random stray grenade there from Sparker, but it shouldn't mean all too much.
Shouldn't mean all too much because without Hardy, the London Spitfire is so dangerous for them to be stepping up.
Bit cheeky though. I mean, look at the position they're getting regardless of a 4v5. Sparker in a little bit of trouble though. No teleport to save him, no heals either. Okay, now is the reset. Full reset here.
And all of a sudden, London Spitfire might start staggering and Proper hasn't had to use this blade yet either.
Yeah. All right, okay. You're all good. What, 65%? So you're looking at 1.5 fights really, depending how long Shock can stall this one out.
Yeah, they
Max is super low, by the way.
Yeah, they're getting heal up, but now Renko has the sound barrier as well. So Shock finding even more tools to deal with this London Spitfire aggression, and they're not going to get another fight and a half, Jack. They're only going to get one more fight. Teleport onto the high ground, so they have the positioning. They're just going to take it slow because they do only have one more fight. There's no reason to rush to the point.
No. All right, there's the ult with the Bastion. It's probably aiming for Finn if I had to guess.
I would too.
Hold on, 1. There's the second one. Third one, straight at Finn again. Sound barrier comes in from Renko. His rules pretty low. Is Prop with the blade. He's armed himself with it. Dodge out of the way of Hardy though. Luckily, Hardy hit the tree. All good. Shatter hits the ground, only one falling over those. Finn uses the Suzu to right them back up again. Blade has been pulled, goes straight for Sparker, but just faced with turrets. It's going to be tough for him to execute anybody here. Still has a dash straight onto Hardy, and there's the rampage you want to see. 4-man from Max. And there's the turnaround. The San Francisco Shock with the first 4-man rampage of this map so far. The other 2 rampages not quite successful. Well, when it lands, it hits. And because Abro used a beat so early on in that fight, that's a free ultimate there from Max as Shock tie up control.
Proper was just hurting the London Spitfire with the Blade. He didn't find any value himself, but because of the Blade, everyone grouped up towards the lamp because they didn't want to fall, and then it's Max time. Yeah. Runs through the rampage, nail in the coffin for the London Spitfire. This has been very back and forth so far, Jack. You can see the strengths and weaknesses of both of the compositions that they've been playing so far. As we head over to Shrine, this could go either way.
Yeah, really could. I mean, I want it to. 4 or 5 maps. I'm ready. That is for sure. See if Proby wants to stick on the Bastion. Did switch over to the Sim a moment ago, but on this map with long sight lines, might be a little bit better to stick on the Bastion if you can kite away from London, of course.
The Bastion also just keeps Hardy in check, because when you can go into that wheels mode, if Hardy doesn't have the shield, or even if he does have a shield, it's just so much damage that he has to respect.
That's a bit of damage already. Like Proper's angles there, I will say. Just dash, he goes to Mega Health Pack, shoots through Shurikens, dashes through, hits the Reflects, trying to catch people off guard. Probably taking a fair bit of damage, popping world mode of himself, and there you go, there's Sparker. Just training right now with Bastion's cooldowns. There's the Carnage, hit quite a few people. Wow, Max's ult charge is ticking up, so it's proper. There's the pin, Hardy's in trouble, but so is Max. Does end up falling, but Shock do kill Land in here, so it is a big trade. They've just got to keep people alive, but it's going to be so hard with just the healing from Apple right now. Hardy is super low, just perma holding shield, is Proper trying to get clean-up kills with the resets. Nice teleport from Hardy, but they are still struggling to keep themselves alive.
Admiral just can't keep the players up, so they're going to have to concede the point, at least for now. That was such a huge pick by Finn onto Landon, just giving the San Francisco Shock that team fight.
Well, there you go, there's a point cap as well, Scott.
And Proper's got a very quick blade off of this. I don't know if the London Spitfire are expecting this. They do have the sound barrier from Admiral to deal with it, though.
They're setting up TP. You can see Max kind of looking to his left to make sure they don't pull any funny business. That beam would be nice at full charge. Nice direct hit on Proper there. Backbone dodging out of the way. That axe swing. There's the TP backwards in response to Renko's ultimate. Sound barrier, later one. Proby's already dead. Little damage now the Shock have, but the blade coming out from Proper anyway. He is pretty low still, but no, he manages to kill Abro. Hardy and Abro in the front line alone. There was no healing from Lantern to really sustain them through that blade. Proper does end up falling down, but Shock is still controlling this point, Scott.
This is the Proper difference right now that you're seeing from the Shock. They rely on him so heavily, and he's coming up in spades when they need him the most. In the first fight, he's able to find those executions, and then right there, so patient with the blade, waits for the Admiral sound barrier, gives it an extra second to let that overhealth reduce down, and then finds the value with the blade that the London Spitfire cannot hold up to.
Yeah, they were hoping maybe the turret slow him down, they can go for a big swing on him, but he was just kept very healthy. Hardy's got Shadow at 3%. Shock are going to assume he has it. I mean, there's no one standing in his way. There's one more to Shell, another one on Admiral, a second one, but Admiral jumping on top of the drum to keep himself up. Shock can stall this indefinitely almost. Hardy Shell pretty low, 180 Shatter, but no, he's dead already. Admiral kills Max, but it's not going to matter because Proby is just cleaning them up. And now you're stepping into a really tough situation. Land is going to die pretty quickly here, pretty late here, sorry, as the Shock are on final fight.
And Max was just using the threat of the rampage that Hardy had to solo shadow Max, but from there he exposed himself to the Proby Bastion, and that's the threat of the Bastion that it provides against the Reinhardt. And now Max still has this rampage, Finn has an amplification matrix. This is a tough fight for the London Spitfire to win.
Oh, Finn is super low. 3 shells straight on top of the Bastion, but Proby's going to get kept alive by Finn. Finn still taking more damage, but Hardy's already dead. There's the rampage in the back. They didn't feel that one coming. The San Francisco Shock are going to be able to clean up. They try desperation TP into the backline from the London Spitfire, but it's not going to work. There's the second blade from Proper. A nice little ghost swing there on Landon. And Shock will claim the first map.
And the London Spitfire Reinhardt being exposed for some of the weaknesses of the Reinhardt. You can see Hardy just looking around trying to find any value, while Max is just finding value time after time with the jagged blades, with the rampages, and Renko's smile says it all. It's contagious, goes over to Finn. Maybe we'll even see Proper crack a smile by the end of this series.
Maybe one time this year. Nah, he's smiled a few times, let's be real. That's an insane first map. All 3 rounds taken, and like you said, I like the idea of exposing each other's weaknesses. You can see where London, if they can't stand up to Proby, just hammering down Hardy's shield, if they don't take him out quickly enough, it's tough for Hardy to create all that space. You can even see it there in a small microcosm as he has 100 health left on his shield, and you're still shooting if you're the Bastion. The big mind games here from the London Spitfire really did take them to a map number 3, or round number 3, I should say. These TPs are just so clean, but if Shock can kind of sniff them out and just get the first step on them, it could be really tough for London Spitfire to come back after they've used one of their TP tricks.
And that's where map choice is going to be very important in this series, because in this third round of Shrine, Symmetra just doesn't find as much value with those teleporters. You don't have high grounds, you can't have those flank angles. So we're actually going to see London Spitfire move over to Midtown, and this isn't a surprise to me at all. Lots of great teleport angles. I expect London Spitfire to stick with the same thing. Do the Shock have the answer on Midtown as well?
Can even run the May if you wanted to on this map as well, but the teleport's second point, jumping up to the high ground, or just on first, jumping straight to the point, or to the little house in the top left-hand corner. A lot of options here for London Spitfire. San Francisco Shock, though, they lead the series 1-0. We'll be right back just after this. Two teams that do this meta a little differently, I'd say. Seeing a lot of Ryan, a lot of Junker Queen at the moment from the Shock and London Spitfire. And, well, there's one guy that does it all. Last year's MVP. I mean, proper on the Genji. I mean, Proby is a huge threat to what London Spitfire's comp needs to get done, right? They need Hardy to set up, just be this pressure machine, just walking at people with the Reinhardt. He's making his job really tough. But you take down Proby, and then you have to come face to face with Proper. And yeah, on the Genji, his stats and his blades looking super clean. Well, as always.
Proby is the threat, but Proper is the executioner. He's that guy that if you leave him alone, if you let him exist, he will eventually kill your entire team. And it felt like one of the issues that the London Spitfire were dealing with, even when they were finding player advantages, finding advantages in the fights, Proper was the one turning them around. Not always just with the blade, just getting those dash resets. Like, look at how clean this blade is. Perfectly timed with when the sound barrier is falling off. Finds the one pick, deflects a bunch of the damage, takes that backbone, instant dash into a wall. It looks weird, but he needed to do that, otherwise he would have died. His awareness as a player is unparalleled.
And our awareness of Proper, he's not there. he is taking a brief break.
Never mind, he's gone.
Yeah, never mind. No substitutions either side for this next map. It was London's pick, so we are going over to Midtown. And it is a bit of a clash of styles, and London doing their own thing, as they always do. But are they going to switch up on this one? Because we were talking about in the break, Scott, maybe Backbone goes to the Mei, and then Sparker goes to the Sim. Try and actually isolate one target, which is what that comp at least does very well. But when you play the Bastion and the Sim, doesn't really do it that well at all. You're trying to just focus down the Queen, making sure Max can't get up in your face, and then trying to kill the DPS. With the Mei and the Sim, you're just like, okay, we're gonna wall Queen, infinite damage just thrown at her face. Like, two very different ways of playing that comp, and London, they're gonna struggle, I think, if they need to face up against Proby's Bastion and Proper's Genji again.
Yeah, obviously you want that damage for the Bastion. You want to have that threat that Max is going to have to respect, but by having that wall, we've seen how valuable that's been for the London Spitfire. And not only that, the Blizzard is such a valuable ultimate as well compared to the Bastion ultimate. The Artillery Strike is very rarely going to find big value, but Backbone historically has been very smart with his Blizzard usage, isolating targets, throwing it on the backline, and really just making the San Francisco Shock have to respect their gameplay. So,
is he doing the Macarena?
I think he is doing the Macarena, but he's only doing like 2 steps.
Where's the other one?
Yeah, there's like a hips, and then you go to the back, and then there's a spin. Yeah,
he can't spin, but
well, he could spin. He's just not committing to the.
He's not committing to the spin, dude. He's gonna get his headphones.
No, you don't half-ass the Macarena. You do the Macarena.
Listen to me. you don't half-ass the Macarena. Well, when we have the Macarena at mine and Danny's wedding, it's going to go crazy.
Oh, it's going to go crazy. And you're going to invite Backbone, right?
Yeah, of course. He's going to be the teacher, the leader.
Okay. I don't know if I want to learn from him.
He did up. All right, Midtown is the map. As we load in just a moment. I wonder if Shock end up pulling out something else, because like you said, they have, and I think a lot of teams right now are just falling into this kind of comfort. And I don't think it's a bad thing at all. There's a lot of different styles right now. You have the Toronto Defiant style, not really playing a whole lot of Lucio. You have the London Spitfire, as always, playing the Rhine, and the San Francisco Shock right now. Like you said at the very top of the show, it was kind of one trick in the JQ comp, but it does work out because you can have 2 massive threats in Proby and Proper on very good carry heroes. And you have Max, who is a very good Queen. And Renko did stand up to yeah, so just let you know.
Yeah, well, he did struggle. I will say he struggled in the first map, got caught in the wrong situations multiple times.
Dominated.
Yeah, but other than that, he is honestly exceeding my expectations on a hero that a lot of players have made the switch to and struggled.
Backbone is on the Mei, so no Sim. On the defense, though, you kind of expect that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you don't normally play this Sim. You don't really want to be rotating everywhere. It's normally the attackers that want to do that, but it's actually Proby jumping over to Symmetra here.
It's a common pick for a lot of teams because it allows you to teleport through this choke without having to deal with all the threats. Oh, they look like they want to go very early, the London Spitfire.
Oh, the wall on the TP. Not every. Oh,
half of them through. Did none of them make it?
Nope, none of them went through. Maybe the hitbox there.
It's a smart idea. You can see that's the plan that Backbone has. He wanted to wait for the Symmetra TP to come down.
He might 3-tap Max.
He also might just save his wall every single time for when Proby decides to use his teleport.
Look at his ult charge.
Oh, that's crazy.
60. Oh, Sparker down. Not good. There's the TP. Wall came out. Not in time, though. Proby did make it across, but
the only one.
Sparker dead? Good luck finishing this up. You can see Proper just WM1 to the backline right now. Spitfire need to reset. They're going to be able to get another fight on this point.
But now they have to engage into a Symmetra. This is so difficult. They might not expect this Backbone Blizzard, though. He's getting it very quickly.
He's 10% away. One more headshot and a little bit of damage will do it. Got to be careful, though. There's the high ground. Turns the wall off one person. It's the Lucio, but Lucio's going to be okay. Backbone pops the block. 75% towards that Blizzard. So close. Just needs to hit a right click. There it is. It's up and available, but it's too late.
Just couldn't find that last bit of damage. It took him way too long to get the ultimate. That last 15% was so elusive. From there, the San Francisco Shock will capture.
Man, that is real rough. You just can't lose Sparker that early to Proper's dash.
Interesting switch by Finn over to the Kiriko. I wonder what prompts that switch. Obviously, he just used his ultimate,
They
so...
know Blizzard's coming up?
Yeah, maybe Blizzard. Suzu for the Blizzard is a great shout-out.
Yeah. I mean, the Lamp's not really going to do much because frozen.
And Earth Shatter as well, actually. That's a good point.
Sure. Yeah.
A lot of great uses for it. And the Kitsune Rush, we've highlighted it before, into a Reinhardt is just so valuable when you're playing the Queen. Right. Reduce cooldowns, increase speed.
Oh, there's the beat, though.
Beat engage.
Yeah, very aggressive. Hardy goes for the YOLO pit, as always. Nice couple of headshots coming out from Finn. Proper pulls the blade, healed 100% HP there. My word. That blade in a nice engage. I mean, this is the big thing here for San Francisco Shock, Scott. They need to make it past this initial choke point too. You can't get stuck in the car wash against London Spitfire. Now they're going to be able to take this high ground if they really want to. It's going to be up to London once again for this big re-engage. Luckily though, didn't use else.
Yeah, so they want to try and take this high ground. I'm actually surprised the San Francisco Shock aren't. London Spitfire going for an old cheeky trick.
Yeah.
They're going to hang out in this small room at this doorway, and they're going to be able to contest the point and the car for being able to move forward. So the San Francisco Shock are going to have to enter into this room if they want to deal with it.
I mean, Shock know that London Spitfire have all ults. They're like, well, they didn't use anything last fight, so there's no way they don't have 5 here. A few boots there on Hardy. Doesn't matter how many angles you take against the Ryan, you can just duck back in here, Scott, and you can just juggle. Also, Backbone's on the opposite side of this too. Proper goes in with the dash. They're just trying to take down the Bastion, but a pin from Hardy takes care of Proper. Now Max has nowhere to go, really, no backup in this small corridor. So they're just gonna have to go for a reset.
And that's the issue, right? Proper dashes into a small corridor with a Reinhardt. Hardy just pins through. He's gonna find someone eventually, and they can't even just walk in with the Rampage because Admiral's still holding onto this sound barrier. This is a difficult fight for the San Francisco Shock to win with the composition that they currently have.
I mean, big Rampage, big dash for Proper, but you can lamp beat, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to be able to survive that initial damage. There's the shatter, hits Max. Max needs help. There's the beat. Kitsune Rush used as well. A whole lot of ultimates thrown in right now. Only 2 from the London Spitfire. They've still got double support ultimate available to it. There's the Carnage. Rampage still available. Although, there it is. Boom! Hits the backline. There's the instant sound barrier. No lamp actually used, Scott. They don't need it. Hardy is still pretty low. They're trying to focus down Hardy, but Max is stuck, Scott. You're right. The window comes out too. Additional healing and damage as Proper pulled the blade. They're getting the payload moving, Scott. And with Backbone dead, it's going to be harder for the San Francisco Shock really here to push in. I mean, well, make it easier, in fact. I mean, Proby and Finn just cleaning up. So much more difficult there for the London Spitfire to hold down without Backbone. And eventually they make it work. But a lot of time was actually wasted there by the Shock just trying to set up these big kills.
Backbone's going to be able to touch here.
There's a wall, but is it going to be enough? I mean, Shock's comp. They need to be able to push through here to maybe isolate Backbone or land.
Proby's got to be careful with his damage.
Something cheeky. Wall's about to go down in just a second. Max is already in the back line. Sparker does end up falling though again. London Spitfire just getting flanked permanently. It's so rough for their comp. Especially when Proper can just play off angles, Proby can play off angles. A lot of the time, Spitfire are just looking at Max, trying to get him down and trying to force out the shout.
And they can't bring him down. That's really the issue. That's how they broke that small room. Max was stuck in there with 4 players for a long time, yet they still couldn't bring down the Junker Queen. The amount of self-healing that Junker Queen does these days when you hit those axes, when you hit those rampages.
It's huge.
It's a lot higher than it's ever been, and right now the London Spitfire aren't able to answer that damage, and also Max with another rampage.
So you need an Ana in that instance, right?
Yeah.
You just need the Bionade, but an Ana with a Lucio, Ana's just so fragile.
It doesn't make sense with the composition that Spitfire are playing.
And then you have Suzu as well, right, from Finn, so yeah, tough for London on second point. Still 2.5 minutes to TP, faking. Yes, it is. Does end up disappearing. Sparkle pops the wheels mode. Stuck in the same kind of situation here, but Finn has got the rush. Could be rather devastating. Blade, I mean, Kitsune Rush and the Blade can be just such a devastating combo.
It's going to be another 10-0 fight, it feels like.
Rampage, sound barrier. Okay, now Proper needs to wait. Max is going so low. There's the initial kill that they wanted, that they desired. Those isolations are just so important for London Scott.
And the sound barrier from Renko is just a hair too late. All of a sudden, Renko's used the sound barrier. It doesn't save Max, and that's a huge tool that they've lost. Now they have to enter in without the defensive capabilities. So they have to deal with an Earth Shatter, with a Blizzard. How do you stand up to that without that extra health? They have to just hope that the damage from the proper blade and the Finn Kitsune rush can get them through.
You could wall off the Blizzard potentially.
Whoa.
Shatter through the payload. I mean, oldest trick in the book. Shatter straight under the payload.
You have that false sense of security when you're standing behind the payload because you always like to think that it's a wall, but you can Earth Shatter through that, and Hardy showing his Reinhardt expertise, just shatters 4. That's another free team fight win, will cost them a shatter. And only a minute remaining for the shock now.
You take that.
Oh, 100%.
30 seconds or so, big resets, have to get back up to the point. Like, yeah, that's a easy W there for the London Spitfire. TP's onto high ground really quick right now. There's the shot. Carnage, well, bag swing in the midair, did miss, but proper dust. I'm already down to the shift as Matt, once again, just finding his own angles. Scott, it's just so difficult for the Spitfire to isolate people. Proby is down, but Proper is just getting reset after reset after reset after reset. There's nothing the Spitfire can do. They're looking at, what, 360 degrees of the San Francisco shock descending on them. So tough. And Proper, he saved the blade.
Admiral just will not fall.
This is good stall. That's a pretty decent stall, actually.
It's a great stall, but I think Proper ends that fight with 5 final blows. Proper able to catch up here for the San Francisco shock when they needed it. And more importantly, he didn't even use the blade. So he needs to pop this one soon before Admiral gets up to another sound barrier.
There comes the wall to split off Spark with the rest of the team. Proper's already used the deflect, dashes back to the rest of his squad. Still got the blade in hand. Here comes the Bastion ultimate just straight on top of the wall, but no, here comes the beat engagement shock as soon as they hit that ultimate coming through. AC9! AC9! Are you kidding me, Shock? You just run off the point like that?
Oh, that hurts. That hurts. It needs to be communicated. Maybe Renko not realizing it's probably him who needs to be the one on the point, but that's...
Are you kidding me?
Egregious. That's a bad one right there from the San Francisco shock.
They heard the Bastion ult. Hey, it's our time to go. Bastion can't move. Beat, rush, and get... Oh, we're in OT. We're in OT.
I said point. They just ignore GG. Oh, Proper's airing the dirty laundry in match chat.
Blame each other. Get mad.
Oh my.
Sowing the seeds of deceit.
GG done. Oh my. Match chat's getting spicy out here.
Oh, maybe Renko?
Dude, Backbone is just sowing the seeds of discontent for the team, just turning shock against
Hardy
each other.
as well is like, yeah, it's proper Renko's fault, guys. Like, well, let's have a look at this, how this happened. So yeah, Bastion goes on, boom, sound barrier, beat, engage, and look at the timer. It's not in OT, and they're not touching, so look at Proper too.
He realized.
He instantly realized no one's on the point, guys. No one's on.
It is unfortunate because the overtime, you would always assume it would tick up and then someone would realize, but because they were at that window where they hadn't touched the point in enough time before it hit overtime, they just don't even get one, and that's a huge blunder. The engage was smart by the shock. They were going to win that fight.
You cannot be making mistakes now.
No.
You're in the play-ins. No regular season anymore. Finn on the Ana.
Ana?
I like this
Baptiste. This is the flexibility that Renko adds to this team. Oh, hello.
Hello. Well, nice anti.
No follow-up.
No follow-up, though, yeah. Well, I said that Proper's there, but shouldn't matter all too much.
So once again, London Spitfire, now they're set up in this room. They're going to want to start stepping onto the point, start getting the capture point up. Force the San Francisco shock to engage into them.
I see Proby peeking now. Wants to go Wheels mode.
That's
an unbelievable nade angle from Finn. Just solo takes down Landon. Easy peasy. Big resets now.
Yeah, that's such a huge fight.
This is the thing too. It's exactly the same as last round, right? The San Francisco shock can just encapsulate the London Spitfire. Just every single angle. Finn was almost in handshake distance with the London Spitfire in that small room, but London can't just push out and instantly engage on them because they need to cap the point. Finn's doing the same thing again, playing at an off angle on the Ana to get a nade.
Dude, Finn must have been top 500 at prop hunt when it came out in Overwatch.
Right.
He was just hiding. Oh, he's a little late.
Yeah, a little bit late that one, but still got nade, and he can just play here again, Scott, right?
Same nade angle.
Yep. They got to know. They have to know, right? Yeah, okay, Landon did peek him.
Another tick given up. Shock have to do something.
Nade in, hits Hardy, Sparker. Now, no engage. TP back from London Spitfire. They're trying to catch Finn out. They're sick of his shenanigans. Oh, Finn is in trouble.
How's he alive?
Oh, shouldn't be alive for much longer. Sparker does get anti-naded on the way out, though, and Proper takes him out, just clean shuriken play. Max does end up falling, but will it matter? Nano Blade for shock. If London want to make a move, they're going to have to run into it. There's the Nano onto Proper. Before the Blade, but no, there's the pin. Reduced damage, no, it's Proper. 70 HP, and they know they don't touch the point either. Oh, Proper pulls the Nano Blade, and Hardy stands still, typing in match chat. Keep C9 in Proper. It's working out for us.
Oh, the mental warfare in this game from the London Spitfire. Oh, this is just, that has to hurt.
If there's one thing European Overwatch players are good at,
being toxic.
No, I was gonna. No, okay. No, I was just gonna say smack talk, but okay.
Okay, sorry, I must have got the prompt wrong. That's my fault. Sorry, Europeans. But that's a big ultimate. That's the blade out the window. All of a sudden, Renko has to switch, Finn has to switch. So that's a lot of ultimates that San Francisco Shock don't have. This could lead to a snowball from the London Spitfire.
Probably get microwaved by those turrets there. Here comes Proby. He's ready to jump down, lob a nade, and just hit that wheel smoke, but there's the teleport. London have different ideas. Good wall, in fact. Good luck getting any damage down now. Here comes the Meteor Strike. More strike, Backbone. He's good. All right, nice block by Hardy. There's the Shadow. Max on the other side of the wall. Instantly killed. The lamp was flung, Scott, but it's instantly taken out by Backbone. And now Flopper's in trouble. He's going to have to be the savior once again for the San Francisco Shock. He's got no dash, no reflect, no nothing. 5 minutes on the clock for London Spitfire. Hardy's nice Proper. Keep C9.
Oh!
Keep C9ing. He's just twisting that knife, Scott. He's twisted it, and it is hurting right now.
And this isn't obviously C9s happening over and over again. This is the London Spitfire manipulating the position of the Shock that always makes it so that the Shock have to fight off of the point. They can't fight into this Reinhardt, so therefore the London Spitfire, they don't have to do anything. It's the Shock who have to keep stepping up, but currently they have no answers. They are finally starting to get the ultimates up. Renko's going to have the Sound Barrier, Max with the Rampage, Finn with another ultimate as well, but 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, and they only need one more fight.
TP on the high ground. Max should drop once again and use his ultimate if he wants to. Booped into the window, but they need to touch the point. Shock need to touch the point! Shock need to touch the point! Again! C9 again! Are you kidding me? This is the play-ins! This is not regular season, Scott.
It's not funny anymore. That's the bad thing about it, right? Like, it happens once or twice. Haha, funny, C9, they didn't stand on the point. There is a fundamental issue with the way that the Shock are playing against this London Spitfire composition. They gave away all 3 points on their defense without being on the objective. Yes, you can say sometimes they were at disadvantages, they couldn't touch the point, but that doesn't change the fact that currently they're not playing the objectives. That is absolutely a win condition if you're the London Spitfire moving forward into these other maps.
Oh my god. I think that round in general, or that map, is probably going to go down in the history books. It's one of the craziest C9 maps of all time. That was ridiculous. I mean, hey, London's map choice, maybe they knew. Hardy currently getting in their heads. San Francisco Shock. You got to be shaking a little bit, but this is the big time right now. You're in a break, small one. Got to reset the mental, because you cannot let them get to you. You know London are going to smack talk. You know they're going to do that.
And, you know, London Spitfire, they have all the momentum now. The silver lining for the San Francisco Shock is they won the first map, so therefore, with loser's pick, they will get the choice of the last map if we do get here. And now we head over to Push. Now we head over to Flashpoint as well. Maybe it can be better because you don't have to play as much against as much Symmetra and it's not going to be as effective, but that's just a big maybe.
Some egregious stuff we just watched there on Midtown. Suravasa is the next one. I mean, this is a London special right here. Was Shock's map choice, though. We're going to jump to a break. Please, no more C9s. Welcome back. Yeah, it happened. A lot of C9s. It's the first one, by the way. Sound barrier off the point to try and kill the Bastion. Other time's gone. Here is the other one. This is a proper nanoblading onto the point to try and get there. Gets booped by Admiral and then killed by Landon. And this one, oh my God, this gotta hurt, dude. It's gotta hurt. Well, they did kind of the same thing again, right? They went for an aggressive TP behind the London Spitfire. Max going in for a big rampage potentially, right? And then London like, wait, you guys just left the point. Like, you know where the box is, right?
It feels like a lot of the San Francisco Shock strategy is let them TP, but then flank around them and then punish them for it. Or just not taking a straight up head-on fight. And that's a great idea in theory, but right now what's happening is they're missing the crucial part, which is the objective, and they're also not finding those values in the engagements.
Rough. Real rough stuff.
Need a mental reset after that one. You hope that Krusty's coming in, sort of, you know, getting all the players back on the same page, because right now, those are a classic types of maps that can boom a team, right? That's something that mentally it can be hard to bounce back from. Of all of a sudden, there starts to be sort of this, you know, worry and fear, and players start thinking they need to win the game on their own, or they lose trust that their other players are going to touch the objective, for instance.
Yeah.
So now, how do the San Francisco Shock bounce back from something like that? And is the mental warfare from London Spitfire going to continue?
There are 9 opportunities in this game type to C9. Just want to put that up.
9? What's the math on that?
There are 5. There are 5 opportunities to C9 this map.
Yeah, let's never cook on broadcast again, mate.
I was like, yeah, it's BO5, right? No, it's BO3. What am I saying? There are a lot of opportunities to C9. Is it going to happen? I mean, I don't know. Honestly, with Hardy's mental warfare and the rest of the London Spitfire talking smack and max chat, potential is always there.
We are going back to what we saw in Control. Backbone is back on the Symmetra, Sparker on the Bastion, Proby on the Bastion. So what we saw in this first map, so it's going to be about the teleporters from London Spitfire versus the Genji proper, and Finn's dead apparently.
Who's typing? Who's typing? Look who's standing still.
Yeah, is anyone gonna?
No one's typing just yet. Okay, all good, all good. Just, I was waiting for it.
You don't want to poke the bear too much.
Or too early as well.
Yeah.
Want to win the first couple of points, maybe. Oh. Okay, nice night. Okay, well, there you go. There's the TP.
Teleported down.
Yeah, teleported down. Guys, let's go in.
Okay, so that's an early death there from Finn. So now, all of a sudden, once again, they're the ones who have to find a way back onto the point. Proby getting exceptionally low as well.
Yeah. Gonna heal up, though. Luckily, a lot of healing from the back. What will London do, though? They're just going to teleport onto Proby as soon as you use that shift. There it is. There's Will's mode. Prime position now for London to maybe make a teleport a play, or just play like this, Scott. Teleport up to the high ground for Backbone.
London don't have to do anything. They're happy to stand here. Hardy has his full shield. Proby used the Wheels mode, so they've lost all that damage. Just waiting around.
Man, Proby's so low. You got to heal him. You got to heal Proby. Proby, there he's getting healed. All good. Admiral down, though. Proper with 1 kill. Oh, the window door almost. Man, if Landon had this window up there as well, it would have been disastrous, I think, for the Shock. But Proby comes up with 2. And there is the point flip.
I think Proby went from 10 health to 100 health to 10 health to 100 health, back and forth. Finn does a great job of keeping Proby alive. And that is an important flip there for the San Francisco Shock. Only cost them the amplification matrix. Renko goes and picks Proby back up. So now the Shock are the ones in the driver's seat. Strangely enough, though, they don't have a lot of ultimates just coming up. Genji Blade, Rampage, they're not going to have it for this fight unless it's a long, drawn-out one.
That was a cheeky, did you see that?
Grenades under the roof and down.
That was really cool. Window and wall, house built.
Oh, flip.
And flip comes through as well. That is bad news.
Look at the wall. I love the positioning of that wall. You feel the Shock.
Oh my. Downtown. Proby can't believe it. He looked at the kill feed. Okay, Renko dead, no speed. I mean, you have to go for something here for this Shock, right?
Someone's going to touch the point.
Bam, bam, Sparker, fancy footwork, Finn is down. There's touches for the Shock here, Scott, but they got no healing. I mean, Max is on, yeah, Proby down, and that'll be done. That'll be London's point.
Once again, London Spitfire just using their ultimates, using the objective better, force the Shock off the point, and then, once again, just a stray pick. Takes down a player from the Shock. Proby's actually going to switch off of the Bastion over to the Symmetra. What this means for the Shock is there is no dawdling. There is no standing around anymore. Right. You have to go. They need to utilize these teleporters. Maybe they're trying to cut off or take an off angle here on the Spitfire.
I mean, Proby's got Blade. No nano to combo, sadly. All good, though. still winnable.
They have a Rampage, but they got to deal with this, sound barrier, Hardy, Earth Shatter.
Exactly. They got to throw an ultimate in there to get the sound barrier out.
How many times has Max been solo shattered? As soon as he walks in, there it is.
Oh, sound barrier actually coming through from the San Francisco shot first up as that shatter lands to the ground. Now Hardy retreating to the rest of his team. Here's the Rampage. Sound barrier from Apple. Okay, now it's up to Proper, but they need to find kills. One onto Sparker. Proper pulls the blade, dashes into air. Landon trying to escape the Exo boots. They do force the Shock, though, to use 3 of their big ultimates in that fight. Blade, Rampage, and sound barrier down.
Needed to be done, and I think that was the perfect play from the Shock. Understand the advantage that they had in the ultimates, pull them, and there's nothing that you can do if you're the London Spitfire. They use the sound barrier, but it's just not enough. The Blade and the Rampage is just too much damage.
OTB.
So now let's see the Spitfire, who seem to be masters at understanding how to take these team fights. How do they want to do it? Shock's actually stepped away from the point.
Oh, well, they've done it again. They've just
they've given the flip
again. Yeah.
And they haven't found a pick. The idea is that they need to play fast, need to find a pick, and I said that's what they need to do, but they're the ones who just keep getting picked.
Backbone with a full charge right click through the window, one-shotting Proby there. A little bit of damage from other sources, but most of that damage comes from the right click. And Max, look at Max. He's trying to kill Sparker, but Sparker just teleports to safety. Full HP again, teleports back to the point, rejoins the fight, and this could be a stagger actually onto
yeah.
Okay. Not the biggest stagger in the world, but a couple of percentage points.
But once again, the issue is not that they lost that fight. It's the problem that they gave up the point and then lost the fight. So that's 58% and counting just because they let the flip come through. Shock stay on the point challenge, impossible. Or fight on the point challenge, impossible.
It's like they want to try and play Spitfire at their own game. They want to go for the cheeky TPs, but no one is as drilled as London Spitfire in this. Nice little headshot by Finn. Shadow comes in. However, Suzu instantly saves Proby.
Great wall from Backbone again, just giving them a little bit of extra time to live through the damage. Hardy was getting incredibly low. They've reset
Proper's
it,
dead.
Proper's picked.
Proper's dead. Where's the damage? Where's the damage? Max is down. That is 2 capture points you've got to imagine right now for the Spitfire. This is an absolute clean sweep from London.
A dismantling, almost, of the way that the Shock want to play the game. We ask ourselves, right? Are the San Francisco Shock going to be prepared for what the London Spitfire are going to play? They play it better than anyone else, and right now it doesn't feel like Shock have any answers to what we've seen from the London Spitfire so far, and once again, Spitfire make it to the point first. The Shock are the ones who have to be the aggressors.
Yeah, super quick. Well, they use amp and then straight go in for the teleport. Boom, they're at the point. It's super easy for London Spitfire. Their comp is just so well designed for this game type almost, right? It's crazy.
Shock do have those 3 big ultimates that we talked about last time. Maybe they can use those to take the advantage and take the capture once again.
Got to get that sound barrier out. Everybody's lined up.
Oh,
That's a good knife from Max. Drags Landon straight back in. Another one too. Admiral, hello.
Ooh.
Package delivery service, first class. Hardy down, and there you go. They only use the sound barrier in that fight. They, however, do not force Admiral to use his.
Yeah, that was great play from the Shock. That's the plays that you need your players to be making, and I'm going to hate that I say this, but I actually like this aggression from the Shock, not allow the Spitfire. But if the Spitfire get past them, they need to get to the point. Please do not give up the point, but they need to use the Symmetra. They need to force the London Spitfire to be uncomfortable. Oh, I thought they might have caught the...
Oh, Proby's dead.
How many times has Proby been the one who's caught early?
Yeah, oh seriously. Hardy jumps back to his team, and there is... No one dies that fire strike. Teleports onto the high ground now. A little Mad Hatter switching seats. Oh, what a pin from Hardy! He stops the Rampage from hitting his team and kills Max, the savior of the London Spitfire in that fight. And there's the flip.
Wow, and that was...
Hardy, what a beast!
That was really well played. Max, I like the idea there, sort of, if he could get in, play that aggressive style, one Proper could come with the Blade, but...
That's a big ult down too.
Smart
Proper comes in with the Blade, right? I mean, you have a Bastion to take down, that's the main focus here. But if Hardy gets the Shatter, he could just go for the solo Shatter of Proper. He is a little bit further away than he really wants to be right now, as the speed boost from the San Francisco Shock are going to put themselves on the point. Here's Proper, pulls the Blade, everything just clambered up in the corner. Hardy just trying to get some damage in. Proper, his Blade gets absolutely nothing! Sparker just pops the ult, and what can Proper do? He's got no sustain, Scott. At least the Shock do end up capping the point, but now the chase begins from London. Renko all on his lonesome. He is so low, ends up falling down quite late into that fight, Scott. And Spitfire, they're looking at final fight now for this map.
I love the way Sparker uses that mortar strike. He just pops it in the blading Proper's face and just shoots it all around him. It's like, what are you gonna do? You can't fight into this.
And then Hardy got Shadow at mid-fight, just laid it down.
It just drops it down. Shock.
Last fight now.
Renko sound barrier coming up. He needs to get up to this ultimate if they're gonna win it.
Do not get picked. Do not get picked right now. Teleporter coming in. Oh, it's only Probe! It's only Proby! 4v5 now. Unping from Hardy. Takes care of Proper. London Spitfire with an absolute shutout on Suravasa. It's just like a walk in the park for London. 2-1, smiles on the faces. They're right now, Scott, sitting at match point against Shock.
We can talk and analyze as much as we want about strategies, compositions, how they're engaging these fights. The one thing that's hurting the San Francisco Shock the most is just stray picks. People got picked time after time. Finn on the first fight, Proby multiple times on other fights. They're always taking fights at a disadvantage because their players just aren't respecting the damage coming out of London Spitfire.
I want to bring up the teleport thing again, because when London do it, everybody appears within like a frame, right? And then Shock, they try to do the same kind of thing. Proby puts the TP down, but they don't teleport instantly, right? They end up waiting a little bit. Then Proby goes forward and the teleporter destroys, then he dies. Oh, that was that beautiful grenade
through the window, yeah.
On the window, yeah. Jeez, man. I mean, there's a few different highlights here for the San Francisco Shock, but really, this is just all London Spitfire right now. Luckily, it is loser's pick. So Shock can go to another map type here. We're going to push, and they get to have their choice.
But if my memory serves me correctly, I feel like London Spitfire are really good at push because that is a big tempo maps. You know, all of them, Esperanza, New Queen Street, Coliseum, they're all very strong at using teleporters, manipulating fights in your own advantage, and that's what the London Spitfire are the best at, and how they're dismantling the San Francisco Shock right now.
Oh man, that Shadow is so sick too. Jeez, 3-0 on Suravasa. Esperanza is the map choice here.
It had to be Esperanza. They need those long sidelines. They need to be able to take these high grounds and just sort of change the way the fights are happening.
Sim is good here though, I'm just saying. TP to high ground, dislodge the Shock. Shock right now, they're on the bleeding edge from losing this series. London Spitfire, match point as we go on to Esperanza. Overwatch is being played currently, if you're not aware. Sometimes. Suravasa's got just a shutout from the London Spitfire. A 3-0 for them as we go on to Esperanza as our next map. But let's look at some stats before we actually get there. Here's some Bastion ones for you.
Yeah, Sparker has definitely been getting the better end of the Bastion stick over Proby. Obviously, the numbers tell a story. Sparker's that little bit better in every single category, but you're even just seeing the value in the picks that they're finding, the way they're utilizing their ultimates. Sparker's been coming in clutch time after time. He just seems to have a great understanding of not only the grenades, but also the artillery and mortar strikes. I feel like he's been manipulating fights a lot better. He's not finding big value, but he's accomplishing something every time he uses it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the perfect example of that was that last fight.
Yeah.
Where he used the artillery strike on himself, basically, but that was to stop the one tool that Shock had to end that fight, and that was Proper's Blade.
It also feels bad for Renko. Like, just trying to get some spam in, catches that. What does that do? That does like 250 damage through the amplification matrix?
Damage.
A million, okay, that's the official number.
I just want to point out something here as well, Scott. Junbin's coming in.
Oh, we haven't seen Junbin play pretty much at all in this new meta. So this, to me, screams just what we're doing right now isn't working. Let's try something else. Maybe this was already a preset strategy and Junbin would come in on Esperanza, but right now it just feels like them grasping at straws.
Renko needs to share the smile around, that is for sure. I mean, you would be pretty dejected after those last two maps, right? A 3-0 on Flashpoint, and then some crazy C9s on Midtown. Esperanza could be the map, though.
Renko has a different level. You know how it's like sad is like 1 and like super happy is like with a smile is 5?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Renko's like super sad is like a small smile.
Yeah.
And number 5 is like this really big grin. So he didn't have a big smile there. So you can tell Renko's obviously struggling, but hey, anything can happen. We've seen crazier things. You know, maybe this Junbin catalyst could come in and revitalize the San Francisco Shock, because let's be honest, this team is better than what they're showing us so far in this match.
Maybe it does come down to the mental warfare there as well. Honestly, it can be as taxing as it looks. You know, if you're in a ranked game or you're playing quick play or whatever, and then someone's kind of smack talking the other side, and you're then just continuing to get beaten down, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah,
it does not feel good. You know, that's a mute chat moment, I think, for most players, because after those C9s, like, you're not feeling great. A 3-0, you're still getting map picks, I suppose. So you feel confident going into the map, but the way London are playing and how they're playing around the Shock right now, yeah, it's just a night and day difference between both teams. And what is happening with the Shock here? Junbin on the Queen, so it is really just
nothing changing what it feels like.
Seeing what works right now.
Max was playing pretty well at the end there. Obviously, you know, he got pinned by Hardy, but you can't really anticipate that. But as I said, this might just be one of those moments of, hey, let's just put in some fresh blood, change something. Maybe the vibes change when you put Junbin in. And let's be honest, the Shock have made these kind of swaps throughout the entirety of the season, so why would they change now?
Right. Exactly that. Nope, nice little nade. I love seeing the right clicks, actually, from across the map. Oh,
they do a lot of damage. Like, that's one of the things that has made Bastion really strong lately is that grenade, the right click, does a big chunk of damage. Not only that, you have the wheels mode, all those types of things. Spark getting very low.
Yeah, he's good. He's chilling. TP, high ground, boom, there you go. And here comes the Bastion. Shout though. onto the London Spitfire. Oh, Renko's in trouble. 1 HP, but so is Sparker. A nice little right click from Proby there. Takes care of the bash. Max jumping in trouble though. Almost called him Max there. We see Max so much. Hardy taking an absolute beating. Nice kiting from Jumbin. That will be the fight done. All right, okay. First fight by the Shock.
And instantly the...
Nice.
I thought he was going to type in chat.
No, I thought it was as well. I was waiting for it, but that's really nice actually, just getting your supports a little bit of extra charge there, because you really need these beats for these fights. Spitfire, you know they're getting Hardy's Earth Shatter on so far, so any small advantage in terms of sound barrier usage is going to be good.
And Jumbin finds 3 kills in that fight, so automatically his presence in the server is being felt. Can he keep that going?
God, see him bounce that net off the wall and it connected with Renko. That's other than right. There's the window. However, artillery barrage takes down the lamp. Landon's already dead. No chance now for London. There you go. Okay, shot. Back-to-back fight wins. And now they can take control of the high ground here.
Yeah, and that only cost them the amplification matrix as well. Sparker used the mortar strikes, and all of a sudden, Shock. As I said, that this halftime, this substitution of Junbin, it could be the difference for here, because right now they're playing these fights a lot better. They're reacting to what the London Spitfire are doing in a smarter way.
Sound barrier available from Renko for that Earth Shatter from Hardy. Oh my God,
did a lot of damage.
That did a lot of damage.
Renko run.
Oh, he's won. Gets taken out. TP from Shock. Renko did not use it, and now the Shock are going to steal the bot away. And Shock, they are behind the London Spitfire now, technically.
They are contesting
Got
for
to
the
be
high
careful
ground.
though. Oh, the solo shatter onto Jumbin. It's protected though, actually, by that artillery barrage. Sound barrier from Admiral to stop Hardy from falling, and now the pressure from the Rhine is felt by the Shock. Does end up falling out that window, just getting chewed through right now. I mean, the Shock are just no fear at that point. Landon put up that window. They weren't scared of it. They weren't scared of Sparker just mowing them down. They just kind of ran through it. Shock to end up winning yet another fight, and this should just be the checkpoint.
And I like what you said there, Jack. The Shock aren't scared. That really feels like a different Shock than we've been seeing this series. So far, it feels like they have been scared. They haven't been wanting to full commit. Jumbin just jumped from the high ground into a Hardy Earth Shatter, took all the damage to the face, lived to tell the tale, and then helped them win that fight. That's what they need to keep doing. And that cost Spitfire everything for a fight that they ended up losing. And now Junbin with a rampage that could just run through the entire team.
Oh, Hardy with a pin. Oh, yeah.
Ow.
Gets Proby. Don't know. Honestly, I'm not even going to bother asking. So if Hardy hits shift, he gets a kill. That is for sure. Don't let him fall though. All good. All right, but a big lead here for Shock. Plus getting the checkpoints rather large too.
Yeah. I wonder how many of them got forward spawns, if any at all. But we can see the San Francisco, that was a poor fight for them. London Spitfire doing a great job teleporting to the high ground, catching the Shock off guard, and now Jumbin still once again holding onto this rampage. But how do you enter into this fight? Like, you have the entire backline of the Spitfire just sitting on this high ground.
You've got to teleport through these windows, right? I mean, that's got to be the game plan. There it is. Oh, beautiful boot.
Lovely.
Look at that reactive TP as well.
For Hardy, to help him get into the fight.
Straight up on the high ground, yeah. Oh, Prop is down.
Interesting as well, we are seeing that shift to Proper on the Bastion and Proby on the Symmetra. Because so far this series, we're seeing Proper playing the Genji, it hasn't been paying off that high, but now also
something's trying to happen.
Shock kind of caught
here in the rampage. It hits Landon and Sparker, but there's the lamp. Landon survives somehow, and Finz ends up going down. That lamp on the low ground plus the window, you can't do much about that. And now London have the checkpoints, and they're going to take the lead too.
It's flipped very quickly back into the London Spitfire's favor. The Shock, they got caught in that under the bridge situation after that teleport didn't play out. Shock really didn't have anywhere to go, and they just bled numbers.
Well, they lost Proper so early, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you lose Proper there, you want Proby to be at max energy on the beam, but getting that consistently is kind of tough.
And the London Spitfire, they're not going to do anything. They're happy to just sit here, wait in this point. Hardy can play through this archway, just going back and forth, getting healed, dropping his shield.
Can drop the Shadow if he really wants to, mate. I mean, Shock haven't got a shield to block it.
If anyone was going to flank Shadow, it would be Hardy.
It would be. Oh, there's the Shadow. It's one, Jumbin. Protected by that shield of Hardy. Protected from the heals, that is. There's both walls. You need a math major, I think, to solve this one. I'm going to be honest with you. Sound barrier for Renko. A later one from London Spitfire. And now the Shock are in trouble. Hardy jumps past the wall, though, and just microwaved by the turrets. A nice use of the window there by Finn. So Hardy crosses the wall, jumps straight into the window, and Floppo is waiting. that whole time with that wheels mode. Providence end up falling over, and the Shock have lost both their DPS, so the Spitfire are going to be able to jostle here.
They got a little split. They weren't able to take down any of the targets they were chasing down. So therefore, even though they had the player advantage, they're not able to capitalize on it. And once again, the London Spitfire fall back to the safety of the high ground. Yeah.
Wow, Jumpin's overextending. Like, someone's got healing. Yeah, he has to get flanked. Here comes the Mortar Barrage, and Jumpin dies. Jumpin just overextended past the bot, past the rest of his team, and Finn had to throw a lamp to try and save him.
And Renko tried to save him as well. He also falls, so therefore they don't have the speed to disengage. Staggers, another one on the prop. Oh, no.
Oh, he's so low, man.
Just not enough, but as you said, some small positioning mistakes now costing the San Francisco Shock big time, and now 90 meters and counting.
This is the comp right here. London Spitfire, they know all about positioning, and they'll punish your mistakes. Big wrap around here. Sparta in the back line, taking control of the high ground away from the San Francisco Shock. Shout for Jumpin as they do steal the bot, Scott.
This is the first time, but finally the San Francisco Shock are the ones who have out-positioned the London Spitfire. They've got the bot running. Yeah.
Have they? I don't know if they have. Jumpin kind of isolates. Same with Proby, who's on the high ground alone once again. Solo Shatter. Goodbye, Jumpin. Renko falls to the London Spitfire, just tearing Shock limb from limb. These positional mistakes from the Shock right now. The Spitfire are just making light work of it.
And you can see the difference between how they're utilizing the Symmetra. The London Spitfire, Oh, Proby, what are you doing in this room?
He's staggering.
He's staggering himself. He's stuck.
Goodbye.
Everything that the London Spitfire are doing is as a unit. They're moving as a unit, while the San Francisco Shock, they're splintering in so many different directions and then getting taken out one by one. That's what's giving London Spitfire the edge, and now 112 meters and counting. This is becoming an insurmountable task for the San Francisco Shock.
Rampage for Junbin. Lamb comes down pretty early, but the sound barrier for Admiral did get inflicted with that anti, but it doesn't matter. Now Jumpin in the back line. It's go time for the Spitfire. They lay out the window as Renko ends up falling again. Hardy is pretty low, ends up backing up and does eventually fall, but 120 meters from the Spitfire. I mean, the Shock, they have to burn ults in these fights to make it worth it. Finn even jumping onto Ana to make something happen, just to punish Hardy from just charging in. They got a mountain to climb now.
And Proper goes over to the Genji, maybe thinking this is his best opportunity to carry. If he can get on this Genji, anything is possible. But as you said, Jack, this is so difficult. The forward spawns are lost here for the London Spitfire. They have a nano boost, but what does the nano boost do for you here? Just nano Proper, hope for the best, put it on Junbin.
Well, you have to nano Junbin now because he's super low. A giant anti, but an even better lamp. Luckily, though, they take care of it with ease as Sparker ends up falling. London are pretty happy in this situation, you've got to imagine. Making Shock burn ultimates here is only good for them. A minute to go as they burn even more time. Nice little carnage there. Swing through the shield. Oh, Renko drops the beat.
Didn't need it.
He did not need that beat. We're in last fight territory now, and they got to claim, what, 70 plus meters, Scott?
Yeah, Renko, he needed to have diamond hands with that one because he just needs those ultimates to be able to sort of push through this high ground fight. They need to win multiple in a row. They don't have the sustainability anymore. Maybe San Francisco Shock can make something happen, but they're walking into a Hardy Earth Shatter, which once again they have no blockers for. Backbone has the wall, Spark with the Mortar Strike.
Here comes the Shatter, here comes Hardy! There's 3, no teleport to save you now. Proper ends up going down, Yolo pins into the back line, but it's not even needed. And I swing onto Proby as he takes him out. Same with Junbin. 25 seconds to go now for the Spitfire.
The San Francisco Shock, they have one last chance to swing this back in their direction. They do have forward spawns, so we'll probably meet in the middle.
There's only wall, Scott.
Yeah, they only have wall. Nano boost coming up. Maybe if they can get to a Nano Blade, maybe if they can get there, they can turn this around. But Spitfire, they're going to have so many ultimates of their own.
They don't need to push it far either, Scott. They can just back up. Someone's got to touch. There it is. There's the touch. Jumpin's on.
They're going to back up all the way to their defensive high ground right here. Take the fight where they have the advantage. So the San Francisco Shock have to fight into them.
Jumpin super low, has to shout, naded as well, so Finn heals him up pretty quick sharp, but Landon's laying in wait with the window. Scott.
Hardy's letting it, the cart move further and further.
There's the wall, Hardy in trouble. Straight through the window though is Sparker, just tearing them into mincemeat. Oh, Finn's in trouble. Teleports onto the high ground, he's already dead. Proby falls, and the San Francisco Shock laid to rest. Spitfire battle with the gods and lay him 6 feet under.
San Francisco Shock thought they came in with a plan, thought they could play the Junker Queen, but London Spitfire add another notch to their belt of a team who doesn't know how to deal with their Reinhardt rush.
A 3-1 in this series, you got to be happy about that. Backbone just grimacing at the camera. What's up, Shock? I mean, maybe it was the mental warfare at the end of it all. Cool, calm, and collected as always, Hardy, but London with a 3-1 victory. Rather decisive, those last 3 maps. Where were the Shock?
They just weren't able to really find anything to go against this Symmetra setup. It wasn't even the Reinhardt or anything like that that really caught the Shock off guard. It was the Symmetra teleport. It was the way that they maneuvered around the maps that the Shock, they just don't have that level of experience. And it was highlighted even more so on Esperanza, where their Symmetra play, it had its moments, but overall just very divided, not playing with the same level of coordination as the Spitfire.
Well, there was one fight in there, Scott, where you said, well, the Shock managed to out-rotate the London Spitfire, but it's just London Spitfire's comp. They know how to use the Sim teleport better than anybody else in the league currently. And at the helm, player of the match is going to be Hardy for this one. I mean, no one does it better.
The way we always talk about Hardy and how integral he is to this team, yes, the rest of the team's here, but he plays the Reinhardt in such a different way, and that's what makes it unique. If you're Max, you can absolutely bet your best dollar that he has not had to play against the Reinhardt of the caliber of Hardy, who's just hitting these fat pins, hitting the shatters time and time again, and just doing and playing the game differently to everyone else. Hardy, worthy of player of the match, just really showing that Reinhardt can be a viable pick on lots of these different maps if you play it the right way.
If you play it the right way, and that is the big thing. The London Spitfire, I mean, playing Warlords right now, 3-1. Not sure what the audience vote was for this match, Scott, but I know what the death vote was. That's for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of London believers, and I would be too. After seeing this match and them dismantling the Shock like this, you're feeling good about London's chances in the play-ins.
And if you're another team in this play-in bracket, there's only 2 teams that are going to make it out of this play-in bracket, right? You're a team like the Boston Uprising. You think you have a great shot to make it to Toronto. London Spitfire is a curveball that no one knows how to deal with. That's a scary prospect.
Yeah, I mean, that's their next opponent too. I mean, the Boston Uprising, very much a top contender right now. Like, people were saying, oh, maybe Boston gets in, like, into the playoffs before people like Mayhem, before Outlaws, maybe even before Reign, you know? But now they're in the play-ins and they have to go up against the London Spitfire. At least you can use these VODs, right? I mean, to look how they play, but right now...
We have so many VODs. We have so many VODs of them playing Reinhardt. It never works.
They look almost infallible. The London Spitfire with a 3-1 victory. We're going to jump over to the desk. They're going to break down that series and tee us up for the next one. See you in a bit.
I mean, Simblade.
Yeah,
we're doing
right side. I'm on right side.
Break it.
Can we drop it? Genji under with blade. Genji under left.
Get him
on.
That's
Genji, lose con.
Yeah, just lose.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
Really clean.
Here we go! Let's go! Yeah, Danny!
It's
so
Spitfire, we Spitfire.
You know what?
Well,
I can't be upset. I've been playing both sides this whole time because I'm happy to see London win. Even though I thought Chuck could do it, London, it's the team play.
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about so many teams, right? We talk about, okay, who's the superstar? Even going into this, we're talking about, you know, backbone. Oh, is it going to be his May? Is it going to be Hardy's Ryan? I feel like London defies that paradigm of Overwatch that we've seen historically so much, where it's been about enabling your stars, letting them pop off and succeed. London doesn't play like that. Everything they do is as a unit. I think that post-game comms really showed it. They're all on the same page. They're locked in, and it feels like you can't beat them in these like team play matchups.
So why did you pick the Shock?
I thought Shock would be. I thought the individual star power would be enough, but I was wrong. I mean, London, it's the team play, the coordination, very impressive.
Yeah.
But they also have the star power, like to top it all off. Like, I don't know what you're on about here, Jake. And one of those mega stars we have, of course, standing by for an interview. It is no other than the man himself. It is Hardy. Congratulations, first victory here in the play-ins. Hopefully, many more to come.
Thank you very much.
All right, Hot Dizzle. I'm gonna start this this interview.
Is that how you just call him?
I call him Hot Dizzle.
Hot Dizzle, as they say. Yeah,
I
amongst
hope you don't
friends.
mind. It's a name that I came up with, Hot Dizzle.
I mean, we're tied like that.
Nice. All right. Thank you, Hadi. I mean, I remember, I think earlier this season, I think when we had the interview with you, you said that your sort of the goal at that time was to get into the play-ins. And now that you're in the play-ins, like, what's your new goal? Like, how high can the Spitfire go?
I mean, we want to make it to playoffs, obviously. We're just taking it step by step. But now we want to make it to playoffs, obviously. You have to add this on.
Oh my god.
We're losing it over here.
We're losing it.
So your sights are set on playoffs. What I want to talk to you about as a connoisseur of a little bit of mental warfare myself, I want to get in your head as you BM proper of all people. That's a dangerous target of BM. That's a dangerous one, but you swung at him and you took him right out with a clean 3-0, starting with that mental warfare. So how do you feel about that? Like being ready to just talk smack mid-game. I like to see it, but what were you thinking?
And the thing is, he's like the best player, so they can only win if he's gonna carry. So it's like a 50-50, you know. If you tilt him, either he's gonna like go demon mode or he can't carry anymore. And I'm willing to take the risk.
All right, how do you gambling man? You heard it here.
I like that.
I love it. I got a bit of a dumb question. This is a bit of a silly question here. I know no one's like the London Spitfire, but do you ever internally ever joke about the fact that no one else is really playing the Reinhardt at this point? You guys are finding so much success with it, and now you're beating teams in the play-ins like the Shock, and no one's really playing Reinhardt. Or you're just that much better? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, we do joke a lot about it, especially when we feel like our comp is better. We just make the joke that other teams are playing off meta, but we're just playing meta comp. So yeah.
So you guys are the off meta against the other team that are playing the off meta.
I mean, who has to say, right?
Yeah.
If you're winning, then clearly you're doing it right.
Then you are the meta, right?
Exactly.
Winning is the meta. That's the only thing that matters.
I couldn't agree more. Well, one last question before we let you go celebrate. Tomorrow, your second match will be against the Boston Uprising. Obviously, they are one of those favorite teams to make it out of the play-ins. Are you going to prepare something specifically for them, or just keep on rolling with the Reinhardt? Or how do you feel about that matchup? Are you nervous at all since they are such a juggernaut?
I think we're just gonna stick with what we're doing right now, and we feel really confident versus Boston. It's actually one of the teams we're more confident versus, so it should be a good game.
Right on. Well, that's all we can ask for. That's right. Stay hydrated there as well. Hadi, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your match tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
London Spitfire did it, and in a convincing fashion, nonetheless. Johnny and I even got the score right there. Look at those big brains.
Yeah.
Now you can cheer on Hadi as well as the London, of course, in the upper bracket with the new support bundle. That's right, showing support in and out of game with skins for Iliari, Mercy, as well as Senora. They're available in game shop right now, so grab yours. Mercy just looks good in blue. Is that just me? Do I have a blue bias?
I like that Houston skin.
Looks good in everything.
Honestly, all three of those colorways on the hero, it fits really well.
Yeah,
It does,
I think the Iliari and the Houston colors is nice.
Yeah.
Was that Toronto Zen?
Yep.
Yeah, Toronto.
I mean, those are nice looks, man. Sport bundles
Some
looking
good looks. Good looks is definitely also what we want to see from our upcoming teams. They will be going up against each other. But first, of course, we will be heading into a very quick break. But first, before the break, we once more want to, take a trip down memory lane. It feels far away, but that match did happen. We already talked to Hadi about their victory, but let's support it with some moving pictures here. How did London Spitfire get it done?
It started off good, Jake.
It did. I feel like Midtown, I'm not gonna lie, that is, I said it in the Green guys, you lose a map like Midtown, that can tilt you. This is a mass C9 event.
This
is beyond one individual.
C18, right?
Yeah,
C18?
I mean, it was out of control. Some of these, I think, were more like London just played incredibly well, so some of these were forced, but at least a few of them were just big errors from Shock, fundamental misreads of the game, not being ready to play on the objective. I mean, they're winning both these fights at the end of the map, they're winning those fights. And then maybe they're not going to win the map, but still, it just feels so bad to lose like that. It's not even being outplayed. You outplayed yourself. And then when we go to the maps where London's in their wheelhouse, they're just in control the whole time.
It's crazy how it felt like, as someone who predicted London Spitfire, it's crazy how it felt like Shock had the momentum up until those C9 moments.
Oh, for sure.
And the trash talk came in. And as we got into Flashpoint, I mean, London Spitfire, they just ran away with it. Some like really nice plays from Hadi here, for example, that charge onto Max. And Sparker here as well. Yeah, like these were some really sick plays here from the London Spitfire playing this composition. But it's something we talked about, throughout these play-ins and last week as well, that playing these kind of brawl, Lucio compositions really works out well on the Flashpoint. So it's an advantage that London Spitfire has, and it puts Shock in a difficult position where you're kind of forced to win some of these other game modes, like Hybrid, for example, or controlled map pick, stuff like that.
I think London in general, they're just a really smart team, and like I think Jake said this, before we talked about this whole match, but they're very team oriented, and they're just like they play as a whole unit. I think that's like the biggest plus to the London Spitfire.
I think it's one of the hardest things to do in professional Overwatch when you're playing, especially these heroes like the Symmetra and Mei as another example that have unique team utility. Lucio is obviously the classic, but what Spitfire does, it really doesn't feel like it's one player's ability or another. What are they going to do with their play? It's like all of these abilities are coming together in concert, and they play off each other, and it looks effortless, right? But I can tell you it's not. To actually do that cleanly, other teams are running Sim Bastion. It just doesn't look like London's plays because London is just tighter. They catch you off quicker. They're ready for those plays. Maybe it's the experience, right? They've got the reps on this comp, and they know how to play it.
Yeah, and they love playing it. They talked about how much fun they're having playing what they're good at and what just is within their comfort zone, and that can make a really big difference as well because you're mentally just in a different kind of space, right? London Spitfire, they got the whole package. They seem to have it all. They got the friendship, they got the synergy, they got obviously the skill to back it up. Let's see how far they can take it here in the play-ins. Now, we do, of course, have another match coming up. We will find out if Alpha Yi can carry Washington to 2 straight wins today, or if the Defiant will actually start their run into defending their home field at the playoffs. We'll find out after this break. Welcome back, one and all. Rain fans, you saw the trophy of nothing to worry about because this one might be ending up in your hands. Or maybe not.
Maybe.
But here's the thing. Even if it doesn't, you can, still celebrate with your team's skins. As you see on the screen right now, we have plenty of beautiful skins in the support bundle, but also this Wicked Rain skin, which is on sale right now from Moira. So,
So good.
it's actually so. The
It's
Wicked
so
Moira skin
evil.
is actually so good. It is the season too. It is the season. Yeah.
Evil.
Almost.
I mean, isn't everything leading up to Halloween season?
This is America.
Some
We
might
start
argue.
celebrating holidays like 2 months early, so it's fine.
I did it a bit too early.
You do whatever you want.
No. We're ready. I'm ready. I'm ready for spooky season. I'm
Sure.
American now, obviously, as you can tell.
Yeah, 100%.
Speaking of America, Washington Justice will be able to play their second match today. This time around, they have to go up against Toronto Defiant, who of course are going to give it their all because they do want to play in front of that home crowd and get the crown, I guess. So that does make sense. Let's take a look at the Washington lineup again. I mean, obviously, star player performances here across the board, but Alpha Yi and that Genji just hit different. Like, he's built different. Everything about this guy is just scary. And if I were Toronto Defiant, watching their first match, I hope they took some notes, especially in how to take him down, how to stop him. So let's discuss the match on hand. And starting here, of course, we do want to talk about Surmajet, one of the players that we've been talking about for that Toronto Defiant team, an absolute playmaker in his own right. And also an Eliari player who has been hailed as the best in the league.
Yeah, that's how players around the league has been hyping him up at this point. And I mean, New York Excelsior, you were decent on that composition, but Toronto Defiant, they are arguably the best when it comes to this slower poke style composition. And Surmajet is a big reason why. We saw last week how he was able to pop off and just insane ultimates. This one, look at this one, here on Icon. Washington Justice, no more.
I think this is one of the biggest ultimates.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Like, you don't really expect to hit those big ones because I believe he said as well, like, you cannot just hope to get 1 or 2 and, like, that's a man advantage right there and then you can snowball with that. But, this is a very different matchup from Washington Justice against New York Excelsior earlier today. Toronto Defiant, they are really good when it comes to this poke composition. And so the Washington Justice, even though we saw Alpha E pop off, it's going to be a bit of a tougher task here against Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I mean, also, if we're looking at that Toronto Defiant roster, another player which I would say has very much benefited from the meta shift has to be Kalush. What do you have to say about him so far?
I think Kalush is going to be crucial in this series, playing the tank, playing the front line. Often, he's going to be the tip of the spear, fitting for being on Orisa a lot of the time.
Well done.
He's been, I mean, look at these stats. This is one of the highest performing Orisas in the
Orisa
league.
stats!
But this hero, I mean, people meme on this hero because it's so strong right now. But this is a very highly mechanically skilled hero, right? It's like all about having you need tracking aim. You need to be great with the projectiles, great cooldown usage. Yes, you're very hard to kill, but you don't really do anything to tank for your team other than just kill the enemy. Like, that is your purpose. You're kind of like a giant DPS hero on the map. And Kalush has been really amazing in this role, creating opportunities for Majed to come in for the flanks, for Hydron to come in on his soldier and pick off backliners. And that's been the key to Toronto's success, I think, on this comp, is that even though in theory it's a passive comp, there's no Lucio, no flanker that's like gonna dive in, they play it aggressively, they take the initiative. And if they can manage to do that and put Washington on the back foot, I think they've got a great shot in this game.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the predictions for this one real quick before we're diving into all the action. I went with Toronto Defiant. I do think that they're just a notch above the Washington Justice. Yes, Washington Justice had a phenomenal performance, much of that on the back of Alpha Yi's Genji, of course, but that was against the New York Excelsior, and I would rate Toronto Defiant quite a bit higher than them, so I think it's going to be an uphill battle for the Washington Justice.
True, but
no.
I believe in Alpha Jesus.
Oh, the recency bias.
They are warmed up, ready to go. When I talked to Alpha Yi, I saw it in his eyes. He's laser focused to get this win. They're not gonna go down. Washington, do it for me, please.
Just for you.
Yeah, you does not sound confident. That's all I'm gonna say. I took Toronto. I think there's just too much of a skill difference here, and I think for New York Excelsior, they just can't execute the comp the way Toronto does. I think Toronto has a way better understanding of the DPS picks, in particular on this Eliari BAP comp. Hydron going over to the Bastion at times, other Spectra, whether it's the Mei, the Torb. I feel like those DPS tech swaps are going to make it a lot harder for Alpha Yi to be as dominant on Genji, and I think that's what he has to do this series, is carry. I think those DPS players are going to make it too hard.
Yeah. Listen, Washington Justice fans, you know, the whole Alpha Yi thing is really good, but Toronto Defiant, they beat you last week. So, you know, as much as I like to believe that Alpha Yi is going to come out on Genji and just dominate, Toronto beat you this last week, and they look really good on this Orisa Illari composition, and so I gotta go with Toronto Defiant. I'm sorry.
Beat them before they get warmed up. You know?
I'm sorry.
Just make it fast.
The thing is, though, this is double elimination bracket.
They
so
might have
they
warmed
might
up
just
before this match, Danny. I hate to break it to you, Toronto Defiant might have played a warm-up scrim.
One or two, maybe. Turns out they do that every once in a while. However, it is, as I say, double elimination, so the loser will just drop down into the lower bracket and gets another shot at it. So not all is lost. But I'm excited for this one. I hope for a close match and to bring you all the action. We brought in the one and only Fish Daddy and Cat person.
No, Cat Daddy, what?
I can't be Cat Daddy? Is
No,
that
you can't have two daddies. Like,
that's true.
Do you want to be Cat Mommy? I don't know.
I honestly, I have lots of cats. You can call me Cat Mommy Jack. if it makes everything easier. Also, my funniest thing about this pred is Danny goes for Washington with Alfie, and then Johnny instantly abandons him. Like, Danny copies Johnny's homework and then realizes that Johnny didn't use that answer. And then Danny says, oh, they'll just make it quick, even though Danny predicted a 3-2.
3-2, yeah.
Danny, I'm seeing some holes in the logic here, buddy.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
The walk back is is accelerating.
No?
You just don't get it. That's the problem. You just don't get
you're
it.
right.
I do love how confident everybody is in their preds every single week.
Yeah.
It's great. It's really good. Excellent stuff from the desk. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you all. Appreciate you. We're going to jump into the game in just a second. I am in trouble after this series. That's all I'm saying. The desk's not happy with me, but it's all good.
Yeah, you're getting a death stare from Johnny over here.
I'm not looking at him, man. I'm just facing away. All right, Toronto Defiant and the Washington Justice. Yeah, I mean, Justice pretty warmed up. Already won a match today, but Toronto just won a match against the Washington Justice. And this is another squad that is very happy with just playing the same kind of thing week in, week out right now in this new meta. Surmashed is one of the scariest Alaris right now in the game. So, and then you have Spectra, guy that comes in halfway through the season, fixes up a lot of problems that the Toronto Defiant seemingly had. Like, he is also a beast, and then he's mixed with Hydron. Hydron. Oh, you didn't see it. Hydron just went demon mode in the camera. Mixed with Hydron too, just a superstar lineup, honestly, all around. The Washington Justice, and what Johnny kind of picked up on the desk too, was the fact that Alpha Yi really does pop off very much at the center of the Justice and their power and how much success they're currently having. It's up to Toronto to shut him down, but they got people to match him with, man.
And that's sort of it. The problem that a lot of people have had with the Justice this season is that it's either Alpha Yi or bust. If Alpha Yi doesn't go demon mode and he doesn't take over the game, the Justice always come out a little bit flat. And, you know, Johnny brought it up as well. Toronto Defiant just took down the Washington Justice and playing pretty much the same compositions. The one fear that I have for Toronto Defiant going through the rest of these play-ins is, does this composition work on every single map? Because they've pretty much been one-tricking the Illari Baptiste setup, but everyone else has been moving away from it, playing the Junker Queen. Washington Justice with a very strange composition coming out on the first round of Well.
Hey, Dongan and Mercy pocketing Alpha Yi. All right, it's not too crazy on Well, but what we're seeing, at least in this meta, yeah, it's a little bit odd. Spectre in trouble.
He's not going to be able to win this Echo duel against an Echo
Alpha
Mercy.
Yi's hunting for him.
It's because he knows he has the advantage.
Bloodhound sense. Oh, Spectre's been found. Nice little sticky box. Oh, he lost the 1v2. Oh my word. Luckily though, all good. E-key activated. Resurrection comes in, but a big pick from Spectre.
Alpha Yi heads are trembling. They're like, we're going to put all our eggs in the Alpha Yi basket. And
He's dead in a 1v2. Oh no. Well, Surmashed takes Dongan out of the skies. All right, now it's a 1v1 with the Echoes if they want to choose to take it. And, well, in amongst that, the point was Cat, Scott. So, Defiant off to a lovely start.
It's going to be very difficult to play a flying composition when you have Surmashed and Ultraviolet. Spectre can take you down. Hydron has range. Everyone has ways to deal with these flying heroes. So let's see if Alpha Yi can find any value. So far, they've really struggled. They went around the map but weren't able to find any targets, and they're the ones who fell. Oh, they're javelin.
Flora, no! He
fell off the map. Javelin lands, used the Helix rockets there to damage himself so Kalush doesn't get kill credit and ult charge for that. So pretty smart from Flora, but still
not that
died.
smart. Yeah, let's not go too far.
He still died. That's a net neutral, right?
Yeah. Spectre is just deep, and then Alfie once again just can't hold up to the amount of damage coming from the Defiant backline. And this just hasn't been close so far, Jack.
Wow. Wow, Alfie heads.
Dongan down.
Yeah, they might be hanging right now in a little bit of shame. I mean, Alfie needs to carry. I mean, you need that from the Mercy pocket, right? I mean, if you're pocketing one player like this, you need them to pop off, and Alfie has just been getting run around right now.
Yeah, because every time he goes aggressive, even though he has a Mercy pocket, it's just too much damage, right? This is the alarm.
He's just playing in the front line. I mean, a double tap from Surmajet will do it. Okay, there's the big kill. All right, Sticky Bombs kill, Ultraviolet. So not as much healing now available. But Mira's also going to have a tough time actually getting onto this composition from trying to find. Alfie's dead, punches the wall, Surmajet, the outburst, and then rips the ultimate too. Mira's so scared. Has to back all the way up. Visor from Flora. Uh-oh, that is a very angry Arista you're looking at right now. But it's all right. He's done his job. Popped in the punch card, and he's good to go. 3 kills for Flora with the ult.
Yeah, big Visor there from Flora. Everything devolves, breaks down, and that's where Visor finds the most value. Oh, I didn't see anything.
Ignore that one.
Yeah, didn't see anything. Justice, they need to be able to find a way to sort of enable Alfie. So far, it feels like they haven't been able to take any positioning. Hydron switches over to the Tracer of all things as well. Maybe just seeing the direction that this game is going, thinking, hey, I don't want to be on a hero that doesn't have the mobility or the ability to duel as much as some of these other characters in the game.
There's a lot of damage on Spectre. Does not win the 1v2 this time around. Good Senior Rush on the point. The Washington Justice. No, they're just chilling. Bit of extra damage. Duplication is going to be quite large in this fight, Scott. You've got to imagine. You could even copy Alari. Yep. If you just throw down the little healing pylon, it does so much healing. You get a lot of ult charge, obviously, with the duplication.
Justice are putting a lot of resources into trying to hunt down Hydron. That sort of opened the door for Defiant to get into the fight.
Defiant's still poking away. Can even look for an entrance. Copy onto Kalush, potentially.
Mira is so low. Has to use the Meteor Strike to just get out.
Yeah, Mira's going to have a tough job. I mean, the Doomfist is kind of crazy from him here, I will say. Wow. Alfie gets taken out. Good spear again from Kalush. Grounding the guy. And Mira and Alfie are dead. Same with Dongan. 99%. I think that's just round. All right. A little bit of a whimper there from the Justice. And that kind of lost the fight just slowly.
And that's the thing that Toronto Defiant's composition is the best at. They want to take these slow fights. They want to just slow everything down, play from range, because eventually they will be the ones to find picks. While the Washington Justice, the only real person who can really offer anything in this situation is Alfie with the Mercy Pocket. All of their eggs in the Alfie Echo basket did not pay off on well. Let's see if they're going to double down as we head over to Lighthouse.
I think he even duped. Not a meaningful land anyway, maybe just like quick.
I think he got taken down by the spear. I think you're right. He never even got the duke it off.
Yeah, so real rough there from the Justice. Toronto Defiant handling them like clay on a potter's wheel.
Now Mira's gonna come out on the Junker Queen, but they are going to double down on the Echo Mercy.
On the Kalush. I mean, Kalush rolling out with Diva here, that does shut down Dongan and Alfie a fair bit. You eat all those stickies. It's a whole lot less DPS you're getting down.
Yeah, he can also just go from the point to the high ground, back and forth, time and time again.
I mean, dude, they're just Alfie on Echo with Mercy Pocket. We go Diva and Hydron on Soldier, you can sit on high ground. What's Alfie going to do now?
You pair that with the Alari and the Ana as well. Oh, wow, okay, long range yeet of the Jagged Blade catches Hydron. Yeah. That's a huge opening from Mira.
Nice knife again. Oh, the outburst. Not perfectly timed there. Unfortunate from Surmajet. Knives are landing from Mira. Pretty nice. All right, Justice, they cut the point.
I was questioning this Junker Queen. It sort of feels very out of place with the way the rest of the game is playing, but if he can keep doing that, I got no problems with it at all.
Keep using that Dragon Blade to drag people down from high ground.
Yep.
Got to be careful, though. Ultraviolet's on the Ana.
As I said, once again, Washington Justice, they're sort of standing around. They have the point, that's great. But Toronto Defiant, they're happy to sit on this high ground. They're the ones who are going to find the picks eventually.
All right, Kalush going for a little reset there, using the thrusters to kill the little turrets. Got to kill all of them, yep. And then he goes in again, gets microwave, does need a little bit of healing.
Nano boost up for Ultraviolet.
Yeah. Nano boost on Kalush. I mean, you could just run someone over with the Diva. There's the Nano. Nade comes in too.
Huge.
Oh, massive nade. Flora and Mira, bright purple.
and the nano boost will do the rest.
Justice just can't be proactive in this situation, so that allows Ultraviolet is literally just standing in the open there, just like waiting for the nade. He's lining it up. He's lining up that.
I mean, who presses him?
Yeah, no one can pressure him other than the Alpha Yi Echo and the Donghun Mercy. But I just don't think we're really seeing that value. So just by existing, the Defiant are finding advantages.
There is coming up soon. A lot of ults for Defiant, in fact. Close.
There is 50% of the capture for the Washington Justice, so there is some value there. Oh, Ultraviolet getting very low.
Damage boost. Rush on the point to force the issue. Justice, got to be careful though. Pulse bomb in the hands. Spectra lands on the wall as Hydron does fall in the kill feed across the map.
The flip.
Point flip comes in, yep. A shout just keeping everybody alive on the point. I mean, that rush is too much to deal with. You can't go toe-to-toe with this rush. Good sleep on Alpha Yi. Oh, he glides down to the high ground, but it doesn't matter. There's the nade to kill Alpha Yi. Rampage comes out from Mirror and actually connects with Kaluj.
Smart play by Donghun. He actually baits going in for the res. Hydron pops the visor thinking he's going to be able to punish the res, but he actually doesn't go for it. So that's a wasted visor.
Oh, Donghun!
Oh, no.
Donghun, he's won! Nice chase down by Hydron, getting a little bit of revenge there for the visor usage. And the healing station. Oh, you're going to hit any shots? There's the dupe. Little 1v1 ego duel. Oh, Hydron not quite bathed in the Matrix just yet. However, Defiant still control the point, Scott, so they are building up time here. As Justice are making their way back slowly but surely.
Yeah.
They're not even going to go for the... Wow, Mirror doesn't even push out onto the point.
He doesn't have the support. If he tries to go that distance and the Toronto Defiant collapse, he might not be able to hold up to that damage. And funnily enough, Toronto Defiant feel like they've been in control of this map for the whole round, but because they are so stagnant with the high damage composition, they actually can't keep contesting the point because Kalush just keeps getting too low.
What?
Hydron with a random pick onto Alpha Yi, who's made the switch over to Genji. That's going to give them more time, and you can see Defiant are stepping up, encroaching on the Justice territory, trying to find another pick.
Yeah, I love the way Surmaged is playing Alari right now. Just no real fear. You know you've got the outburst to kind of get a little bit distance on people, plus you have Kalush right next to you, so if you do need to get Matrixed, you can. And now you can see him backing up, okay. Had a Pulse Bomb go somewhere. Didn't find much. I think that was Spectrus. Nano Boost available. Ultraviolet again. There's the Nano. Flora's already dead. Now Kalush can just split the Justice. This pressure of the Nano is just too much. Alpha Yi gets anti-naded, just pushed through by Kalush, so couldn't even jump to that mega health pack, even if he was able to get healed. And there's the Captive Sun. Oh, double detonation from Surmaged. 99% for Toronto Defiant. And there we go. Justice just not appearing right now. They're just invisible, missing MIA, 404. The Toronto Defiant just handling them so well.
Yeah, and this was just a compositional mismatch in my opinion. Really deciding to double down on the Echo Mercy, which it has some validity, but situations like that can happen where if your Echo just isn't able to find those picks, isn't able to find those value, that's 2 of your 5 players that you're committing to such a unique strategy. And that just leaves everyone else on an island. You could see Mira just struggling to do anything because he doesn't have that support from the rest of his team. That's going to be the Washington Justice falling down to the first map, and Toronto Defiant handily in control of this series right now.
Oh yeah, Hybrid's the next map, Justice choice. I mean, the Toronto Defiant and play-ins, you've got to be a little bit scared. Obviously, they want to go to playoffs, fight on their home territory. How are the Justice really going to handle them?
And funnily enough, if you're the Washington Justice, if you go back to the series they played earlier today, Washington Justice, they actually went to Midtown on that series, and they fell to New York Excelsior playing the Toronto Defiant composition. So if you're the Washington Justice, you don't want to end up in that mirror. You don't want to be putting Mirror over to the support and trying to go toe-to-toe with the Toronto Defiant if you're not confident against the New York Excelsior, let alone the team that everyone hails as the best at this style.
Oh man, yeah, that spear was beautiful by Kalush. Kalush is playing super well right now.
Very well.
There's been a little bit of unsung hero, I think, at least over the last few weeks because of how well Hydron and Spectre have been performing on DPS picks, but he is extremely solid. It makes the Toronto Defiant team just very well-rounded.
One of the major differences we've seen from Toronto Defiant as we head further into the season, everyone's like, it looks like a completely different team. You can see all of these players just so much more comfortable on the heroes that they're playing, and that's why they're playing at a different level.
Iconvalda, that was the choice by the Washington Justice, so no Midtown Scott. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Map number 2, coming soon.
0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget my peace. We take the west side, take on the east. I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the.
Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. And stop for the talking. Like fire on the pine. If you wanna touch now.
Still one of my favorite intros, that is for sure. Toronto Defiant with a 2-0. There, Scott on the first map on control. I mean, looks like they can do it all, I'm going to be honest with you. Everybody looked really good, and it wasn't like Toronto, I think, just kind of exploding out of the gate, just going crazy every single turn. It felt like Justice just couldn't really handle themselves, and especially against this guy right here, Suravasa. His Alari, potentially one of the best in the league right now. That's what everybody's saying currently.
More damage than healing really sums up Alari as a hero overall. And yeah, as you said, Suravasa really encapsulates his playstyle of he's able to put that pylon down and then forget about healing for the rest of the game, right?
He's got mad mechanics.
And he can hit these big shots, and that was one of the things that made it so difficult for the Justice to be able to sort of play this Echo Mercy because of the extra damage coming out of the supports. You know, like, once again, he's the one taking down this combo, and this is why the Toronto Defiant, you know, Marjet is one of the integral pieces. Everyone hasn't been able to stand up, especially with great ults like that.
It's like Alari, and the way she plays, at least, it's like, it reminds me of BAP, because if you're not doing damage as BAP, what are you doing? You need to be shooting, healing. With Alari, it's putting down the pylon and then just like shoot. If you're not doing damage out there, you're doing something wrong. And honestly, Suravasa, like you said, more damage than healing in that game. A lot of that is because the rest of his team are pretty survivable too, so it just allows, it like literally unlocks a new talent, right? And you're just shooting at people, just allowed to do whatever, because Coliseum dying on the Orisa here.
And the thing about it as well is like, hey, if you want healing, you gotta come to me. My healing range and my right click is super short.
Hey, you gotta come to me, guys.
Yeah,
like, I'm over here right now.
My pylon's over here,
Yeah,
I don't want to come to you.
Look, there's 2 places you could go, like, I've got another healer, like, they can heal you maybe. I'm just doing me, man.
Yeah, just talk to Ultraviolet, I'm not interested.
Talk to Ultraviolet, get that guy here. All right, Archinvolder's the map. What's Washington Justice's pick?
Yeah, and this makes sense. You know, as I said, they just fell on Midtown, playing the exact same composition, so you'd want to avoid playing that map. So maybe they have something different. Interestingly enough, Mira hasn't come out of the lineup, so they aren't going to play the double shooter comp themselves. They don't want to take this Mira, and I think that is smart. You don't want to go up against something that you think you are at a disadvantage for. So the question becomes, can Washington Justice make the Junker Queen work against this like high damage output composition of the Defiant? Because that's why a lot of teams have been moving away from the Alari Baptiste. If you just play faster, you use the commanding shout from the Junker Queen, you use the Lucio speed boost.
Just get in there.
If you can get in the Alari space, all of a sudden, all that value we talk about you get from her doesn't exist.
You've only got 1 outburst.
Yeah. And it doesn't send you very far either, right? No. So, and Alari doesn't have self-healing. Once the pylon is gone, all the self-healing is out the window.
Yeah. It's got a fairly decent cooldown on that. All right, Toronto are out with the Mei, but Justice is calm. They are running Teru on the Ana. Pretty decent pick from Teru, though. One of his better heroes, that is for sure.
Gives you the anti-nade. If you can hit a big anti-nade, there's almost nothing that Defiant can do to hold up to that, especially if you're Kaluj, right? One of the things that makes Orisa so survivable is you get in trouble, you can just spear spin or you can just fortify, but if you're anti-naded, you can't get healed back up.
Oh, there comes the charge. Suravasa pylon is down, so unfortunately, Suravasa, you will have to heal now.
They need to go faster.
Mira is getting rolled.
They're taking too much damage, they don't have the healing, and all of a sudden they're the ones who are backing up.
Oh, hello, Kalush. I didn't even see him walk over here. Nice anti on Kalush. Gets lammed though, Scott. And he was fortified, still ends up falling. Nice shots by Flora. There you go, okay. But look at the percentage, 90% on the first point already. A lot of that was Teru actually getting pressured out. There was a really weird angle and a really weird time where Mira just wasn't getting healed and they couldn't step up, and then Kalush just knocked on the front door and appeared.
Yeah, I think Kalush may be overstepping a little bit too much. If he had just stayed on the point, forced the low health Mira to touch the point, maybe they could have just captured it out that way. But nonetheless, great play from the Justice to be able to withstand the damage. And now they have the nano boost, now they have a sound barrier, they have the tools to deal with the Toronto Defiant and give them extra options to engage.
That's the big thing, if you're going against this shooter comp, right? You're having a lot of ultras, a lot of healing coming out, so a lot of ults.
Healing pylon down, go time.
And a boost. Uh-oh, well, there goes the lamp, there goes the protection. Alfie not getting kills just yet, but he definitely will now with the blade. Oh, Suravasa, just a 180 smack
to the jaw, takes him out. Luckily though, Flora is there with the backup. Hydron falls in the skies as Toronto Defiant go for the reset again. 2 minutes to go, half their time bank gone.
He really didn't want to use that blade. When he engaged with the nano boost, he was hoping to get an instant execution, win the fight that way, but has to pop the blade eventually. So a tool out the window. But one of the things that you have to worry about if you're the Toronto Defiant, you don't have a defensive ultimate, and Mira now has the Rampage. If he hits lots of players with it and they lose the lamp, they're not going to have ways to get their health far back up.
Who's going to go down first? Well, it's Teru. Overclock's coming in. Flora can't quite find the shot. Luckily saved, though, by the Sound Baron. Sniping Surmashed in the skies, but Surmashed, double explosion again. That Captive Sun, his accuracy is just unparalleled.
Hydron busts it wide open, pops the overclock. He's the one who finds the value. Once Terra's down, Justice don't have the healing to be able to hold up, especially after a great Captive Sun from Surmashed. And you can see the Defiant recognizing how valuable it is to get in position. They're trying to take this high ground instantly, leaving, I believe, that Surmashed back on the point to push it alone.
He's probably feeling pretty sad because he's not shooting people.
Yeah, guys.
Justice are making moves, though.
Great play.
They are moving to the payload.
Great recognition from the Justice. Force the Defiant to come back to the cart.
Spectre's got Blizzard, though. Do not get it deflected challenge. Right on the feet of Mira. He's going to get frozen. A very quick and clean kill onto the tank. And there goes Flora too. A nice positional advantage there. The Justice had just backing up to the payload, knowing Defiant had taken the high ground. But I mean, the Blizzard is just such a tough thing to deal with in those small corridors. And I love the way Spectre played that too. He did not give a chance for Mira to use Shout to get out or even it to be deflected, right?
He also just realizes, I don't need to catch multiple people with this. If I can get Mira, the rest of the dominoes will fall. So now, once again, Toronto Defiant take the high ground, and now Justice can't do that strategy of just running to the cart.
Terra Surge. Just pulled in there. Gotta be careful. You know he's got ult, right? All good.
They have window as well, so there's just so much damage that the Justice have to walk into.
Nanoblade coming up, though, for the Justice. 10% away is Alfie. Could go for a nano and a dash if he so chooses, but this Terra Surge could put an end to that as well. There's the nano, there's the blade, no Terra Surge. This Spear 2 just dashes straight past Kaluge. 3 kills for Alfie. Well, 2 and a few summons. We'll call it 3 though. Washington Justice just chunking through Surmashed, eventually goes down. Similar situation Toronto Defiant are in right now. 2 minutes to go. That payload close to that second point.
The split-second decision-making that you see from these Genji players is phenomenal. Like, his ability to recognize the targets and be able to pick them one by one, Alfie, damage is done. The biggest issue you have to deal with now is there's so many ultimates coming up for Defiant. Both DPS ultimates. Kaluge is going to have the Terra Surge. He can also combo that with the Alari Captive Sun, pull everyone in, hit them with the Captive Sun. Boom, 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 boom. Everything else will follow.
Flora taking a lot of damage. Right, they're just going to run to the point. Looks like Surmajed's taking a small off angle. Hydron is chilling in the backline. Might be a little bit frosty up in here now. That Blizzard used pretty aggressively. But look at Teru. He's in a whole lot of trouble. He's only got Flora to protect him, and he doesn't end up protecting him at all. Flora taken out by Kaluge. Kaluge in a little 2v1 and comes out on top. That Blizzard just used to split everybody. Nice little spear onto Alpha Yi. They're pushing the point as well. Scott Justice needs a touch. Here's the Captive Sun. Straight onto the front line. Donovan has to go for some sort of touch here. He is only a little Lucio after all. Got turned into a black hole there as he's just disintegrated by that Captive Sun ultimates. And Toronto Defiant, they put that payload into the second point. And third, very much on the horizons now.
And they're getting staggers as well, Jack. So the first half of this third point is going to come for free for them. But once again, Mira with the Rampage wasn't able to find value last time. Let's see now that we're in these small indoor corridors if he can find something better.
Oh man. It's already rough from Dongan there because he had to use his beat too. There's at least got an ultimate.
That's the Alari damage right there. He's a Hanzo and he's going up against a support character.
Rampage. And he hit Kaluge. He just goes golden, or I guess chrome red in this instance. Dongan and Mira are already dead. Teru's got Nano, Alpha E with 10% towards the blade. Defiant haven't got much, but Justice needs to come out of spawn. They need to get these ults online. Is Teru just going to Nano Alpha E coming out the gates? Flora's there to touch, but is anybody else there? No, not at all. That Nano boost, that Nano blade was so close.
For me, it was the Mira Rampage. It felt like came so early into that fight, and he only hit the one target you don't want to hit, which is the Orisa, right? Yeah. You're not going to bring down an Orisa with a Rampage. You need to be hitting the backliners.
And there too, I mean, you saw Kalush kind of stepping up, kind of knows what side of the spawn Teru was on, and Kalush just stood at the door.
Yeah.
And so the nano from Teru, sure, it hits Alpha Yi. What is Alpha Yi going to do? He has to dash through the Orisa, but then spear spinning, javelin, like
everything.
Kalush has just shut that door, locked it with the key, thrown it away. It's tough in that situation, even with no ults. Orisa's just such a hard character to get past. Well, we'll see what Defiant want to do on the D. Well, okay, of course they're playing that. How the Justice really going to tackle this on the offense? Are they just going to run Teru on Ana again?
I don't, as much as the Ana is nice, I don't think you have that same level of healing that you can get from a Baptiste. That instant healing that you get from the regenerative burst is really what makes Baptiste great, plus the AoE healing. You saw actually a great example of that on the first point when Mira got incredibly low and Teru just can't keep his health bar up, plus you lose that lamp. So I feel like I'd prefer to see Teru stick to the Baptiste. That's what works, but right now, one of the biggest issues they're dealing with is they just can't hold up to this damage coming out from Defiant. Suravasa and Ultraviolet in the backline, just keeping everyone alive while doing so much damage.
So much. I mentioned before, but get a lot of support ultimate charge, which is great. Uh-oh, Hydron in trouble. Yeah, they're hunting him down. Nice healer though coming out. Again, a lot of healing too, right?
Yeah.
That beam onto Hydron didn't fall below 80%, and now Flora's in trouble. Does get lamps. Nice lamp on the corner too. Is going to save the entire team. A little bit of percentage on the point too.
And you can see the AoE healing automatically from Teru.
Oh wow, Mira got rolled. Kalush just threw a spear at him, and Suravasa did the rest. Nicely outburst there, actually, just pushing everybody away.
Yeah.
Capsizing the ship that is the Justice right now. Oh, nice little shot. 2 ticks though, Scott.
You can just see how much damage Suravasa is doing. He just melted Mira in that fight. There's nothing he can do.
And as soon as that pylon goes down as well, like on this clock tower, super tough to take care of.
Yeah, because someone has to deal with it, but no one really has the freedom. When you're in this like chaotic fight, everything's going everywhere. It's hard to look around and find the pylon.
It's not like Torpto, which you can just ignore.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You have to deal with it. Oh, nice wall. Didn't quite land on the teleport, but stopped them from going through it at least.
Something worth noting as well.
Oh, window spear. Nice deflect from Alpha Yi. Deflects the spear. I don't think it connected, but it looks cool.
Pylon down.
Oh, here's the captive sun. Oh, you see Alpha Yi just disappearing into the into the skies there, dodging Suravasa. I mean, Mira's dead too. Justice with 2 minutes to go. Gonna have to go for a reset. Just one ultimate expended by Defiant, and they got a whole lot of them left.
More staggers as well as they push towards the Washington Justice's spawn, and this is just so much damage. It really feels hard for the Justice to accomplish anything, and we spoke about it heading into this series. If Alpha Yi doesn't show up in a big way, it feels like the Justice don't have that punching power, and so far, Alpha Yi has been kind of missing.
Yeah, he needs to be the finisher here with this blade. There's no nano to couple with it too, so... Oh, are they really going to do it to him?
Oh yeah, as soon as they spot Mira,
TP,
Blizzard's coming down.
Yeah, sure, why not? Just eat the Blizzard. Wall comes in, Flora in trouble. I mean, the beat comes out, and so with the lamp, but Flora's already dead. Hydra with the visor, just, yeah, unfortunately shooting the Symmetra ult right now. And now he's taking the flank. Here comes the blade. Alpha Yi finds one. Here's the carry that you need, Justice. He's just swinging away. He's helping Mira clean up these fights. There's 2 kills for the Genji, but is it going to be enough? He is so low with no heals, and Kalush is going to chase him down. And there we go. There is the kill. Kalush alive and well, but not before Dongan just donks on his head. Nice one from Spectre. He might buy enough to... not quite, no. No one can get back there. They had 2 ticks anyway. Justice capped the first points.
And there's the Alpha Yi that we know and love and that they need in this series. Able to find blade value against everything that Defiant have. Yeah, without the nano boost, without anything else, but the damage was done, even if he did eventually fall. Now Mira has that rampage, but this is where it's going to get hard. Where Ultraviolet, Hydron, and Suravasa, they're able to just sit down here, raining damage, and Alpha Yi peeks his head and instantly evaporates.
That pylon spot should just be illegal. Like, they're just sitting on the doors. Like, look where it is. Like, how do you destroy that?
If you go up into that hallway, maybe you can shoot through the window.
Probably could. I think it's like weirdly clipped onto the window frame, so go up to the height, you know, it's just... It's very rough. You just need a big ultimate to run out the gate with here. They have the Rampage, but you're only hitting Kalush.
Yeah, but what are you running at? That's exactly it. You're running at a Mei or a Orisa, two terrible targets, because the Mei can block, the Orisa can fortify. Meanwhile, everyone else is spread out.
Oh, she blocks. We're killing the pylon. There it is through. Oh, what a wall! Ultraviolet does go purple though, and Alfie cleans him up. But look at this flank angle here from Hydron. Just the off angles are just crazy from this team too. You want to just jump on Ultraviolet. You want to jump on Surmashed, and you saw the game plan there from Mira. Just jump through the window, sure, I'll use Rampage, and then Hydron's just destroying the rest of your team. Now Mira switched over to the Orisa, decides it's now time to match them in the mirror.
And Ultraviolet ended up being that one target that they chose, but then as you said, Hydron has the off angle, Surmashed has the off angle. You can't deal with all three threats at once. It's just so difficult to get through this choke. Alfie is walking up the left side, but this is Hydron's territory. This is what he's covering. He's covering this off angle.
Well, you haven't got deflect. I don't know if you're aware. Yeah, goodbye Alfie. And there's the captive son just to top it all off. There's Blizzard too.
Yeah, there's a lot of ultimates.
That was an overinvestment for sure. Ooh, nice headshot.
Yeah,
they're going to chase him down.
They're going to hunt Flora. They want him.
Oh, they want him. No, Flora. Oh, he slides away. All good, maybe. Now Mira is trying to hunt Hydron. Hydron behind you.
Hydron
behind you. Oh, he gets speared. Not good. Not good. 4v5 now. As Justice trying to make a pick, but holding forward are the Toronto Defiant. Already used the lamp. Surmashed finally taken care of. There you go. Okay. Point is opened up, Scott. But my word.
A little bit of hubris there from Defiant, trying to sort of continue those staggers. So now they use all those ultimates that we talked about in the previous fight, which felt like an overcommitment. And now they also don't have the positioning that they once had. So this has to be the window that Justice are going to be able to push this second point all the way through.
He's on the Torb. Spectra on Torb. Let's go. The summons comp.
Yeah, May's just going to be hard to find walls. Look at how open everything is. Now, it seems like the Justice have been more than willing to give up the high ground.
Good turret spot. Just going to dominate. Watch this. Okay, it's not doing much right now, but that's because they're not in range.
Any moment now, the turret's going to shoot something.
Any moment. I've got Bell from Flora. There's the sound. Oh,
who's dead already?
Alfie, you're dead. Oh, Dongan. That sound barrier just so late. You see the turret winning against the Sojourn. Very epic.
I should have trusted you, the Torb specialist, about the Torb positioning.
That's what I'm saying. 20 seconds to go, Scott. Gets a kill on the Dongan. You take. And now they can just hold close.
Yeah, and 12 seconds, and Washington Justice make it all the way to the cart.
Dongan spawns last. They got ults. Alfie double dash with the blade. Gets for the touch. Ultraviolet is dead. Here it is. There's the blade. Kalush is standing in front of him, but he instantly gets taken out. Turret MVP once again. Spectre coming up large. And there is the slam. That Terror Surge just separating the rest of the team, but now Kalush is in trouble. Captive Sun just detonates, but are they going to be able to take care of Mira? Luckily, Surmashed's on the high ground, but Kalush and Hydron are already dead. Again, their own hubris, Scott, I think.
I have no idea.
A little bit too aggressive from the Toronto Defiant, potentially there.
I have no idea how Ultraviolet fell to Teru before that fight even really feel like it began. But once again, Washington Justice don't care.
Here? Okay, Yubi's dead.
Oh, Surmashed gets Dongan.
Okay, they do end up touching. Surmashed gets another one. Surmashed with 2 kills. Now here comes the backup. Molten Core, 3 kills for Surmashed. Make it more. Mira low, dies to the Molten Core, and there you go. Toronto Defiant. Match point against the Washington Justice. History right now very much repeating itself.
If that's not an example of the deadly nature of Surmashed and Ultraviolet, I don't know what is. Both supports in a position they have no right being end up managing to take down 3 or 4 players to close that out, and Washington Justice seem to have no answers to everything the Defiant are throwing at them.
Defiant looking good. They know a spot at the Grand Finals, at playoffs, is on the line. They've got to make it through this play-ins bracket, and it is a scary one. But if you keep playing like this, play the comp you're comfortable with, and have Surmashed just go on these wacky flanks and picking up kills, might be too easy.
Yeah, it might be too easy, and you can see all the Justice players getting out of their chairs. They need to be able to reset.
Big reset.
For me, I think if you're the Justice, you can reset with the idea of we're going over to Flashpoint, we're going over to Push. These are maps in which I think the Lucio is going to get more value than, you know, playing something like Eichenwald where you're walking into these sort of shooting setups. But maybe that's not going to be enough, especially because they're going to end up at map 5 at some point where they're going to have to play Escort, and that's really where the Toronto Defiant composition thrives.
Yeah, I love Luce's pick. It really does just help teams get the best maps they want to get if they end up losing, right?
And it also exposes these weaknesses, which right now, Justice showing. Ooh, that's good.
The big fear for me is that it hasn't been particularly close. It hasn't like it's been back and forth and it's just a couple of things. It just doesn't ever feel like Justice are in these fights, other than when they have these big ultimate combos, or we talk about, wow, look at that wall.
Yeah.
Spectre's just such a good player, very flexible as well.
I can't believe he got picked up halfway through the year.
A lot of people are saying, like, can I vote for this guy for Rookie of the Year? He's barely even been in the league, but he's put those levels of performance. That was the pick on the Donghun.
Oh, and then Alfie's just caught. Yeah, Alfie didn't even know he was there.
Forces lamp, takes out the lamp, then also takes out a Teru. That's just big plays from Sir Majed.
3 headshots there for Sir Majed at the very end. You can see why people are saying he's probably the best in the league right now. Maybe potentially best in the world at Alari. No pick yet from Justice, taking
thinking
their
about
time.
it.
Yeah, thinking about it. I mean, you get a little bit of time here between the maps, so at the end of the day, Flashpoint is a very volatile game mode still, and you're right. I think the Lucio is going to work out well for them. Looks like, okay, we're going to Suravasa. That's their pick, but they're on the ropes. This could just be a 3-0 if Toronto Divine have their way.
Yeah, you have to lean into your own strengths. Play the Lucio, play the Junker Queen. Know how you can utilize this. These are very open maps for Flashpoint. Suravasa is a very open map. Play to your strengths.
Match point for Toronto. We're going to be right back. Can they just end it out here and now? We'll have to wait and see after this. Welcome back. Toronto Defiant up
2 maps already. I know, it's been a pretty quick series so far. Icabada, little 3-1, you know the vibes. Washington Justice, they're just not really here right now. It doesn't feel like the same Justice we saw earlier.
I don't want to discredit the performance of the Defiant as well, because like this is a team that a lot of us are saying, if things stay the same way, if this remains the meta, Defiant are a terrifying team to play against. If they're able to really prove that they can keep playing Illari and teams don't have answers to it, it's almost very similar to the way that London Spitfire play, just in a different way.
Sure.
They're doing something on every single map that other people just don't really seem to have an answer to. And right now, Justice are the ones who just don't have an answer for what they're dealing with.
Anything that Toronto Defiant are throwing at them right now. I mean, a lot of it is just Majed on the flank with Illari. Just shooting people. Yeah, he's just shooting people. He is clicking people's heads. Suravasa is the map choice for Washington Justice. Took a little bit of time there to actually think about where they wanted to go. I mean, it is double elimination bracket, Scott. Something worth keeping in mind. So we won't be saying goodbye to people just yet, you know, just chill out for a little bit.
And there's always a chance that Washington Justice will fare better against other teams playing similar compositions, right? Who will end up playing this Junker Queen.
Right.
But for right now, they have to deal with the task ahead of them, and that's the Toronto Defiant. And as I was talking about before we went into the break, it's very difficult to not play Lucio on Flashpoint, because your ability to maneuver around the map, you're just so slow. If you lose a player or just running back to the point, that's adding more time, that's adding more percentage for the opposition. So the Washington Justice can get into control on this map. They can easily snowball it into more advantages.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see how Justice roll out. Okay, yeah. Not too surprised here with the comp, but it will be a slower start for the Defiant. Obviously, we know Lucio, but I mean, Hydron has done this stuff in the past, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is how Hydron plays when he's on Soldier, on Flashpoint. All he does is flank. That's the only thing he does. He just harasses the backline, tries to make them burn cooldowns, and then just hopes Defiant can either find a pick in the front line or just survive, which is what happens most of the time.
And we've seen him do this and be punished for it in the past, where he gets overzealous and then Donghun and Alfie end up double teaming him. But you can see some adjustants coming out of here.
Surmajed's 2v1ing them right now.
Yeah.
Flora in a little bit of trouble. Surmajed 2v1ing the backline. Oh, nice reflect. Straight back in the head of Surmajed. And there you go. Point has been unlocked. Toronto Defiant are in control currently, but they are down people. And being down mirror is not the best for Justice, but I mean, with Alfie alive, there shouldn't be too much of a problem here. And there you go. Only 20+% on the board for Defiant after that fight go down. But I mean, if Surmajed kills Alfie there, that is a very different story.
Hydron's like, that is
really
a bad pick. Because not only that is that pick, all of a sudden Justice are going to have to concede the point.
Oh, Mira back on the Doomfist.
I like this. I really like this Doomfist pick. It works quite well against the Illari and the Baptiste. He just needs to be able to stay alive. That's the issue when you play Doomfist, is you can just take too much damage. Like
Speaking of which,
he needs healing.
Yeah.
And while he's waiting to get healed, they potentially might lose the point. He contests once again, gets low once again.
Has to go into power block, and then you have to back up. Kalush can also save Spear for power block.
Yeah. If he gets knocked out of that power block, he loses a lot of his advantages. Flora falls once again.
Yeah. It's just such a rough matchup. Doom is very much a comfort hero, and has always been, even when Doom was a DPS for Mira. But, you know, comfort versus the Orisa, it's really rough.
And I think you also lose out on the commanding shout that the Junker Queen has, which is really the thing that enables this composition. Flora 1v1. Gets it over Hydron. There's the window opening for Washington Justice.
All right, 4v5. Hydron's going to be back in a moment, though. He has got that sprint. Played for Alfie. Does pull it. Gets spooked. Has to deal with Lamp. Sound Barrier is going to help him sustain through this, but look at the healing coming out of Surmajed. Alfie just lost Ultraviolet there. Maybe going for a crazy deflect, but no. Cooldown not available, sadly. Surmajed does light one person up as Alfie tries to grab that health pack. 99% for Toronto Defiant on the point as Mira does find the flip in the end, but they're still losing people. Hydron is back, he takes care of Teru, and well, you can rip the overclock, but have you got space? Have you got anything to back you up, Flora? I don't think so. As Defiant find the flip once more in the fight. So chaotic. But they end up getting the point regardless. And there you go, 1 on the board for Defiant.
Who would win, unlimited energy or one giant horse running at you that's gold? It turns out to be a golden horse. That's what Orisa does best. If you can get in someone's face, they don't really have the tools to deal with you. And Justice committed a lot of their ultimates to try and turn that fight. They only have the ultimate for Doomfist right now. I guess on the other side, Toronto Defiant also coming up short with ultimates.
Molten Core available for Spectre pretty soon. So rough for Mirror to get in. I mean, now he can just kind of get in on the back line, hit Meteor Strike if he gets in trouble. Maybe even find a pick. Alpha E loses the 1v1 on the side. Dongan getting pushed away. Suravasa with a little stray light shot. There you go.
It doesn't feel like Mira's able to find the value on this Doomfist right now. It feels like he's always in damage control rather than providing himself to be an offensive threat.
Orisa's a straight up counter to Doomfist.
Yeah. So you have to wonder why he's made this switch. Maybe just thinks this is the only way forward.
Go on, Spectre. Show us what you got.
And you can see...
Alfie's 1 HP.
Yeah, Alfie is...
He is dead.
Alfie, every time he steps up, he just takes too much damage, and then Mira's doing the same thing. He steps up, has to use the Meteor Strike to get out.
Yeah. We're on 50%. Late picks here onto Justice is devastating. Kalush safe with the lamp, luckily. Terror Surge available, but he can just hide around the corner. Doesn't need to worry about the window all too much. If he wants, he can just spear, spin away. Perfectly played by Kalush, playing very much on the knife's edge there. Just the Orisa kit used to its fullest. Alfie just tracks through the skies. Terror Surge is big. Dongan down. 80% for Defiant. Even the Captain's Son thrown in. Kalush finds 2 kills. No chance for Justice to get back to the point in time. That's going to be 2. I mean, what do you do for Justice? That's 2 points collected by Defiant. They're about to just clean sweep him, Scott. Mira now switching over to Orisa.
Yeah, but it almost feels too late, and at this point, one of the big issues that I feel like the Justice are having is they just don't team fight better than the Defiant. You can see Defiant look like they want to try and catch the Justice off guard. It has been spotted.
Sneaky beaky like.
And Defiant are going to be the ones who get to set up on the point once again, even though they don't have the speed boost.
It's a good point as well, Bart. Mr. Hydron.
Wait for Alfie.
Molten Core coming out, stops Mira running forward, takes a little bit of damage from it too. Alpha E defending a little bit of that, but look at this. On the sidelines, Hydron using the visor. Blade does come out eventually for Alpha Yi, but can he find more than just one? Yes, he does. Backline down. Still has to deal with the Torb though in the front line. He's rather sustainable on his own. Here you go, here's the kills. Yes, all right. Defiant. They end up falling. They do expend a fair few ultimates there too, but the sound barrier used and the blade to make that fight Justice's, and they get the point too.
Much needed stabilization. Flora with the overclock now.
This is going to be big. It has to be big.
Well, they also have the amplification matrix, so there's going to be a lot of damage coming the other direction for the Defiant. How do they want to approach into this one? Historically, they've played very slowly. They just set up Kalush, makes himself a threat. Oh wow, Justice is going aggressive.
I mean, everybody's not really in range right now.
Yeah, they just didn't catch the Defiant.
Oh, wow, what a flank by Ultra. Well, not really a flank, he's just right in front of him. Just catches Alpha Yi, carry down. Captive Son, used, takes care of that lamp. And this window damage from Surmashed too. Woo. 3 taps Flora, and Dongan falls. The point is going to get capped. Teru dead, and now Defiant in control.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Justice are able to use their advantages. Flora goes over to the Bastion. I like this idea, maybe giving you a little bit more damage, so Kalush has to respect you a little bit more. Alfie to May, yeah, this doesn't feel like this is things that they're practiced. It's more just, we have to throw whatever we can at the wall and hope something sticks.
Right. Feels like they don't, ideally, in an ideal scenario, they don't want to play this, but we'll see how it does. Can't really duel either with Hydron on the sidelines anymore, which is kind of frustrating.
You can see the concave the Defiant are trying to make while Kalush anchors on the point.
I mean, Surmajet not doing healing, that's for sure. Just doing damage. Mirror dense. They're just going to push him off the map. Why not? Goodbye, Bastion. Goodbye, Justice. Final fight now. Any staggers here. Again, they're just too big. Dongan down last as well with 2% towards that beat. They're not going to be able to touch Scott.
Symmetra for Flora, Doomfist for Mira.
Nah, it's not happening.
It's not going to be enough.
What a spear! I think that spear just did it. It stops Mira from getting back in the point in time. No, oh no! Just that one spear was enough, and there you go. Washington Justice completely shut out of the series. That was not close. Defiant making their way through the upper bracket, Scott. Playoffs in their sights in their hometown.
Defiant looking as strong as ever, while the Washington Justice, we were hoping after their win against the New York Excelsior, that could be the beginning of their play-ins run. They will have another chance going through the lower bracket, but that was just not a close series. Defiant really proving they are just a better team.
Little yawn there from Kalush. I mean, honestly, with how that went, Can you blame him?
Another day at the office for him. And honestly, he's playing Orisa. He's literally just standing in the front line, just like spinning his spear, fortifying,
He's
throwing a spear every now and then.
I mean, I loved how well they shut down Alpha Yi. They know he is the threat, and Alpha Yi was like forward a lot of those times. And there was a point where Alpha Yi was dueling out, just wanting to get ult charge, get blade quicker, and then Kalu's like, you just stepped into a small room.
Yeah.
You have no deflect. I have a deflect, and it's my spear. And he just pressures Alpha Yi so much, and it feels like Alpha Yi was just trying to make these plays, but Toronto Defiant were just shutting them down just time and time again. A just absolute shutout, a 3-0. Player of the match this series, however, Toronto Defiant, who's it gonna be? Oh,
of course.
Of course it's Alfie.
He has been the difference maker for this Toronto Defiant squad. It's what makes them unique. They're fully committing to the Alari, and you can understand why when you see how many multi-kills that Suravasa gets. You look at the end of Eichenwald where he literally turned that map for them to lock it in and solidify. You're actually going to see it right here on your screen. Look at these picks. Ultraviolet falls. That's a nasty shot onto the Lucio. Follows up with Alpha Yi. What do you do? This is a support character that's just running through your team.
All the DPS players right now, this is a support character. How is it doing so much damage? Well, it's doing so much damage because Majed has got cracked mechanics, that's how. And his interview the other week as well was just like, well, you have ult, just rip it. Every single time you got it up, just throw it out, because even if you find one pick, if someone else can half shoot that target, they're gonna detonate, they're gonna get instantly killed, and then you can just roll on the fight from there. And look at the eliminations.
What are these rookie numbers? He didn't do more damage than healing, Majed. I'm disappointed in you, buddy. Come on.
20 elims per 10. 3 deaths, but like, the guy's just...
8.2 final blows per 10 minutes. That is ridiculous for a support character. We haven't seen the likes of this kind of bloodthirsty support in the Word of Dominance, since Jonak on Zen in 2018.
Right. Yeah, wow. Alari very much in the wheelhouse of Sermajev right now, and Toronto Defiant still in the upper bracket. I mean, this is looking scary. You got Boston up there, you got London, Toronto Defiant looking great. The Washington Justice, like you mentioned, tumbling down, unfortunately, to that lower bracket. And there are some scary teams down there as well. You got to face the shock at some point. We're going to toss to the break. Don't go anywhere. We got them to wrap out the day, or wrap out the day?
Wrap out the day? Yeah.
Wrap out the day. See you in a bit.
Welcome back one last time for today. This was day number 1 of our play-ins. We already said goodbye to 1 team, and 2 more teams are now dropped into the lower bracket, whereas the other 2 will make a continuous run through the upper bracket of the play-in bracket, just to say bracket about as often as I possibly can in one sentence. We are back on the desk, of course, to break down all the action that just transpired. Danny?
I'm just saying, it wasn't close. I was wrong. Just Toronto Defiant were just the better team. They were clean with it.
But in your heart, you knew it. You knew that.
Even all of us were wrong in the sense of, I don't think no one thought it was going to be like this kind of a domination. I don't think it was going to be 3-0. Yeah, they were dominant. I think Toronto, it's incredible to see the same style from Toronto and New York, where Justice just cleans up New York so easy, and then Toronto just even stronger, like an absolute beatdown on Justice. Toronto's like making their own meta.
They really are, just like the London Spitfire. So it's been incredible to watch them play in today's match, and very excited, of course, to see more of them moving forward in the play-in bracket. But for now, let's actually chat to the winner. We, of course, have Coluche standing by. So first of all, congratulations on the first W in the play-ins. How do you feel?
I feel great, thank you. I was kind of stressing a little bit because our last match didn't go so easy, so I'm glad we got the 3-0 today.
So, Kaluj, I want to ask you a little bit more about your thoughts on this meta in particular. You've been pushed into, you've been a made a Winston player, you've been made a Ryan player, playing all these flex roles for the team. It's a necessity sometimes. But this is a meta now where I feel like you're really able to shine, able to be like that tip of the spear, literally sometimes on Orisa. And how does that feel to be in the role where now you're actually able to just carry the game the way I think fans have been waiting to see?
It feels awesome. I mean, these are the heroes like I'm stronger at. Orisa really was not like my strongest hero, but like we started scrims and I just hit every single spear, and my cooldown usage is pretty good. And I got a good group of guys around me too. They make it a lot easier to play like all these different heroes. So, yeah.
So I wanted to touch on the meta a little bit here, because obviously you've been preferring these Orisa compositions, but we've seen other teams like Washington Justice bring out the Junker Queen, for example, but other really good teams like Atlanta Reign play a lot of Junker Queen as well. We saw that from them. Boston Uprising against the LA Gladiators. So you're still sticking with the Orisa compositions, even on a game mode like Flashpoint, and I recognize you just dominated Washington, even on a game mode like Flashpoint. Do you not really feel any incentive to start bringing in some Rush compositions and start bringing in some Junker Queen compositions? Or are you just completely satisfied playing Orisa and Illari for the moment?
I think we're satisfied with the Orisa comp, because what we do is like we'll take fights wide, and it makes it really easy for us. These teams play Lucio, they have to push into us. You know, obviously they're gonna get like 1 or 2 more fights, but I think our heroes allow us to take like the 1 or 2 very strong fights. So it's just like whatever your team's like better at. I don't know, but right now we're rocking out with the Illari.
All right, so your next match is against Vancouver Titans. It's actually a rematch of Battle for Canada, and last time you guys won. Are you expecting anything different from Vancouver? Because last time you guys fought them, you know, you guys won against them.
I'm expecting probably like a different comp. Like maybe they swap to the Orisa Lucio now instead. But yeah, I mean, we get to play these guys 3 times in a row, just like Washington. You know, they keep throwing different stuff at us, but we come out on top. So hopefully it's a good match.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely excited to watch that one. Last question for you. Obviously, you're coming in to the play-ins with confidence, expecting to make it out and into the playoffs. Which do you think is the other most likely team to join you on that journey?
Weirdly enough, I think London, man. London is really strong for some reason. Like the Rush meta, you know, they got like they've been playing the Rhine comp for 2 years now. So this is just a culmination of like a good meta for them and them like having super crazy synergy on the comp.
All right, it's going to pay off eventually, right? If you hard commit for 2 years, and eventually the time will come.
Yeah, I think the time's here, so.
Exactly. Well, we're excited for everything to come here in the play-ins bracket. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your matches.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Kalush from the Toronto Defiant. They are 1 round closer to making the playoffs, and in a dominant fashion as well. So let's relive the match we just got to saw once more and talk a little bit about some of the highlights, maybe also lowlights. I mean, Washington Justice, is there anything you feel like they have to switch up for their matches coming up?
I don't think you can for Justice. At this point, I think they're
late in the game.
Like a lot of teams, they've found their niche. I think they're better to stick to it. Very few teams, honestly, no one has played this comp as well as Toronto has. So even if you're going to lose to Toronto, you can just hope that Toronto qualifies in the upper bracket and you can beat everybody else. And for Justice, I just don't think there is a brighter comp. I think this is what maximizes their strengths. They just have to find a way to win with it, because I think you're better off sticking to your guns. If you just change things up now at the last second, yes, you have a week to figure it out, but I think I'd be a little bit worried for Justice.
I mean, speaking more about the Washington Justice, I think one of the good things here now is that hopefully you don't have to play Toronto Defiant again. I mean, we'll see what happens in the upper bracket. But Toronto Defiant is really the only team left that forces this kind of Orisa composition, right? So if you feel confident already in your Junker Queen composition and you can trust Alfie to play this Genji, maybe you have a better chance against teams like the San Francisco Shock, for example, against teams like Vancouver Titans. We'll see who they end up playing. It is pretty likely that you might see Toronto Defiant in the lower bracket again, so I'm not going to count that out. But if you are the Washington Justice, you can't look at this matchup and just be down on yourself, because you know that there are so many other teams in this play-ins that play other stuff. London Spitfire, for example. Like, you didn't lose against London Spitfire in this one. You didn't lose against the Junker Queen composition in this one. So you can't bring this negativity from this match into those other matches. So Washington Justice, you got a really nice win against New York Excelsior. Maybe some good stuff to take from that, but don't feel too down on yourself because you got 3-0 dominated by, you know, the best Illari player in the league.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto Defiant, they were cruising through that match against the Washington Justice, and you too can cruise with the legendary Biker 76 skin. This gives me a lot of feelings, I'm not gonna lie.
This is actually dope.
I didn't know that I like biker skins, but here we are. I guess I'm.
It's a good meta. So Soldier 76, he is in. Get your rank points now. Play this hero. Very strong.
Yeah, you got legs, but also wheels now apparently. Biker 76 on sale right now, so definitely a must grab. And now it is also a time for us to not just look at the best skins, but also just some of the best moments that we had today. And honestly, I feel like match number 1 had it all. We got the all chat, we got sick plays, we got an incredible post-game interview. I think that one, just like the entirety of it, has just been an absolute highlight reel. But first things first, Alpha Yi.
Yeah.
What was the reason? He was the reason you had to go with Washington Justice.
I'm sorry, Donnie.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
No,
That's why he got his own best of the day.
Yeah, like I mean, after watching this match, after what Alpha Yi did to New York Excelsior, I think it was, it's why I kind of had to go with Washington Justice against Toronto.
It's so good.
This guy against New York just went crazy on them, and on that Genji play, like it was just all throughout the series, he was just.
Watching Genji is the best. Genji highlights are just undefeated.
Yep.
There's so much fun to dash resets.
I'm so glad we got to hear that interview from Kalush, because one of the things he highlighted was that them playing wide, this style, like look at what all these blades, Alfie, he's always finding grouped up players. Yeah. He's cutting through them one after the other. They're all in one spot. And you contrast that with the game against Toronto, where constantly split up. Alpha Yi was like, could never find that opening to dash through everybody, get a huge blade. So many times he's chasing down one player who runs away and then another one comes to cover him. So it just really shows for me the difference in how difficult it is to execute against a top team like Toronto.
Yeah.
Yeah, our next one is one I alluded to first before we saw, Alpha Yi just doing Alpha Yi things, being built different. It was, sorry, I'm not buying into it. I called it a C18. Some people called it a C36. I think we can all agree on a C27 for sure.
It's a reasonable average.
This one's nice.
This one is bad. This is a C9.
How about this one? What do you guys say for this?
I feel like this is London outplaying super hard.
Okay.
This is like, you got pinned and moved.
C9. How about this one?
This is a mega C9. This is a mega C9 situation.
So
you're winning the fight.
Where's the 27?
Oh my.
Well, that middle. There was also the end of second point. Those are. I feel like those were both half
debatable.
What?
Yeah, okay.
They were both C4.5s on point 1 and point 2 of London's attack.
9 times 3 is 27.
Yeah.
So why are you saying it's not a C27?
No, because
it's not really. I think it's a C18.
I'm contesting the legitimacy of some of these C9s, guys.
If you minus 9 out of 27, what is it?
Wait, we're not minusing anything. It was 3 C9s.
But it wasn't though.
It wasn't 3 C9s. That was what we're talking about, Johnny. Please listen to us.
Anyway, speaking of listening, let's listen to this post-game interview though.
That I came up with, hot Dizzle.
I mean, we're tied like that.
Nice, all right. Thank you, Johnny.
We get the playoffs, obviously. You have to have this on.
Oh my god.
My bro, hot Dizzle. Call me Dan Dizzle.
Dan Dizzle?
That kind of works. I'm kind of with Dan Dizzle.
Dan Dizzle? I don't know about that.
I can't do it for you two.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you. But it was great to see Hottie talking mad smack in the chat, guys. I love a little all chat BM, and to go toe to toe against Proper, who like Hottie said, for me, Proper was one of those players. I wouldn't BM Proper. I'm too scared of the demon mode coming out when you BM him. But Hottie was ready to take that risk, and you got to respect that.
Yeah, gambling man, and it paid off big times. I did love the all chat there, Proper starting off, throwing his team under the bus. It's like, I called Cart, no one, and it wasn't Proper's job to go on the car, right? So he's right about that. No, that match had it all. So thanks to both teams actually, because that one kept us so entertained. And now speaking of entertainment, of course, we have 2 more matches coming up tomorrow. Let's take a look at the bracket. Danny, you got so close to getting fired today. Fantastic. Great stuff all around. Spitfire will go up against Boston Uprising. Quite frankly, before today's match, I would have said like obviously Boston, and our bracket
For
says
real.
Boston, but something in me is not like, but maybe.
I
I don't want to believe.
I want to believe.
After seeing what they did to Shock, I'm like, man. And after that interview, I can't.
The
I can't
colours
leave my.
saying London, I was like, wait a minute.
I want to believe.
Wait a minute.
We have to seriously think about our Pred show tomorrow. That's
Are-
going to be spicy.
Are we all baited into this? Like, I feel like there's just like one big conspiracy.
And for that next match, I feel like Titan's got to be scared.
That's right. What you don't need to be scared about is missing the matches, because if you use the QR code on your screen right now, you can sync up your calendars and you'll make sure to be there no matter what.
That was so good.
I love when you hit a clean transition.
Yeah, I know.
I'm all
When you hit
excited.
those,
I'm all
I'm just like
happy.
self-high-fiving. Like,
Just
this
like,
is good.
easy.
This was good. Today was fantastic. Fantastic games. We have 2 more coming up tomorrow, but that's here, of course, it for now, for today. But if you can't get enough of Overwatch, no worries at all, in fact, because we have the Calling All Heroes Unite Minor 2 action coming right after a quick break. So stick around, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Have fun.
We want to make it to playoffs, obviously. We're just taking it step by step. But no, make it to playoffs, obviously. You have to add this or not.
Oh my god.